Look at this man. He's actually a primitive man. He's holding a frog in his hand, excitedly shouting in a language of their own. Suddenly, a leopard pounced fiercely. It roared with its mouth open, its light blue eyes fixed intently on its prey. The clear blue sky was as pure as jade. The girl stood barefoot at the grocery store entrance, holding a spear, but he thrust the spear into the TV screen. On the TV, this episode of Animal World, Amazon Journey documentary, ends here. See you next time. He directly punctured a hole in the TV. It turns out he is the indigenous girl Ula. He tightly gripped the spear in his hand, speaking a language that doesn't belong to this city. The grocery store owner, hearing the commotion outside, came out from inside holding a book. He was still wondering why it was so noisy. He raised his hand to scratch his hair, with a pencil still on his ear. He smiled and asked Ula what she wanted to buy. Is it time to check out? When Ula saw someone come out, she pulled out the spear. The man was shocked to see this. My ancestral TV. However, Ula pointed at the TV and shouted angrily at the man. My tribespeople are trapped in this box. They're in danger. I must save them. The man immediately became furious. He didn't listen to Ula's explanation at all. At this moment, it only wanted the girl to pay for damaging the TV. But Ula always felt that this box must have been bewitched. The people inside had suddenly disappeared. Ula couldn't understand what he was saying at all. The grocery store owner ran towards him, shouting that he would call the police. Ula stood there tightly gripping the spear, her heart full of wariness. At this moment, Ula's eyes were filled with killing intent. She looked ahead like a predator eyeing its prey. Ula is now ready to defend herself, thinking I want to attack. She directly jumped onto the grocery store owner's head. Her movements were very agile. The grocery store owner stood there stunned, not moving at all. Ula quickly ran up to the roof. Her movements were swift, without any hesitation. The man she had kicked down hadn't yet come to his senses. When he steadied himself, he immediately stood up, tightly gripping his weapon. Ula's silhouette was very cool. She didn't forget to glance down at the man below. The wind on the roof was getting stronger. It blew her hair into a mess. The grocery store owner was still shouting below. Come down here. She looked at the unfamiliar city before her. Just 2 days ago, in search of my parents' past, I was brought here from the Amazon by someone. This is a strange place. It's all forests made of stone. No leopards, crocodiles, or pythons. And no cute capybaras. Looking at the way people on the street dress, it's all too unfamiliar to me. People here wear alternative clothes. I don't know which tribe they belong to. Ula stood on the roof looking at the distant buildings, not knowing how to get back. This city and its people were too strange for her. A handsome man stood next to a luxurious car, wearing a suit, one hand in his pocket. He looked very noble. He's every woman's dream lover. The young master arrived at the Amazon Forest restaurant. Escorted by the waiters, his steps were composed and very dignified. He exuded an aura of domineering coldness. The waiter smiled and showed him the way. The ingredients prepared for you today were specially flown and fresh, to be cooked by a French Michelin 3-star chef for you. Chai Xiao coldly glanced at the waiter. I prefer to dine alone quietly. Except for the head chef, send everyone else away. After receiving Chai Xiao's instructions, the waiter smiled and replied that it was no problem. Young Master Chai then followed his arrangements. He sat in front of the computer for a video conference. This 60 billion worth of land released by Tianji Real Estate is very suitable for developing into a high-end villa residential area. As he spoke, Chai Xiao used his fork to pick up a piece of meat. By then, we will monopolize the entire high-tech market. To avoid the grocery store owner, Ula made a big leap and flipped inside from the outside. Then she landed steadily with her knees slightly bent. Afterwards, she wandered around inside, observing the surroundings. This place felt very similar to the Amazon forest. Maybe the tribe wasn't far away. As she walked, her stomach suddenly growled loudly. The feeling of hunger from her stomach made her face look quite unpleasant. At this moment, she was thinking about large quantities of meat and fish. It had been 2 days since she had eaten roasted wild boar. If only she had known to bring a few bananas when escaping. Suddenly, Ula smelled a fragrant aroma with her nose. This scent was very familiar to her. Without a word, she walked towards the direction of the fragrance. Chai Xiao was having a video conference while using his fork to pick at the meat on his plate. He occasionally tapped on the computer keyboard. Just as he was about to put it in his mouth, a spear flew from afar. It snatched the meat from his fork. He looked at the empty fork and fell into deep thought. When he came to his senses and looked in the direction of the spear, he found that the spear had pinned the meat from his fork to a pillar. Then a girl walked towards him. Chai Xiao looked at the girl's outfit and makeup, thinking to himself that she must be a waitress here. Ula walked past him, slightly lowering her head to make eye contact with Chai Xiao. At this moment, Ula had no good feelings towards a man in front of her. Chai Xiao, however, sat cross-legged on the ground, disdainfully questioning her. Was that spear thrown by you? Ula was constantly evaluating this man in her mind. At this moment, Ula had already calculated the result in her mind. She coldly snorted at the man, disdainfully saying, "This weak man is not worth fearing." Suddenly, she jumped directly onto the table. Chai Xiao, who was working nearby, was startled. He really didn't know where this woman had come from. She crouched on the table, shamelessly picking up a piece of meat. She had never seen these foods before. They looked strange, but smelled so good. When she took the first bite, she immediately cried with joy. This taste, this texture, a flavor she had never experienced before. It was simply the meat of the gods. Realizing the meat in front of her was extraordinary, she began to devour it ravenously. Ula didn't care about her image at all, eating and saying delicious at the same time. With meat in her mouth, she didn't forget to eat a banana to cleanse her palate. At this time, she didn't notice that the face of the person next to her had already darkened considerably. After finishing the meat, Ula directly started licking the plate, just to ensure not a single drop of sauce was left on the plate. The delicious meat of the gods, not a drop could be wasted. At this moment, she had already licked the plate in her hand clean. She then looked up to see the empty plate, her heart already shattered into pieces. With a sniff of her nose, Ula smelled the scent of the god's meat. With a glance from the corner of her eye, she discovered the source of the divine meat's aroma. Chai Xiao, with a gloomy face, used his phone as a mirror. Where did this crazy woman come from? Maybe I should call security. But Ula looked at him with sparkling eyes. Just as the man was about to raise his hand to wipe off the sauce on his face, he was stopped by Ula. Hearing her surprised squeal, Chai Xiao could only accept his misfortune. Ula longed for that drop of sauce. She stared at him with her big, cute, innocent eyes, wanted to eat the last drop of sauce as well. At this moment, Ula leaped directly from the table towards Chai Xiao. She was simply after the sauce on Chai Xiao's face, but this startled Chai Xiao. However, Ula lost her balance and couldn't control her body. She was about to overshoot. Seeing this, Chai Xiao hurriedly dodged backward. The computer, plates on the table, and banana peels all flew up. They were in the air, accompanied by a few falling leaves scattering around. The two of them fell to the ground like this. They ended up kissing like this. Then the plates and computer crashed to the floor. When Ula came to her senses, she immediately got up from Chai Xiao. Her face instantly turned red with embarrassment. Chai Xiao raised his hand to touch the painful back of his head. Chai Xiao slowly stood up, feeling like his whole body was about to fall apart. He touched his neck and turned to question Ula. "What exactly is your purpose?" Ula covered her mouth, her heart pounding. "According to the tribe's rules, I have to marry the man who stole my first kiss." However, on the other side, Chai Xiao wiped the corner of his mouth, where Ula had just kissed him. This gesture was truly captivating. One evening, Ula seriously asked Grandma Chief, "Why do Sister Missy and Brother Udi have to get married after they kissed?" Grandma Chief smiled slightly. "Because there's an ancient rule in the tribe. In the future, whoever steals your first kiss must be your destined one." She rested her chin on both hands, listening attentively to these words. So Ula must spend her life with him to repay his courage and love. The young Ula was still a bit confused and excitedly asked Grandma Chief, "What if someone doesn't follow this rule?" As soon as she finished speaking, Grandma Chief's face became very fierce. "Then they will be punished by the god Yaguruna. They will be turned into a green anaconda in the Amazon River forever." Recalling that scene just now was hell for Ula. "That was my first kiss. Do I have to marry him now?" Ula glared at Chai Xiao angrily, truly unwilling in her heart. Why did it have to be him? This man looks so weak. My ideal type should be that kind of big, dark, and strong man, exuding the pungent sweat smell of an Amazon warrior. That's what Ula wants. Her face became increasingly fierce. "I don't want to marry such a pale and clean pretty boy." Ula stared at him with the most terrifying eyes. To Ula, Chai Xiao was a man who seemed weak all over, feeling like he would break if bent. But Chai Xiao's aura could never be erased. At this moment, Ula nervously poked her fingers together. "Maybe we can pretend nothing happened. There shouldn't be any big problem." Grandma Chief's grim and terrifying face appeared in her mind. With a green water python around her neck, "You will be cursed by the god Yaguruna. You will be turned into a green water python forever. These voices kept lingering in Ula's ears, refusing to go away. She directly hit her head against a pillar. Her heart was very resistant. I don't want to turn into a green water python. Chai Xiao looked at the dejected girl in front of him. He was really speechless. He felt this girl was so dramatic, even doubting if she was studying acting. When Ula came back to her senses, she stared at the ground with wide eyes. Is this really destined? It seems I have no other choice. Ula stood up and turned to look at Chai Xiao. There's no other way now. I can only make this man in front of me take responsibility. After understanding all this, she strode towards Chai Xiao. Chai Xiao stood there with one hand in his pocket, quietly waiting for Ula to walk towards him. However, Ula pointed at herself, speaking in the language of the Amazon tribe. She said a lot, but he couldn't understand a single word. Chai Xiao folded his arms, surrounded by a strong aura. This woman isn't trying to say, I took advantage of her, is she? He said arrogantly. I'm the real victim here. After hearing his nonsensical language, Ula suddenly remembered. She hit her own head hard. This man is too stupid. He can't understand what I'm saying at all. Suddenly, Ula thought of an idea. She twisted her body like a water snake. If we don't get married, we'll be cursed by the spirits. We'll turn into green anacondas. He watched Ula's actions and found them somewhat amusing. Chai Xiao thought to himself, I'm such an idiot for trying to reason with this person. Chai Xiao waved his hand and turned to leave. I don't care where you're from or what you're trying to express. Please stop wasting my time. Ula was in the darkness, all alone. There was only a beam of light around. My first kiss was given to a complete stranger, and he's not even my ideal type. Moreover, he's irresponsible. I can only take him back to the tribe, train him well, and make him my ideal marriage partner. Her ideal type is a man with big biceps. Ula jumped up and rushed forward, gesticulating wildly. Like a witch, she said, come back with me. I'll train you to marry me. Chai Xiao sensed the movement behind him with his peripheral vision. The corner of his mouth slightly curved up, showing a disdainful expression. I won't make the same mistake twice. However, Chai Xiao quickly calculated Ula's speed and movements using physics and mathematical formulas. He used this data to predict Ula's direction. After making his judgment, he simply stepped aside to avoid Ula's attack. At this moment, he didn't forget to trip Ula with his foot. Her body uncontrollably lunged forward. It seemed she was about to fall down the steps and hit the stones. She didn't expect this man to have such a move. Seeing Ula about to hit the stones, Chai Xiao without a word caught her by the waist. The touch on her waist made Ula's whole body shudder. After steadying her, Chai Xiao looked at her deeply. I don't want to see you die by hitting the stones. He appeared indifferent, but his body was honest. This sentence reminded Ula of her childhood in the Amazon forest. When they saw others fall to the ground, they would stand by and laugh. Ula put her hands on her hips and said confidently, I'm an invincible Amazon huntress. I will only marry a man who can defeat me. At this moment, Ula's face suddenly turned red. She stood there stunned, thinking to herself, is this destiny? Suddenly, an old man with a cane saw this scene. Like a bolt from the blue, he immediately pointed at them and said, What are you doing? You are siblings. They sat together on the sofa. After receiving this news, they said in unison, How can she be my sister? How can he be my brother? The old man took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat on his forehead and smiled at them. He kept trying to persuade the two, don't get excited. It's impossible not to be excited. Ula was very agitated. If he's my brother, how can we get married? What about the first kiss just now? The more she thought about it, the worse her expression became. She started screaming. Grandma Chief didn't mention how to solve it if kissed by a brother. The more Ula thought about it, the more her head hurt. She raised her hand to rub her temples. Chai Xiao, seeing this scene, thought this woman's acting was too poor. Then he turned his head to look. This woman is 100% suspicious. Where did she come from? Probably just trying to scheme for our Chai family's property. Suddenly, the butler of the Chai family mansion walked in, holding a package. He handed it to the old man. Sir, a package has been delivered for you. The old man took the package and placed it on his lap. It came at the right time, switching between two languages. Explaining to each of you separately is really troublesome. After opening the package, he took out a small device. This was specially made by the good doctor who invented the meat-transforming suit that I requested. He explained that by wearing it, using the resonance conversion between eardrum reception and vocal cord output, one would be able to understand and speak modern language. Ula's eyes lit up as she looked at the device, thinking it was food. Meanwhile, Chai Xiao also thought it was good with potential for product development. The old man walked over over and personally helped Ula put on the translator. From now on, you can use this translator to gradually learn and communicate with us. Suddenly, the old man's eyes filled with tears, but the smile on his face remained. Grandpa has so many things he wants to tell you, Ula. As soon as he finished speaking, Ula excitedly shouted, pointing to her ear. It's so amazing. I can immediately understand what you just said, Grandpa. Hearing this, he laughed. I can understand what you're saying now, too. No more need to speak that convoluted indigenous language. Then Chai Xiao, who had been silent on the side, suddenly called out, Grandpa. He stood there aloofly with his arms crossed. Now, can we get back to the main topic? At this moment, the old man took out a pocket watch from his pocket. He looked very worried because this story had to be told from long ago. On top of the pocket watch was a photo of a family of 3. The mother in the picture looked very similar to Ula now. Your father, Chai Yu, was a zoologist, and your mother, Charlene, was a botanist. The old man seriously explained Ula's background. Ula listened attentively. It turns out this story began 15 years ago. 15 years ago from now. At that time, Ula was only 3 years old. On the day they went to the Amazon, the weather suddenly changed. The plane unfortunately crashed. They had received an important scientific research mission at that time. Later, the heartbroken old man chose to keep this past forever hidden in his heart alone. He silently erected a cenotaph for them by himself. The old man slowly lowered his head. So it's normal that you, Chai Xiao, didn't know about my relatives since you came. He tightly gripped the pocket watch in his hand. Until last year, an expedition team in an indigenous tribe in the Amazon discovered Chai Yu's research notes. Finally, I followed the clues and found the only survivor of the accident from that year. When the old man received this news, his body began to tremble. And Ula, standing not far away with a spear, was you, who was rescued and raised by the local indigenous people. Ula is my granddaughter. After saying all this, the old man handed the pocket watch to Ula. He told her that her previous name was Chai Tung, but if she's used to it, Ula is fine too. Ula looked down at the pocket watch in her hand, unable to believe her past was like this. For Ula, this was like a dream. Looking at the picture on it, it's like Dad, Mom, and me. So this is what my parents looked like. I'm not an unwanted child. She closed the pocket watch and placed it on her cheek, deeply feeling her parents' love for her. At this moment, I finally saw them. When she came to her senses, she excitedly asked if Brother Chai Xiao also missed them. But Chai Xiao calmly said he wasn't their child. A moment later, Ula raised her hand to her ear, doubting if she had heard wrong. She immediately asked again, saying she didn't hear clearly. Chai Xiao reluctantly repeated, I'm not your real brother. Do you understand now? He said these words in a very cold tone. The old man beside them waved his hand. He's right. Actually, I adopted Chai Xiao from an orphanage when he was very young. The old man took their hands and put them together, repeatedly urging them to get along well. Both of them were stunned. Their hands were tightly held by the old man. The two looked very harmonious. Chai, you call her your sister. Take good care of your sister in the future. Ula, you should listen to your brother. At this moment, the old man's face turned slightly red. He made a heart shape in front of him. Our Chai family should love each other and be one family. Chai Xiao quickly pulled his hand away. Expressionlessly, he said, I don't care. It's just one more person in the house. No big deal. Ula silently let out a breath. Then she raised her hand and patted her chest. So that's how it is. I was a bit nervous just now. She stroked her chin, thinking while looking at the person beside her. So that means, brother, we can still get married, and we won't turn into green pythons. The old man leaned on his cane, rubbing his waist. Chai Xiao, take your sister to familiarize herself with our house surroundings. It's been a long day. I'm a bit tired. Suddenly, Ula looked over excitedly. Brother, in our Amazon tribe, we have a rule. She looked at Chai Xiao with her innocent and cute eyes. Then Ula pointed upwards. As long as a man and woman make a promise with their first kiss, they must get married. So I can marry brother. She continued, saying otherwise they would be cursed. Chai Xiao didn't want to pay attention to her and turned away. Who would believe such lies? Ula felt like her world was collapsing. She frowned sadly. This is true. Grandma Chief would never lie. Chai Xiao stood up and slowly spoke. In modern society, kissing is very common. Besides, what happened before was just an accident. At this point, Chai Xiao leaned down. I don't care about your tribal rules. Since you're living in the city now, you should get rid of those barbaric habits. Seeing Ula in front of him, Chai Xiao felt annoyed. Ula felt very hurt inside. Why is my fiancé brother treating me like this? Why was brother so fierce yesterday? Is it because I ate all the god's meat? We're supposed to get married. Is he so resistant to it? Her little head was full of big questions. Her worried expression was undisguised. What is brother really thinking? Suddenly, little Ula had a flash of inspiration. She raised the small wooden stick in her hand, as if having an epiphany. It must be that brother isn't ready for marriage yet. She was so excited inside that she was dancing. Her whole body was covered in shy little peach hearts. Brother is really shy. Far away in the luxurious villa, brother was resting on the soft big bed, completely unaware that someone had misunderstood him. The butler suddenly walked to the young master's room, holding a huge tablet. Grandfather's angry voice came from the video call. The sun is already setting. The young Master Chai was forced to sit up, complaining impatiently with an annoyed face. Grandpa, what are you doing? The fashionable grandfather immediately became interested. He excitedly showed off to his grandson. I'm in Hawaii now. The tour group is called the Sunset Red Senior Group. The young master's expression suddenly changed, looking utterly disbelieving. Didn't you just come back from the Amazon? How did you go abroad again? Grandfather squinted his eyes contentedly. Now that we've found Ula, my wish is fulfilled. This old man is going to have some fun. Then he waved dismissively at his grandson. So I'm just telling you, I won't be back from this trip for about 2 or 3 years. Chai Xiao immediately felt annoyed. You're the chairman of Chai Group. How are we going to explain this to the shareholders? Grandfather suddenly snapped his fingers, looking at his grandson with sparkling eyes. This is your chance. When I brought Ula back from the Amazon to the city, I made an agreement with her. She only wants to stay for a year. After that, she'll return to the Amazon. The young man shook his head indifferently, his expression full of disinterest. Is that so? What does that have to do with me? But grandfather looked confident. Haven't you always been dissatisfied with the group's management philosophy? Haven't you always wanted to reform the company? If you can change Ula's indigenous habits, turn her into a proper lady who doesn't want to return to the Amazon, I'll promote you to executive CEO. Chai Xiao stroked his chin thoughtfully, thinking that the company would fall into his hands. But could there really be such a good deal? At this moment, a beautiful woman in a bikini suddenly entered the frame. She hugged grandfather's shoulder. Baby, let's go swimming. The young master became suspicious. His deep eyes suddenly widened. Are you sure you're on a senior citizens tour group? But the other side didn't bother to respond. They just went offline instantly, giving him no time to react. He could only helplessly hold his forehead and sigh silently. Indeed, the older this old man gets, the less respect he has for others. As young Master Chai's thoughts were drifting away, he smelled something that made him suddenly alert. He shouted that the house was on fire and quickly ran to the window. When he saw Ula grilling something, it felt like 1,000 crows flew through his mind. Little Ula didn't understand these things. She waved at her brother by the window. I found so many fish here. Let me make breakfast for you today. The butler stood by, gloating. He quietly explained to his young master, aren't those your ornamental koi? The little beauty picked up the knife in her hand and forcefully stabbed the fish's body. The 8th plump koi died a tragic death. On the other side, in the bustling street, a steady luxury car was driving along. Tang Ruhan leisurely examined the red wine. Gu Qiao, you really understand me. I invited you out, and you brought such a good bottle of red wine. The beautiful Miss Gu didn't give him a glance. Don't misunderstand. I just happened to visit a winery a few days ago. This is for him. Miss Tang was shocked upon hearing this. I knew you wouldn't be so nice to me. You're always thinking about your little fiancé. Gu Qiao was seriously looking at her phone, her tone very calm. Don't be so petty. I'm just dropping it off on the way. Miss Tang pouted unhappily. So we're going to Chai Zhao's house. Aren't we supposed to go to the spa? Meanwhile, at her brother's house, little Ula was admiring the fragrant grilled fish. Brother will be so happy when he sees me feeding him grilled fish. The brother himself soon arrived at the scene. As soon as he opened his mouth, he exuded a low pressure. If you're hungry, you can ask the butler to prepare breakfast anytime. Finally, please remember, the koi in the pond are for viewing, not for you to eat as you please. Little Ula didn't understand. Why is brother always so fierce? Aren't fish meant to be eaten? Why do I have to just look at them? The young master put his hands in his pockets, looking very cold. Don't ask so many whys. This is how modern people enjoy life. She suddenly puffed up her cheeks. I think eating until you're full makes you feel the beauty of life more, doesn't it? Chai Xiao calmly explained to her. In modern cities, food is readily available. There's no need to make a fuss. Quickly throw these away. The native was extremely confused. Throwing away fragrant grilled fish, just like that? Do modern people really not value food? Little Ula hurriedly defended herself. I saw that brother was in a bad mood yesterday, so I grilled this for you to eat. The young master interrupted her words directly. He explained that he wouldn't be happy at all, and I won't eat this kind of thing. Her heart was already shocked beyond belief. It looks, smells, and tastes great, and it's crispy. How can brother not be tempted at all? Could it be that brother is an idiot? Brother is indeed good at fighting, but his brain seems so stupid. Do I have to marry an idiot? The butler frowned and pleaded for the little miss. She really cares about your mood, young master. The old master would be very touched if he knew. At this moment, the little miss's stomach growled, interrupting the butler's careful help. Suddenly, the surroundings became very quiet. The butler immediately sighed. The little miss was so busy preparing breakfast for the young master this morning that she hasn't eaten herself yet. The butler didn't say the rest. The young master turned his head with a gloomy face and quietly threatened him to shut up. Chai Xiao seemed to realize his mistake. He actually took the initiative to pat her shoulder, awkwardly trying to seek forgiveness. Unexpectedly, she turned her head away directly, giving her brother only an angry back. The man embarrassedly rubbed his head, his expression momentarily dazed. Don't be angry anymore. I indeed misunderstood you. Little Ula suddenly turned around with a big grin. Her big eyes narrowed excitedly. I didn't expect brother to fall for it too. Cold sweat involuntarily broke out on his forehead. She was just pretending to be angry. Are even indigenous people so cunning now? He secretly hid his hands behind his back, thoughtfully explaining to his brother. If you don't like eating fish, I grilled something else for you. Ula immediately took out the dead frog in her hand. Her eyes looked at her brother with great expectation. Will you accept my sincerity? The butler was gloating again on the side. If the young master doesn't accept it, I'm afraid the fish in the pond will suffer. Chai Xiao was left speechless by the mockery. His big hand tremblingly took it. Then he felt a chill. It's just death at worst. He quickly pointed to the right. Ula, look, there's a wild boar over there. Little Ula, of course, quickly turned her head, saying she would catch it for her brother. The butler watching the fun on the left side was grinning widely. At this moment, the young master suddenly stuffed the frog into his mouth. Ula turned back a bit disappointed, her white little face slightly wrinkled. Brother, I didn't see any wild boar. She only saw the clean fork in her brother's hand. He was explaining seriously. Maybe it ran away already. He didn't see the butler's tightly closed mouth. She stared at her brother with shining eyes. I grilled the frog's internal organs together. Isn't it especially authentic? Soon she noticed the butler foaming at the mouth. Her big eyes blinked in confusion. He looks like he's in a lot of pain. Chai Xiao restrained his upturned mouth corners. He secretly glanced at the butler. Maybe the surprise was too sudden. Afu, you go back and rest for a while. Little Ula kept smiling at her brother. The man suddenly looked her up and down, but his mouth curled into a smile. I think you're the idiot. Unexpectedly, the change came so quickly. The brother, who was fine, just now suddenly pushed her aside and covered his nose and mouth. He asked the woman in front of him in a muffled voice, "How many days haven't you bathed?" But she stood there blankly, not responding, as if it wasn't a big deal. However, her little brain turned quickly. Her small hand immediately grabbed her brother's big hand. "Then I'll go take a bath. Brother, come with me?" Now I've discovered a serious problem. If I don't marry my first kiss, I'll turn into a green water python. But Chai Xiao still doesn't want to marry me. She anxiously started to fantasize, as if seeing herself after turning into a snake. She must think of some good ways to get closer to her brother. This way, she can successfully marry him and lift this curse. Chai Xiao crushed this fantasy in one go. He coldly refused, saying, "We absolutely cannot do such an absurd thing." However, Ula had already stepped into the pond. With both hands holding mud, she asked in confusion, "Why can't we bathe together?" He was speechless at this. His gaze blankly fixed ahead, feeling exhausted all over. The indigenous mini-lesson was about to begin. Ula thoughtfully explained beside him, "Before the rainy season arrives, our tribe uses mud to clean our bodies. Just apply thick mud all over your body. When it dries and cracks off naturally, it takes away the dirt on your body." The city young master found this unheard of. He immediately showed a look of sudden realization. So that's what she meant. However, when he secretly glanced at the mud in her hands, the worms inside were still wriggling frantically. He could no longer resist walking forward. He scooped up the little woman from the pond, then put her down again with an expressionless face. Since you've become my sister, I won't allow you to be so dirty. I'll show you now what modern bathing is like." Then, ignoring the girl's attempts to explain, he directly brought her to the mansion's hall. Just then, the butler suddenly walked in, loudly stopping the young master in front. "Miss Gu Qiao and Miss Tang Ruhan have arrived." Chai Xiao quickly turned his head. He saw Miss Tang wave her hand, saying, "I've come with your precious fiancé." The auxiliary girl, little Ula, was very shocked. She held her dizzy forehead with both hands. "Did I hear that right? Brother actually has a fiancé." She cursed her brother as unfaithful. Her big eyes became extremely aggrieved. "How could you casually get engaged to someone else?" She blurted out, stretching out her little hand and pointing forward. "Dear brother, if it's two timing, in our tribe, men have to be cut." Chai Xiao sighed helplessly. "Gu Qiao is not my fiancé. She's just my childhood friend. We grew up together. It's because of this relationship that everyone's always been used to it. But I'm not engaged to anyone." Ula's little heart relaxed accordingly. She then quickly hid her small dagger. But the man still pointed it out, his gaze deep as if wanting to inquire. Gu Qiao pretended not to care and spoke up. "I think I heard someone call you brother. What's that about?" So after an explanation, everyone fell silent again for a moment. She said she understood now. Then she began to choose her words carefully. "Sister Ula, don't take it to heart. It's all because Ruhan is always talking nonsense." Miss Tang suddenly narrowed her eyes. Everyone's used to it now. But Gu Qiao and Chai Xiao really do make a good match. I think they'll definitely end up together. Even though Ula was an indigenous person, she now felt a strong sense of threat. So she flew in her brother's arms, shouting loudly, "Of course not. Brother is mine. I'll never allow him to be with anyone else. If she tries to steal him from me, then I'll have no choice but to eliminate this woman." Chai Xiao coldly pushed her away. "Stay away from me. You've dirted my clothes." But Ula would only be obedient to him. Gu Qiao interrupted their bickering. She casually took out a bottle of fine wine. "I went abroad a while ago and brought this back especially for you." She then pulled out a small sachet and gently handed it to Ula. "It's our first meeting, so I'll give this to my little sister." This easily bribed woman was seen holding the sachet, smiling. "I didn't expect it to smell so nice. It makes me feel happy." She was, of course, a polite child, so she quickly took out a seashell, saying she would give it to the sister in front of her. When we receive gifts from others, we should sincerely give equally valuable gifts in return. Gu Qiao gently picked up the shell with her fingers. She turned her head to look at her friend nearby. This is indeed quite rare for them. She gracefully walked up to Ula, holding the lucky shell in her hand. "I will cherish it well." At this moment, Chai Zhao's displeased voice interrupted their conversation. "Ula, you need to go take a bath now. I think she probably hasn't bathed in a long time. It might take a while. Why don't you two make yourselves comfortable for now?" Gu Qiao displayed a gracious smile, completely hiding her true thoughts. "All right, let me know if you need any help." Tang Ruhan, however, pinched her nose and mumbled in a muffled voice, "No wonder I smelled something sour earlier." Gu Qiao's smile had already faded, her expression becoming quite sharp. She folded her arms and scoffed coldly. Just a wild child, after all. Then she casually tossed the seashell into the trash can, as if disposing of something dirty. "He is my brother, Chai Xiao. Although we haven't known each other for long, we've been forced to live together. Because of a curse about first kisses, he became my future husband. We're in the stage of adapting to each other. But he's stingy, heartless, and domineering. He's also sarcastic and mean, and a super big idiot." At this point, she suddenly turned her head, carefully guessing, are all non-blood related brothers this bad? He suddenly leaned to one side, then turned his head to look at her. "Go back to your room first. Prepare the clothes you want to change into." Ula grumbled softly. "I didn't expect taking a bath to be so troublesome. My brother is really too fussy." Chai Xiao immediately lost his temper. "Do you indigenous people use leaves to cover yourselves when bathing? How can such a small matter be considered troublesome?" Her eyes stared straight at her brother, but a hint of helplessness arose in her heart. "You're really so skinny." The man had to forcibly turn her around, still defending himself. "I saw it on National Geographic. Is that not allowed?" But when he opened the door to her room, it was dazzlingly bright inside. The light was so intense he could barely open his eyes. Looking around, it was all indigenous designs. There was a huge leopard print wrap by the bed, and opposite the bed was even a man-eating plant. The young master suddenly felt a wave of emotion. Apparently, when it comes to messy rooms, there's no difference between city girls and indigenous girls. Then he picked up a small lizard nearby and tossed it out. You're now a young lady of means. You can't be so unruly. He dropped another bombshell. Tomorrow I'll call Afu to come and clean up all your things. Ula immediately became utterly distraught. These are all gifts given to me by everyone when I left the tribe. For me, they are emotional ties. The man seemed to be persuaded by her words and actually stopped arguing. Quickly find your clothes. Don't waste any more of my time. She was naturally appeased and even happily hummed a hometown song. But her little hands were still rummaging around. Indeed, she did find something. She shyly showed a piece of clothing to her dear brother. Just looking at the fabric gave a sense of familiarity. Chai Xiao was utterly speechless inside. He pointed at the clothing. Isn't this exactly the same as what you're wearing? Little Ula immediately nodded frantically in confirmation. If it were different, it would only be when we get married. Then it would be made of leopard print. He suddenly tapped the little girl's head. Don't keep talking about marriage all the time. I've told you, that's just a legend to fool children. She wasn't upset about being tapped on the head, but her expression became increasingly anxious. She seemed to want to argue that this matter was definitely true. Young Master Chai's worldview was about to collapse. Just because of one kiss, you have to marry someone you've only known for a few days? Ula said this wasn't a problem at all. I will try hard to like you. Then there won't be any problem, right? Hearing this, he let out a light chuckle. The smile on his lips became very meaningful. Love isn't as simple as just trying to like someone. Unexpectedly, he suddenly reached out his hand and gently pushed the girl's shoulder. She involuntarily stepped back, her bright eyes closing from the momentum. Then she fell heavily onto the soft bed. Chai Xiao leaned forward, his domineering male aura enveloping her entire body. What do you think it takes for two people to be in love? He raised his deep eyes, staring unblinkingly at little Ula. Being in love also requires doing things that make your heart race. At this moment, her brother's gaze and the breath from his mouth had an indescribable sense of danger. The more she thought about it, the more terrifying it seemed. Her little hand involuntarily raised up. A loud slap was heard, and young Master Chai was actually slapped away. Ula hugged a small pillow and retreated. This won't do. Embarrassing things can only be done after marriage. Brother, please control yourself. Young Master Chai explained that this was a huge misunderstanding. You actually took me for a pervert. I was only trying to scare you a little. Then the two came to the private bathroom. Her clear, but somewhat foolish eyes widened suddenly. Is this where you bathe? As far as the eye could see, it was an ultra-luxurious bathroom. She could play to her heart's content here. But the young master expressed his dislike and asked her to ignore these details. After all, this style was designed according to grandfather's requirements. The indigenous girl kept looking around. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly. She couldn't see any mud anywhere. He ignored this comment and gazed at the girl. Where are your change of clothes? The girl excitedly said she forgot to bring them. He turned around with a dark expression, explaining he would go get them for her. But while he was gone, she shouldn't move around freely. Ula ignored his warning. Her legs quickly carried her to the toilet. She kept guessing in her mind, this is a well. I'll have a drink before brother comes back. She very politely extended both hands. Then she slowly scooped out some water. Her mouth reverently approached her palms. Luckily, Chai Xiao arrived just in time to save the girl who wanted to drink toilet water. But that splash of water spilled onto him. He pointed at the toilet. The little girl looked at her brother with confusion. What is this thing? I've never seen it before. Chai Xiao stared at her with a lifeless expression. He wanted to get angry inside, but anyone who saw that innocent face would probably have to grit their teeth and swallow their anger. So he took off his wet clothes, revealing his strong, muscular body. You really can't be left alone. The young master's peach blossom eyes were truly captivating. He indicated he didn't know about this and kept urging the girl to come over so he could teach her how to bathe. Have you ever experienced guilt? Because I'm deeply feeling that emotion now. I've made everything worse. Ula rushed to her brother's room. She pushed open the door in front of her. Her hand holding the medicinal herbs trembled slightly. I brought you herbs for treatment. But inside this door, she discovered such a scene. That woman was applying ointment to her brother. She couldn't fit in at all. She lowered her head in disappointment. She began to silently blame herself. Perhaps at the root of it all, it might be that I don't fit into this modern world. You must want to know exactly what happened, right? Let's turn back time to 1 hour ago. Ula was standing there in a daze. Her little heart was beating wildly. For a moment, she was so entranced that she forgot to react. Drool trickled from the corner of her mouth. She expressed that she never imagined her brother, who seemed like a weakling, would have such a muscular body when he took off his clothes. Just as she was about to reach out and touch him, her face was suddenly covered by flying clothes. It immediately sobered up her infatuated mind. She pouted and frowned, her little face puffing up. "Why did you throw your wet clothes on my head?" The man asked back. Has she sobered up now? Constantly looking at others with lustful eyes is very impolite behavior. Please control yourself. The little brat approached the girl step by step, explaining with a mischievous smile. Changing clothes when they're dirty is normal, isn't it? Just as Ula was about to compromise, he walked past her and went straight to the wardrobe opposite. Then he took out some clothes from inside. She seemed to discover something and covered her little mouth in shock. "Brother, you have so many scars on your back." Chai Xiao didn't want to explain these, so he quickly put on his clothes. He casually patted Ula's little head. "Little kid, don't meddle in other people's business." But Ula's heart was very sensitive. This scene made her think more. What exactly happened in Brother's past? Young Master Chai turned her head with his hand. His tone carried a hint of helplessness. "All right, it's time to teach you how to bathe." Ula followed her brother's footsteps inside. At this moment, even her hair was confused. "How to bathe here? There's no water or mud." Chai Xiao lightly tapped the screen in front. "Click here to adjust the appropriate hot water when the temperature reaches 30 degrees. Then click here." She stretched out both hands in amazement, quickly touching where the warm water flowed out. Is this a miracle? Even the high priest can't discern this kind of sorcery. Young Master Chai was momentarily choked. He explained to her that it was modern technology. "Did you understand all the operations just now?" Ula shouted internally. "Oh no, I was so excited earlier that I didn't pay attention to how to press the buttons. But it seems like just a few operations. I probably understood it." She slowly moved to the water outlet. Then she put on a polite smile. "Don't worry, brother. Is it just pressing here and here?" But she pressed too frequently. The originally suitable temperature rose to 60 degrees. The water sprayed down steaming hot. She had already prepared herself mentally for the worst, but at this moment, a change came. The scalding hot water poured onto her brother. Time returned to the present. Ula carefully held the medicinal herbs, her gaze full of concern as she shouted, "Brother, put these herbs on. The burned skin will heal quickly." Just as she was about to enter the room, Gu Qiao stepped forward from the opposite side. She indicated that she wanted to talk to her outside. Unexpectedly, this woman went straight to the point. Chai Zhao's skin is easily allergic. These herbs of unknown origin can't be applied carelessly. This is a city, not a tribe. You can't just do whatever you want. These merciless words stopped Ula from defending herself. But she didn't know the dangers of the world and still thought Gu Qiao was a caring big sister. She tilted her head in confusion, expressing that she was very worried about her brother. Gu Qiao began to persuade with deep calculation. Your living environment is different. The things you encounter are different. You and he are from two different worlds. Your self-righteous naivety. Even if you hurt others, you wouldn't know, right? This time it's a burn. What about next time? Ula felt very guilty. How could he have such a sister? In the quiet night, Ula climbed onto the roof. She quietly gazed at the starry sky. An owl accompanied her. Her mood was inevitably low, and she sighed worriedly. She turned her head curiously, asking the owl with big eyes, "Do you feel the difference between living in the city and in the forest?" The words Gu Qiao said that day hurt her heart. Have you ever thought that your living environments since childhood are different? The things you encounter are different. You are from two different worlds. Her words were harsh, but true. Your self-righteous naivety. Even if you hurt others, you wouldn't know, right? How could he have such a sister? Ula closed her eyes, sadly hugging herself. Everything she had learned in the tribe so far only caused trouble here. In the end, it made everyone unhappy. But he only dared to hide on the roof and confide in the owl. That day, because I didn't know how to use the water heater, it caused him to get hurt. I feel like I'm really useless. Suddenly, Ula shouted like a madman. What should I do? She cried and vented her bad emotions. Even the owl was scared away. Inside the house, Chai Xiao was startled awake by this sound. He sat up with messy hair, unhappily holding his forehead. In the middle of the night, who's screaming like a ghost? On the roof, Ula covered her constantly gurgling stomach. She hadn't eaten dinner tonight. She felt she might die of heartbreak here now. Chai Xiao jumped up from the window, crouched on the roof, and sarcastically commented on her. I feel like I'm the one who's going to be roasted to death here. Ula suddenly sat up, realizing he had come. Her eyes widened in surprise. "Brother, why are you here?" But Chai Xiao didn't fall for her act. With a serious expression, he directly asked back, "Shouldn't I be the one asking you that?" Hearing her brother say this, Ula sadly lowered her head onto her knees, hugging herself tightly. "Because everything is terrible." Chai Xiao tilted his head, looking at her blankly. He knew she felt very guilty inside. He heard her speak somewhat dejectedly. "It's my fault you got hurt." Ula kept her head buried, looking self-destructive. She didn't dare to lift her head. "I'm prepared for you to hate me." But unexpectedly, Chai Xiao looked up at the sky. He didn't refute her, but directly said, "Then, as an apology, why don't I scald you with hot water once too?" Ula, with a grimacing face, angrily pounded her chest, shouting loyally, "No problem. I'm willing to be scalded as many times as needed." Chai Xiao felt utterly speechless. He mercilessly flicked Ula's forehead. Ula closed her eyes in pain, her bangs flying up. Chai Xiao turned his head away, a bit uncomfortable. "I'm telling you, you're really an idiot. The wound isn't as serious as you think. You and Gu Xiao are making too big a fuss." Ula raised her head with tears in her eyes, frowning slightly. "Are you really telling the truth?" Chai Xiao didn't know what to do with her. He had to casually pull open his clothes. He turned his head and spoke helplessly. "If you don't believe me, see for yourself." So Ula hurriedly turned to the side and leaned in, opening her big eyes wide, carefully examining the burn on his neck. It was red all over. She pressed her lips together in concern. Fortunately, there were no blisters. It wasn't too serious, but still quite red over a large area. Chai Xiao bumped her shoulder, joking to comfort her. "I told you it's nothing, right? Never heard of anyone dying from bathwater. I probably won't be the first." After saying this, his expression became serious. He looked at Ula earnestly. "So stop feeling guilty." Ula's big eyes widened. His words struck her heart. Suddenly, it started beating fast like a little deer running wild. They were silent for a moment. Ula curled up her feet and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Brother, living here, don't you feel unhappy?" Chai Xiao raised his head firmly and spoke decisively. "Not at all. Because I'm strong." Ula pouted and mumbled. "Your answer is really straightforward." But Chai Xiao knew very clearly that they had to face wild beasts that could appear at any time in the forest. Survival of the fittest, because they always followed the law of the jungle. Although there are no wild beasts in the city, it's still another kind of jungle. They're all more or less the same. Chai Xiao suddenly raised his hand, tilting his head back with a heavy tone. "There are things here more terrifying than beasts. You have to become stronger to survive." He raised his hand, wanting to touch the moon, to grasp it tightly in his palm. Then Chai Xiao turned his head seriously, staring intently at Ula, comforting her, adapting. "Will take time." But Ula was trapped in a cycle of self-blame, head lowered and eyes drooping, feeling very guilty. "But I still caused you to get hurt, brother." Chai Xiao suddenly pointed at her. "Haven't you prepared yourself to be his sister?" Ula was confused by his words, raising her head in bewilderment. The next second, Chai Xiao soothingly ruffled her hair, his hand pressing on her drooping head. "Causing trouble for your brother is a sister's privilege, you know." Ula's cheeks turned red with embarrassment. She looked at him with big eyes, feeling very touched. To have such a brother. Chai Xiao also turned his head to respond to her. Ula was deeply moved. "Being looked at by you like this, it's as if your tolerance is drowning out the chaos in my heart." He pretended to be calm and coughed twice. "Tonight I've said things that are completely unlike me." But Ula found this side of her brother interesting. So, Ula couldn't help but squint her eyes and laugh softly. Her mood had brightened up. Beads of cold sweat slid down Chai Zhao's temple. She's finally smiling. After putting on an act, I can finally rest easy and go back to sleep peacefully. So he quickly suggested, "It's too cold on the roof at night. Let's go back to sleep." He couldn't help but rub his neck uncomfortably again. But just as Chai Xiao stood up, he lost his balance. His foot slipped, and he was about to fall backwards. He only had time to let out a surprised cry. Ula, seeing this, immediately widened her eyes. She shouted anxiously, "Brother!" Chai Xiao was so nervous that his whole body was covered in cold sweat. Before falling, he looked in Ula's direction. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. Just when he thought he was going to fall, Ula suddenly pulled out an eagle hook from behind her waist. The rope was hooked onto the roof beam. She reached out and grabbed him tightly. Ula shouted anxiously, "Brother, hold on tight to me. Don't be afraid." The two of them swung back and forth in midair. The situation was now very dangerous. Chai Xiao widened his eyes. He quickly warned her, worried, "You'll fall like this too." Ula was panting heavily from exhaustion, struggling to grip Chai Zhao's wrist tightly. She widened her eyes and held onto the rope, refusing to let go of him. But gradually, Ula lost her strength, her palms becoming sweaty. She suddenly realized sliding down like this, the two of them might be able to get down safely. Chai Xiao looked up in surprise, watching Ula's amazing maneuver. He couldn't help but widen his eyes. It was truly unbelievable. Ula's wrist kept shaking. She stared at the rope with a serious expression, constantly encouraging herself internally. Just hold on a little longer. But things didn't go as planned. The hook finally gave way due to the excessive weight, unable to grip the roof beam, and broke off completely. Ula heard the sound of it breaking. Her entire expression froze, and her heart shattered into two halves just like the hook. It's over now. The moment the rope slipped from her hand, she couldn't help but widen her eyes, thinking in panic, "Are my brother and I going to die?" But as they were falling, Chai Xiao immediately pulled the girl towards him, holding her tightly in his arms for protection. The two of them fell from the air to the ground. After a while, Ula suddenly raised her head, shaking off the leaves in her hair, and shouted in disbelief, "I can't believe I'm not dead." Chai Xiao was on the verge of tears, shaking his dizzy head. He closed his eyes and complained, "If you don't get off soon, I'm going to be crushed to death." Ula's face immediately became flustered, realizing that her brother had cushioned her fall. She hurriedly asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Chai Xiao scolded her in frustration. "You should worry about yourself first. Who would be so reckless as to jump down like that?" Ula listened to his lecture with a serious face. "Luckily, when we fell, we were only a few meters above the bushes. Otherwise, do you know how dangerous it would have been?" As they were talking, they suddenly realized their position was a bit awkward, so they quickly separated, pretending to be calm and looking away. After a moment of silence, Chai Xiao awkwardly rubbed the back of his neck. He couldn't help but admonish her with a serious tone. "What you did was too dangerous." Ula turned her head playfully, blinking at him and giggling. "The situation was urgent, so I didn't think too much about it." She then slowly told Chai Xiao about chasing prey in the jungle before. "Back then, I often swung on vines from one tree to another." Seeing her silly smile, Chai Xiao couldn't help but marvel, as expected of someone who grew up in an indigenous tribe. Seeing that Ula didn't understand the severity, he warned her seriously, "No matter whether you think it's a big problem or not, such behavior is absolutely forbidden in the future." Chai Xiao stared at her with deep eyes. "Grandfather finally found you after so much effort. If something happened to you, do you want to make grandfather sad again?" Hearing these words, Ula fell completely silent, lowering her head with a gloomy expression. But suddenly, Ula reached out and tightly grasped Chai Zhao's shirt at his chest. "Brother, if you died, grandfather and I would be just as heartbroken." Chai Xiao directly pinched Ula's cheeks, gently tugging them. "Did you hit your head?" Ula looked at him, pouting in exasperation. He lowered his head, his expression unreadable. "To the Chai family, I'm just an outsider, so there's no need to be sad for me." But after saying this, Chai Xiao turned his head away, not daring to look at her. "You idiot, you don't need to worry about so many things." Ula widened her eyes, staring at him angrily, and firmly refuted. "That's not true. I'm Ula from the Amazon indigenous tribe." Then she leaned in closer, her gaze sincere and pure. "And you, Chai Xiao, are my fiancé. You'll always be my family. Definitely not an outsider." Hearing her bold declaration, Chai Xiao was stunned, unable to say a word for a moment. But the next second, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Seeing Ula's serious and earnest expression was just too adorable. So he easily reached out and gently tapped her nose. Ula closed her eyes, caught off guard. Chai Xiao smiled, looking at her with amusement. How did this girl suddenly become so serious? It made him laugh. Ula was surprised to see how handsome he looked when he smiled, covering her mouth in astonishment. Chai Xiao rarely showed his emotions, so it was quite surprising. The next moment, Chai Xiao's face suddenly turned serious. He forcefully grabbed her wrist, his tone somewhat panicked. "Your hand is bleeding." Ula couldn't help but chuckle softly. She thought it was something more serious. She quickly said it was just a small scratch, telling him not to worry. But Chai Xiao suddenly leaned forward, holding her wrist. He extended his tongue and gently licked Ula's wound. Ula was completely stunned, her face instantly turning bright red. She stood there with wide eyes, bewildered and rooted to the spot. Chai Xiao spoke seriously, his eyes fixed on her, I don't like owing favors to others either. I've stopped your bleeding for you. The next morning, birds were chirping outside the window. Chai Xiao lay with his eyes closed, deep in sleep. Ula lay beside him, using a feather to gently tickle his nose. He's quite cute when he's asleep. Usually he's so fierce. At this moment, Chai Xiao felt his nose itching terribly. He let out a big sneeze, spraying right onto Ula's face. Ula quickly sat up, wiping her face repeatedly. She shouted through gritted teeth, "Brother, you sprayed your saliva all over my face." Chai Xiao finally woke up, his eyes still bleary. As soon as he opened them and saw Ula beside him, his eyes widened in shock. He quickly sat up, his cheeks flushed red as he loudly questioned, "Why are you here? When did you come in?" Ula kept wiping the saliva off her face, her voice full of confusion. "I came to wake you up." Chai Xiao felt utterly defeated internally. He grabbed his hair, thinking helplessly, "Only she and grandfather can scare me awake like this." As he was lost in his thoughts, he suddenly heard Ula exclaim excitedly. He turned his head, puzzled. Ula was beaming, eagerly suggesting, "Starting from today, I want to learn about modern city knowledge. I want to understand everything here." After saying this, her tone became a bit downcast. "This way, I won't cause trouble for brother in the future." The next second, Chai Xiao pulled out a pair of glasses from somewhere and put them on. Looking very scholarly, Chai Xiao typed rapidly on the computer. "Actually, I've already arranged a study course for you from the beginning. I was just waiting for you to say this." Ula excitedly leaned over, her eyes full of anticipation. "So, what will I be learning? Will it be interesting?" Thinking back, she recalled, in the past, when the tribal teachers taught us, crafts class would teach us how to make bows and arrows. And animal class would take us into the forest to learn about various beasts, preparing us for potential dangers. There was also a nature class, where we'd go to the mountaintop to observe stars and learn divination. Those were all so much fun. But Chai Xiao pushed up his glasses scholarly and said, "I'm sorry, but it seems I'll have to disappoint you. In the city, all you need to study is a desk and a chair. That's enough." Then he turned the computer towards Ula. "This is your schedule for the week. To avoid any misunderstandings." Chai Xiao smiled and stroked his chin. 8 classes every day, plus evening self-study. Within a year, I guarantee you'll have no problem attending any high society social circle. He lowered his eyes, pondering to himself, "This way, I can also fulfill the promise between grandfather and me faster." Ula quickly called for a stop, holding her head as if in pain. "The city is so different from the tribe. Do you all need to learn this much just to survive?" It was like a bolt from the blue. Ula groaned painfully. "I don't even know what those things are, but I can already feel the terror of studying." Vididi, seeing her so nervous, Chai Xiao reached out and gently patted her shoulder. "Don't worry too much." His voice was steady. "You can learn all these things just by glancing at them." Because when Chai Xiao was 15, he had already completed his master's degree at Harvard. Ula turned her head, her face ashen. "I suddenly feel like living in ignorance isn't so bad." But Chai Xiao righteously refused. "That's not acceptable." A Fu appeared out of nowhere. He whispered in Chai Xiao's ear, "Young master, haste makes waste." Chai Xiao was startled by him. His heart almost jumped out. He quickly patted his chest and complained to A Fu. "A Fu, when did you get here? Please don't come in silently, okay?" A Fu bowed his head respectfully. "I did greet you earlier. You were just too immersed in your pride to notice." The next second, A Fu got to the point. "I think Miss Ula should start learning about the city from her interests first." Hearing this, Ula instantly got excited and agreed. But Chai Xiao seemed confused. A Fu thoughtfully explained, "You could visit the research lab where her parents used to work, experience life, and learn about the city and cultural knowledge that way." Ula immediately got excited. She liked this approach. But Chai Xiao had the opposite attitude and didn't agree. "A Fu, you're spoiling her too much." But in the end, they still came. The lab door before them was dilapidated. Due to its age, no one had been here for a long time. Chai Xiao looked up and surveyed it. "I always thought this old shack in the backyard was just a storage room. I didn't expect it to be a lab." Ula curiously leaned forward and asked, "Is this where Mom and Dad used to work?" Chai Xiao didn't answer her question. Instead, he stepped forward first. He changed the subject directly. "Let's go in." As soon as they opened the door and walked in, seeing the scene inside, both of them were stunned on the spot. They saw an unknown creature suddenly appear before them. Its eyes emitted a terrifying golden light, and it was panting heavily. It looked very ferocious. Seeing this, Ula quickly looked up at Chai Xiao. She called out fearfully, "Brother!" Seeing her like this, Chai Xiao immediately reached out and held her hand, interlocking their fingers. With a determined expression, he protected her by his side. His voice was steady and powerful. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." The two arrived at the abandoned studio. Chai Xiao lowered his head, his expression serious, and held her hand tightly. Ula was stunned for a moment. Seeing her confused look, Chai Xiao reassured her. "This place has been abandoned for too long. It might be some animal that got in. Don't be afraid." Ula was secretly delighted. She thought to herself, "Actually, growing up in the forest, I've hunted cheetahs and caught pythons. Any animal is child's play to me." She secretly looked up at Chai Xiao, feeling touched. She never expected her brother would step up to protect her. Chai Xiao stared at the animal in front of them, his voice unconsciously lowering. "Let's slowly back out. Be careful not to startle it. I'll have the butler send someone to deal with it later." Ula happily agreed, showing no signs of fear in her steps. Chai Xiao looked at her, his face immediately showing some exasperation. "Why is your expression so strange?" Just as the two were quietly backing away, the door behind them suddenly slammed shut. It made a loud noise, startling them both into a cold sweat. Chai Xiao was really surprised. He quickly went forward and kept turning the doorknob, trying to open it, but it wouldn't budge. He raised his head helplessly and delivered the bad news. "It seems the lock is broken from years of disrepair." Just then, there was a small commotion in the dark corner of the room. A fierce wild boar suddenly appeared before their eyes. Ula noticed it first. "So it's this guy, and it's such a big, fierce one. In that case, let me protect you, brother." But before she could act, Chai Xiao suddenly turned around. He grabbed her wrist and ran toward the room on the side. "We can't get out. Quick, run to another place." As they ran anxiously, Chai Xiao looked back and shouted strangely, "How on earth do we have a wild boar in our house?" Inside the villa, a Fu was watching the news broadcast. "A male wild boar has escaped from the wildlife park. Relevant personnel are conducting area-by-area searches." A Fu squinted his eyes, sighing with a very regretful tone. "Whoever runs into this is going to be in trouble." The TV was still educating. Wild boars are very fierce and bad-tempered animals. If citizens spot one, they should immediately contact the police and the zoo. Meanwhile, in the abandoned lab, Chai Xiao was pulling Ula, running desperately forward. The wild boar was persistently chasing behind them. Chai Xiao suddenly noticed a cabinet ahead. He quickly pushed Ula towards it, urging her to get in. His eyes vigilantly watched the wild boar behind them. They hurriedly crawled in. Chai Xiao quickly closed the cabinet door, keenly watching outside through the cracks. Ula was about to speak, but Chai Xiao suddenly raised his hand to cover her mouth, gesturing for her to be quiet. Then he carefully peeked outside the cabinet. They saw the wild boar constantly moving around outside, sniffing. Chai Xiao's tone was vigilant and serious. "We'll find the right moment. Then we'll escape." Unable to speak, Ula made a muffled sound to get attention. She pointed pitifully at Chai Xiao's hand that was still covering her mouth. Chai Xiao finally realized and quickly removed his hand, apologizing to the girl. He hadn't noticed that he had covered her mouth for so long. As the atmosphere quieted down, they became aware of how close they were to each other. Ula quickly lowered her head, suddenly feeling a bit shy. Chai Xiao suddenly leaned closer. It was unclear whose heartbeat was accelerating. Ula felt a bit nervous. It was the first time she had observed them from such a close distance. Ula kept imagining things. She could even feel his breath. At this moment, she wondered, does Chai Xiao feel the same heart-pounding sensation as I do? Chai Xiao leaned close to her ear and suddenly ruined the mood by saying, "Do you smell pig droppings?" Ula, who had been immersed in the romantic atmosphere, snapped back to reality upon hearing this. Her expression froze. Chai Xiao shattered all her fantasies. Whispering in her ear, he said, "What else did you think I'd say at a time like this?" Ula instantly flew into a rage. She pouted angrily, fiercely accusing her brother. "You're so mean. You tricked me. That's awful." The next second, Ula opened her mouth wide, staring intently at Chai Xiao. She thought angrily, I'm not that easy to bully. Ula directly bit his chest. Chai Xiao closed his eyes in pain. He was also quite upset, thinking, how dare she bite me? Chai Xiao headbutt her, gritting his teeth and cursing. Bastard, I told you to stop. Ula was stunned, dumbfounded, and frozen in place. A large bump instantly formed on her head. She snorted coldly in displeasure. Chai Xiao frowned and shouted, are you a wild animal? The next second, Chai Xiao became serious. Stop fooling around. If the wild boar finds us here, we're doomed. But he was the one who started it. Chai Xiao peeked through the cabinet crack. His expression instantly froze. He complained, how long is this pig going to keep defecating? They saw the wild boar inside the room, squatting and continuously releasing its excrement. Its eyes were vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Chai Xiao expressionlessly remembered he had a phone in his pocket to call the butler. Ula looked up at him blankly, not knowing what a phone was. But he was too lazy to explain that it was a high-tech product. He simply told Ula it was a magical box that could contact the outside world. Chai Xiao was a bit troubled. It's too cramped in here. I can't move my hands at all. Can you move yours? Help me get the phone from my pocket. Ula opened her eyes wide and immediately nodded excitedly. She was happy to be able to help her brother. She reached into Chai Xiao's pocket, gently feeling for the phone. Just then, the cabinet suddenly shook violently. Chai Xiao suddenly panicked and shouted, not that one. You're touching the wrong thing. With such a commotion, the wild boar naturally heard it. It immediately turned its head, eyes gleaming. It had found its prey. Ula finally pulled out the phone. She held it up curiously, asking with wide eyes, is this it? Chai Xiao looked down and quickly replied, yes, hurry and call the butler. Suddenly, the cabinet door was violently hit. The cabinet shook violently, and both of them lost their balance. They stumbled, and the phone fell to the ground. It turned out the wild boar outside was repeatedly ramming its big head against the cabinet door, fiercely and brutally. Ula realized the situation was not good. A drop of cold sweat slid down her temple. She suddenly became nervous. This is bad. It's found us. Chai Zhao's expression turned serious. He kept thinking, continuing to hide here wasn't a solution. The door would eventually be broken down. At this moment, Ula looked up, silently making a decision. She had never encountered an animal attack before. I must step up. Her expression was determined and resolute. She decisively shouted, brother, let me subdue that wild boar. Hearing this, Chai Xiao naturally couldn't agree. He scolded her sternly, don't be reckless. You're just a girl. How can you do something so dangerous? Ula pouted, a bit upset. She mumbled softly, I'm not an ordinary girl, you know. Chai Xiao reached out his hand, explaining his plan. How about this? I'll count to 3. Open the door, rush out to lure the boar away. Then you escape. But before he could finish counting, Ula pushed open the cabinet door and rushed out. Her expression was as determined as if going to battle. You escape. Then she directly faced the wild boar, whose eyes suddenly gleamed. It stared fiercely at Ula, baring its sharp tusks. Ula showed no fear, staring back at the boar. She slightly curled one corner of her mouth, smiling recklessly. Piece of cake. Her movements were beautiful and swift. She leapt high with the tip of her toes. Effortlessly spinning in midair, she dodged the boar's charge. Then Ula took out a stone tied with a rope from her waist pouch. She threw it directly at the wild boar. Chai Xiao watched this scene in shock, his eyes widened in disbelief. He never imagined Ula could be so skilled. The next second, the boar's forelegs were entangled by the rope. It fell heavily to the ground, but still resisted fiercely, constantly roaring. Ula landed gracefully on the ground, coolly brushing back her hair. She exhaled in relief. Done! Chai Xiao watched her beautiful and swift operation. He was utterly dumbfounded, speechless for a moment. After a long silence, Chai Xiao spoke helplessly, somewhat stuttering. Next time before taking action, could you please tell me in advance? He stood there awkwardly. The wild boar was subdued so easily. It seemed he didn't need to protect her at all before. He had been presumptuous. Ula thought to herself with a grin. If I had said earlier that I could handle the boar, I wouldn't have seen brother trying to protect me. That would have been such a shame. Just then, the boar noticed something, and suddenly, its eyes gleamed. It gritted its teeth and stared at Ula with hatred. Although its limbs were tied, it still had brute strength. The boar suddenly jumped up and bit Ula's skirt hem. Ula was utterly shocked. She frantically reached out, tightly grasping her skirt hem to prevent it from being torn. This boar still dares to resist. She tightly closed her eyes and angrily shouted, "Stop it, you perverted pig!" Hearing this, the boar grunted twice, angrily snorting out 2 puffs of air from its nostrils. It was even less likely to let go now. The girl and the boar struggled against each other, neither willing to yield. The thin fabric finally couldn't withstand it and suddenly tore apart. Ula fell backward due to the recoil, fortunately with Chai Xiao behind to catch her. He reached out and held her tightly, protecting her in his arms. As soon as Chai Xiao opened his eyes, he hurriedly asked, "Are you okay?" Ula was carefree, still giggling in his arms. "Thank you, brother." When he looked down, he accidentally saw her torn skirt hem. He quickly turned his head away in embarrassment, trying to stay calm as he coughed lightly twice. "Don't move for now." Ula was a bit confused. She curiously pointed at his ear. "Why has it turned red?" Chai Xiao shouted blusteringly, "Stop nagging." Then he turned and stood up, sighing inwardly. She really lacked the self-awareness a girl should have. Chai Xiao turned his back, secretly thinking he'd need to keep a close eye on her in the future. Ula rubbed her chin curiously, wondering why he was acting strange. The next second, he handed Ula a jacket, instructing her seriously, "Wrap this around your waist." Seeing Ula still looking confused, he had to step forward and wrap it around her waist himself, somewhat helplessly. He reminded her, "Miss, your underwear is showing." Hearing this, Ula's cheeks instantly turned red. She lowered her head, shocked, wondering what he had seen. A car with the zoo's logo stopped at the Chai family's front gate. Someone expressed their utmost gratitude to them. The zoo staff adjusted his hat, smiling at Mr. Chai. "Fortunately, you contacted us in time, allowing us to recover this wild boar." Chai Xiao, hands in his pockets, said expressionlessly, "If you want to thank someone, thank Ula. She's the one who subdued the boar." This made the staff member scratch his head awkwardly. Ula stood behind the car, looking at the boar confined in the cage. The boar kept grunting at Ula, as if trying to say something. She reached out and touched the boar. Though defeated, it still looked proud. The boar glared at Ula with a vicious look. At this moment, Ula smiled, feeling very pleased. She kept advising the boar, "In the future, you shouldn't be so hot-tempered." Ula, already beaming with joy, raised her hand to stroke the boar's nose, not forgetting to persuade it. "Otherwise, you won't make friends in the forest." The staff member, hearing the word forest, found it amusing. This boar was domesticated. It had always been kept in the zoo. Chai Xiao complained to her helplessly, "It's just a place where you can smell various animal droppings." This confused Ula. Ula turned her head to look at him. "Animals have to be enclosed for viewing? What a strange behavior." Chai Xiao waved his hand dismissively. "For you, it's indeed incomprehensible." She said goodbye to the boar. "I'll come to the zoo to see you next time. Be good." The staff member also bid farewell to Chai Xiao. "We should head back now." Then Ula looked up at the distance. Her face showed some concern. "The wild boar I saw here. It gave me a very familiar feeling." Suddenly, Chai Xiao remembered something about Ula. "You've been in this city for so long, and I've overlooked an important matter." Ula looked at him, confused. Chai Xiao slightly lowered his head, staring at the clothes around Ula's waist. Ula's gaze followed Chai Xiao's line of sight and turned to look. Ula immediately covered herself tightly, lowering her head shyly. "Brother, please don't look at me like that." But the person beside her said his gaze was normal. As he rubbed his chin thoughtfully, "It seems you really should change into a set of clothes suitable for wearing in the city. Not all men are as upright as I am." Soon after, they arrived at a clothing store. The salesperson saw them enter and respectfully approached, saying, "Welcome." The salesperson smiled and promoted products to Chai Xiao. "The latest season's French trendy designs have just arrived. Would you like to take a look?" Chai Xiao walked directly to Ula's side, watching her hold a high heel and shout in surprise. Then he calmly asked, "Have you found anything you like?" Hearing this, Ula smiled happily, stroking her hair. "Brother looks down on me. I have many clothes. No need to carefully choose for me." Without a word, he ruffled Ula's hair, asking her with a helpless expression, "All the styles are identical. Can that be considered many clothes?" Then Chai Xiao called the salesperson and pointed to a piece of clothing in front of him. "That one in the window looks nice. Bring it over for her to see." This warmed Ula's heart. She cupped her cheeks, eyes shining as she looked at him. "Is brother personally choosing clothes for me?" Suddenly, Chai Xiao took out his phone and turned to Ula. I'm going out to take a call. Ula was still lost in her sweet thoughts. Seeing Ula like this, Chai Xiao stared at her with a gloomy face. Don't run around. Don't cause trouble. Seeing his expression, Ula hurriedly waved her hands. Ula held an apple in her hands, saying in surprise, I can't believe there are apples here. She thought the apple in her hand was edible. Just as she took a bite, she immediately spat it out. I never imagined the apple would be fake. At this moment, a couple walked up behind Ula. The woman coyly leaned on the man's shoulder. Darling, will you buy me whatever I like? She coaxed him, making him very happy. The man frowned and glanced at her. He boasted, Of course. My father is the biggest duck farmer in our village. We have plenty of money. The woman happily said, I love you, and puckered her lips for a kiss. Pink hearts seemed to float around the couple. Ula looked over. She had a sudden inspiration, thinking of a very good idea. Next time I can try this with brother. Brother should like it. The woman coughed lightly and asked the person next to her, Isn't this store supposed to be high-end? How did a beggar-like girl get in? Suddenly, he laughed out loud and looked at the woman in his arms. Maybe she's just looking around. She can't afford it anyway. Ula sensed the strange looks behind her and turned her head disdainfully to look at them. She felt exasperated by the couple. Soon, the salesperson brought a piece of clothing and approached Ula. Miss, see if this suits you. It's a high-end custom piece. After receiving the clothes, she held them up to examine them. Looking at the starry pattern on the dress, Ula screamed in surprise. In an instant, the woman snatched the dress from Ula's hands. She put one hand on her hip and looked at Ula with disdain. Poor wretch. Don't dirty it. Then the woman stroked her flaming red lips with her coquettish hand. With an arrogant look, she said, I've set my eyes on this dress. The woman looked at the dress in her hand. Isn't this the dress my best friend was complaining about wanting to buy, but couldn't get a few days ago? The salesperson nearby couldn't stand it anymore and intervened. I'm sorry, but this dress is for the lady from earlier. This angered the woman. Soon, the man stood in front of the salesperson. He glowered and scolded her. She hasn't paid for it yet, so why can't we take it? Ula walked directly to the man's side, looking up at him innocently. Then she warned him, This is the dress Brother Chai Xiao chose for me. He held the clothes in his hand, staring at Ula with a sarcastic look. This high-end brand is so rustic and unsophisticated. You probably can't pull it off. Then he suggested Ula go to the discount store on the first floor. It's more suitable. Your bizarre clothes are really an eyesore. However, Ula was confused and didn't understand what he said. Although I don't quite get it, what are the high-end brand and discount store you mentioned? But I think the clothes brother chose for me will definitely look beautiful on me. Ula's expression was very serious. She argued with the woman. The woman was a bit flustered by Ula's words. When she came to her senses, she snorted coldly. I can't believe how arrogant this person is. The two of them argued over a dress for a long time, still desperately fighting over it. However, neither of them intended to back down or let go. Suddenly, banknotes were floating in the air. This scene stunned Ula, but her hand gripping the dress still didn't let go. The man stepped forward, pointed at the floor, and said disdainfully while resting his face on his hand, If you let go, the 1,000 yuan on the ground is yours. The man had ill intentions and continued to look at her coldly. This money is enough for you to buy many clothes suitable for your status. Ula turned her head and met the man's gaze. Her guard was up. It made her feel that the man was just provoking her. In an instant, Ula's face turned vicious. She stepped forward and glared at him angrily. The man looked at her and mocked. What? Not enough money? At this moment, in Ula's mind, she kept thinking about punching him down, betting on the title of Amazon warrior to face his provocation. Chai Zhao's face appeared in her mind. Ula then remembered Chai Zhao's instructions before he left. Don't run around. Don't cause trouble. Ula reluctantly let go of the dress in her hand. Because Ula had promised Brother Chai Xiao, she felt very depressed. The couple looked at each other triumphantly and smiled. They got the dress by satisfying their vanity with money. The woman put her hands on her hips, looked down at the money on the ground, and kept mocking Ula. You really are greedy for money. Leave quickly. Don't embarrass yourself here. A voice reached Ula's ears. Ula excitedly turned her head to look. I will pay twice the price for this dress. It turned out to be Chai Xiao, hands in his pockets, slowly walking in. At this moment, the domineering CEO made a cool entrance. However, those people were only left to be slapped in the face. As Chai Xiao walked towards Ula, the man pointed at him and shouted loudly, Who are you? How dare you compete with me? But Chai Xiao completely ignored him. He walked straight to Ula and stopped. Ula looked at him lovingly and called out brother, followed by I'm sorry. Chai Xiao raised his hand to stroke her head, feeling very gratified. You're quite obedient. You really held back and didn't act. This time his heart was beating fast. The couple was very unhappy. The woman, not out of love, shook the man's arm, acting coquettishly towards him and calling him baby. The man frowned and angrily shouted, I'll pay triple. At this moment, the man's face was somewhat ferocious, just to satisfy his vanity in front of the woman. These words aroused Chai Zhao's competitive spirit. He slightly turned his head and glanced at the man behind him. I'm sorry, I'll add 5 times more. The words 5 times shocked the expression on the man's face. He felt a bit hesitant inside. The woman behind him was still calling baby. He quietly said to the woman behind him, if we keep fighting, my dad will scold me to death. The woman angrily shouted, I don't care. The woman pulled out a card from him. To satisfy her vanity, the woman decided to pay 10 times the money. I'll swipe the card right now. Chai Zhao's lips curled up slightly. He clapped his hands towards the two of them. On behalf of our company, I thank you both for supporting our products so much. I forgot to tell you, this store and this fashion brand are all subsidiaries of our Chai group. He said these words while looking at Ula. The salesperson walked up to the man. Sir, madam, please come this way to pay. The total is 784,000 yuan. The price directly shocked the two of them. They covered their faces in shame and ran out of the store. We're not buying, not buying. What a crappy dress. It's nothing special. Chai Xiao, seeing them flee in panic, couldn't help but tease them. Welcome back next time. It was truly satisfying. Ula, standing beside him, laughed and nudged Chai Xiao with her elbow. I didn't expect brother to be so cunning. Chai Xiao told her, you are the precious daughter of the Chai family. Then he glanced back and said, the best way to deal with these self-righteous people is to slap them in the face hard. Ula kept praising her brother. Brother is still the best. Suddenly she remembered the scene just now. Luckily, I held back and didn't punch that couple. At this time, the salesperson came over to remind Chai Xiao. Mr. Chai, does the lady still need to try on that dress? Chai Xiao looked at him and nodded. Without another word, Chai Xiao pushed Ula into the changing room, telling her to change quickly. The salesperson looked at them, somewhat speechless. He looked at Ula with deep eyes. I'll wait for you outside. At this moment, Chai Xiao was completely different from before, never having been so gentle. The salesperson walked into the changing room. Miss, you have a great figure. Let me help you apply some light makeup. This way, the overall effect will surely look great. The moment Ula walked out, it was like seeing stars in the sea. Even though she had only changed into one dress, she transformed from a female warrior into a princess. Soon, Ula called out brother. Her appearance was both cute and charming. Girls are indeed creatures that can surprise you unexpectedly. However, Chai Xiao draped his coat over Ula and tied the sleeves. He said in a low voice, no good. The neckline is too low. He spoke with an impatient look. This level of coverage is even more than a native Buddha statue. That round-faced lady said, I look good in it. At this moment, Chai Xiao was speechless. Because previously, Chai Xiao had accepted the native setting, he didn't find Ula's clothing strange. However, when he recalled Ula's native clothing compared to her current outfit, her previous attire was basically just a crop top swaying in front of him. Ula angrily turned her back, pouting. It's my first time wearing clothes from here, and brother won't even compliment me. It's really frustrating. Suddenly, Chai Xiao pressed Ula onto the sofa. This quick movement scared Ula out of her wits. Wait for me a moment. I'll be back soon. She sat quietly on the sofa. The salesperson nearby remarked, I've really never seen young Master Chai put so much heart into doing something. I remember before, on Miss Gu Qiao's birthday, young Master Chai came once. At that time, young Master Chai only said one thing. He smiled, recalling. Chai Xiao looked at the time on his phone. I don't have much time. Just pack up the most expensive and best-looking item here, and take it away from me. The salesperson wiped the sweat from his face with a tissue. He took it and left hurriedly, without even looking at it. It scared me so much I broke out in a cold sweat. But today, he actually personally chose clothes for you, and even picked them out meticulously. Ula sat on the sofa, looking up and listening attentively to his words. Ula's face instantly turned red. She nodded shyly. I seem to feel that he's a bit different today. Could it be that he's starting to like me a little? These were all Ula's own judgments about him, not Chai Zhao's real thoughts. At this moment, Chai Xiao was holding an expensive pair of high heels, walking towards her with big steps. He had a strong aura around him, like a domineering CEO. However, the salesperson nearby covered her mouth and laughed, enjoying the show. Oh, so he went to buy you shoes. Ula also turned her head to look. Chai Xiao held out the shoes in his hand. Outfit coordination must be complete. Since you've changed clothes, you can't walk around barefoot. Ula stared with her lively big eyes. In fact, she was already touched to the core by Chai Xiao, but she directly refused him. He recklessly squatted in front of Ula and reached out to put the shoes on her. Ula sat nervously on the sofa, not moving. The salesperson nearby, seeing this scene, excitedly shouted, "This scene really feels like a prince and princess." Soon, Chai Xiao raised his head, looking at the girl in front of him. His eyes revealed deep affection, and he nodded very satisfactorily. At this moment, Ula looked down at the shoes on her feet. She felt wearing these shoes was even more embarrassing than the city clothes. Afterwards, Chai Xiao put on his suit jacket. "Let's go back." However, Ula in front of him gestured wildly, nodding her head. Ula twisted her body. "It's so hard to keep balance after putting on the shoes. But brother personally helped me put them on." Chai Xiao directly stepped forward and held her arm, allowing her to maintain balance. He put one hand in his pocket and said coolly, "I'll support you as you walk." Ula's face looked a bit worried. "Brother, why are you so good to me? Choosing clothes for me, giving me these expensive things." She raised her eyes to secretly look at him, hoping for brother's answer in her heart, but also hoping his answer wouldn't be a rejection. But Chai Xiao spoke decisively. "Of course it's to repay your kindness. You subdued the wild boar. You can barely be considered my lifesaver." Ula's expression darkened and twisted. She felt disappointed in Chai Xiao. "So that's how it is? Can I refuse brother's kindness then?" As soon as she finished speaking, Chai Xiao lowered his head. "You'll have to attend many formal occasions in the future, so you must get used to wearing high heels. This is also one of your lessons. You said you'd study hard, right?" Chai Xiao said these words with a stern face, leaving Ula unable to refute. The company executive wiped sweat with a tissue. "We've already called young Master Chai to notify him about the meeting. Why hasn't he come back yet? It's so urgent." The purple-haired woman spoke disdainfully. "The company is about to go bankrupt. Does he think he's not part of the Chai family? So, it's not important?" Chai Xiao carried Ula on his back on the way home. She complained about foot pain the whole way, so in the end I had to carry her back. He turned his head to look at the girl on his back. Unexpectedly, the girl had fallen asleep. Her soft breathing brushed against Chai Xiao's cheek. A moment later, Chai Xiao carried Ula back home. Afu hurriedly came forward. He called out, "Young Master Chai, you're finally back." Afu took Ula down from Chai Xiao's back, but heard Chai Xiao say he went out temporarily and found he didn't bring his wallet, and his phone was out of battery. Looking at the soundly sleeping Ula, Afu was helpless. "The heads of various departments from the company have been waiting for you in the reception room for a long time." Chai Xiao directly adjusted his clothes and nodded, saying, "I understand." What kind of disaster awaits Chai Xiao? Chai Xiao clasped his hands together, looking ahead. "Now the problem is one of our group's subsidiaries, Herbal Tea Beverage Company, has been in a deficit state." The company's senior executive anxiously spoke to him. "If there are no new products launched next quarter, the total deficit will reach 50 million, facing bankruptcy." He didn't mince words. He directly glared at them angrily. "Why are you only telling me about such an important matter now? What have you been doing all this time?" Another company executive stood up. This company was privately acquired by Mr. Chai before his trip. He said not to contact Chairman Chai unless it's on the verge of bankruptcy. At this moment, Chai Xiao finally understood the intention behind this whole thing. "Is grandfather trying to test me? You've really done it this time." That company executive kept wiping the cold sweat on his face with a tissue. He hurriedly asked Chai Xiao, "Chairman Chai, what should we do next?" Chai Xiao sat at the computer, typing seriously. "How much working capital can be mobilized from the group? What's the progress on the development of new summer products?" His expression was determined. He had already thought of a solution. "I'll draft a plan now, providing the most detailed solution for this mess." Ula sat up easily, opening her eyes to see the familiar room. She was surprised. "Am I already back home?" Just as she was about to get out of bed, she saw the shopping bags nearby. This reminded Ula that these were the new clothes brother Chai Xiao bought for her. Earlier, Chai Xiao had instructed the salesperson, "The remaining clothes I picked out, have someone deliver them to the Chai residence later." The salesperson nodded in agreement. Thinking of this, Ula cupped her cheeks with both hands, remembering brother's kindness. She smiled like an adorable child. Meanwhile, Chai Xiao looked ahead expressionlessly, continuously asking, "It's so late. Why did you come over? Is there something wrong?" Gu Qiao smiled, his eyes curved like crescent moons. He looked very happy at the moment. Then he slowly said, "It's all for you, of course." The two of them stood at the main gate of the Chai residence. Chai Xiao asked him in surprise, "You already know everything?" Gu Qiao nodded slightly. However, Gu Qiao got straight to the point. "I heard the news from the accounting firm. You're now trying to find a way to fill the company's deficit." Chai Xiao raised his hand to rub his sore neck. "This is indeed a rather troublesome matter. We're still in a meeting with the managers upstairs discussing it." At this moment, Gu Qiao took out a document. "Here are some stock options my father left me. It's worth about 20 million when converted. You just need to sign here." But unexpectedly, Chai Xiao refused Gu Qiao's kindness, though he appreciated the gesture. "I'll find a way to solve the company's issues." Gu Qiao suddenly reached out and grabbed his arm. "We've grown up together since childhood. We're childhood sweethearts after all." He tightly held the documents in his hand, looking at Chai Xiao affectionately. He spoke his heart. "Do we need to be so clear-cut between us?" Chai Xiao immediately explained to him, "That's not what I meant." "Think you really? This is grandfather's test for me. I don't want to rely on others. I want to prove everything through my own abilities. And I want grandfather to respect my capabilities." Chai Xiao said these words seriously and earnestly. At this moment, Gu Qiao spread his hands. "Looks like I've saved some money again. I should be happy." Actually, this wasn't how he truly felt. Then he turned around and waved to Chai Xiao. "If that's the case, I'll head back first. I won't disturb your meeting anymore." Gu Qiao lifted his right leg, enduring the pain in his ankle. He looked back. "Maybe I ran here a bit too hastily earlier. I twisted my ankle a bit." But Chai Xiao looked at him expressionlessly. "Then come in first. I'll apply some medicine for you." He hadn't yet seen through Gu Qiao's true intentions. Unexpectedly, Gu Qiao feigned reluctance. He smiled, shook his head, and refused. "I can still walk now." Ula slowly walked down from upstairs. She had changed out of that big cover. She felt much more comfortable. "By the way, where's brother now?" Suddenly, a woman's voice reached Ula's ears. "I'm really fine." This surprised Ula. She didn't know what was happening. Chai Xiao was carrying Gu Qiao in his arms. Gu Qiao looked at him affectionately. "This is the first time you've held me like this." He coldly replied, "Is that so?" Gu Qiao thought of something. His face suddenly turned red with embarrassment. Looking at the person in front of him, "It really feels like having a husband." But Chai Xiao didn't hear it. Ula suddenly appeared behind them, shouting loudly, "He's mine!" Ula looked like a little cat protecting its food. At this moment, Gu Qiao noticed the person beside them. He turned his head. "Sister Ula, you're here too." Chai Xiao also looked over. She stood in front of Chai Xiao and confronted him. "Brother, don't hold him." These words made the whole room fall silent. But Ula still wouldn't give up. "I don't want you to be taken away." After saying this, Ula's eyes were filled with tears. It was pitiful. However, Chai Xiao was very cold towards her, sternly rebuking, "Don't make unreasonable fuss." Such ordinary words, yet they were truly hurtful. Ula's entire world plunged into darkness. A voice in her heart kept blaming herself. "I'm not making a fuss. That's not what I meant." She expressed her feelings dejectedly. "When you're holding another girl, consider my feelings too. That's all." However, Chai Xiao coldly looked at the woman in his arms. In his heart, he was thinking passionately about Ula. This idiot, what is she thinking? Then he explained to Ula, "This is because Gu Qiao's foot is injured. He can't move easily, so I'm carrying him in to apply medicine." At this moment, Ula raised another question. "Just now when you were holding him, he looked very happy. I feel like he wants to steal my brother away." Chai Xiao impatiently scolded Ula. "What nonsense are you talking about? Did you learn all this in the Amazon? Are you just making up these things?" Seeing this, Gu Qiao started playing the role of a white lotus. "Ula, sister, do you have some misunderstanding about me?" As he spoke, the smile on his face became more apparent. "You will always be Zhao's sister. I could never replace you. There's no need to misunderstand me like this." These words immediately made Ula bristle. She loudly argued with Gu Qiao. "I am not Chai Zhao's sister, you vicious woman." Unexpectedly, Chai Xiao directly intervened to stop her. "All right, stop making a scene. I have a lot to do." Go back to your room first. Chai Xiao carried Gu Qiao away, not forgetting to ask Ula to bring over the muscle strain ointment. Only Ula was left behind, feeling very low. At this moment, Ula was plunged into endless darkness. She still couldn't understand. Why didn't brother understand what I meant? Unable to hold back anymore, Ula directly shouted from behind, "Brother, you big jerk, you've really disappointed me." Hearing this, Chai Xiao turned his head to look back, but found only air behind him. Ula had actually run away after yelling. Chai Xiao slowly placed Gu Qiao on the sofa. Then he stood up and waved his hand, still staring at him. "You sit here first. Don't move around." Gu Qiao looked ahead with shining eyes. He felt he could see Chai Xiao's former gentle and caring self again. As he spoke, Gu Qiao tucked his hair behind his ear. "Does Sister Ula hate me? Is it because of what I said about her last time?" His every move was very feminine. "If that's the case, then I must apologize to Sister Ula. I was indeed a bit impatient at that time, which is why I said those things. It hurt her feelings." After saying this, he looked up at Chai Xiao in front of him. Suddenly, Chai Xiao's lips curved slightly upward. "Don't worry, she probably won't. That kid is an optimist. She gets angry quickly, but calms down just as fast." Gu Qiao, sitting on the sofa, smiled. "I didn't expect you to understand her so well already." Chai Xiao stood in front, not saying a word. However, Chai Xiao awkwardly rubbed his neck, his face involuntarily turning red. Maybe naive people are just easier to figure out. Ula was very angry, gritting her teeth and saying, "I absolutely won't go. I really don't want to see them together." Suddenly, Ula came to the outside of the room. This was her parents' research lab, but at this moment, the lab was brightly lit. She looked at the scene in front of her with surprise. It was all broken down before. How did it become so clean now? Who cleaned this up? Inside the room, Affy was wrapped up tightly, holding something extremely smelly in his hand. The odor made him sneeze continuously. As he walked out, Ula saw him. Ula exclaimed in surprise, "Miss Affy, it's so late. Why are you here?" Hearing this, Ula twisted her neck and said softly, "I won't tell you. I had a fight with my brother." Affy sighed helplessly. "I already heard." Affy smiled and said, "While cleaning, I found a big wooden box. It's written that it's to be given to you when you turn 18. This made Ula very confused. What could be left for me? But Ula never got the answer she wanted in her heart. Chai Xiao coldly said to Gu Qiao in front of him, "Wait, I'll ask Affy to drive you home. It's not safe for you to go back alone so late." After saying this, Chai Xiao lowered his head. He was actually still worried about Ula. "I still need to go check on that little girl." Gu Qiao slowly raised his head, trying to keep Chai Xiao with a coy expression. "Can you stay with me like you used to?" He leaned down to look at Gu Qiao. Gu Qiao then said, "Our childhood friendship, are you still the person willing to stay and accompany me?" This day was the 43rd Qingliang High School sports meet. The sky was blue and gentle, embracing the scattered clouds in its arms. A blond boy was pulling Chai Xiao forward, running, hurry up, we're going to be late." They passed directly by a cold-looking girl. The blond boy turned his head and scolded Chai Xiao. "Can't you have some sense of collective honor?" Chai Xiao was really speechless about his behavior. "Today, our class has students participating in the 50-meter sprint. We need to cheer them on properly to bring glory to our class." But Chai Xiao felt very irritated. "I think it would be more interesting to go back to the classroom and do math problems. I have no interest in the sports meet at all." As they walked past the field, a sprinter named Gu Qiao came over and greeted Chai Xiao. The boy next to him looked at him in surprise. He shook Chai Xiao vigorously. "Why is the school beauty waving at you?" Chai Xiao's mind was in chaos from the shaking. Then, Chai Xiao slapped his hand on the blond boy's head. "What's the big deal?" The blond boy was dazed from this move. At dusk, Gu Qiao sat on the bed in the infirmary. He cried with his head in his hands. Suddenly, a voice came. "You're here after all." Chai Xiao, holding books, walked over to Gu Qiao on the bed. Out of concern, he asked, "Has no one from your family come to pick you up yet?" Then Chai Xiao added, "Affy will come to pick me up later. Why don't we give you a ride home?" At this time, he was a bright and cheerful boy. Gu Qiao, with tears on his face, silently raised his head to look at Chai Xiao. He expressed his current feelings. "I don't want to go back yet. It was supposed to be a sure-win race. Why did I fall in the middle?" The more he spoke, the greater the pressure in his heart, and he cried louder. He wiped the tears from his face and sat on the bed looking at the scenery outside. At this moment, Gu Qiao hated himself very much, feeling useless. After he finished speaking, he quietly closed his eyes. "Dad must be very disappointed in me. He'll definitely think I'm useless." Young Chai Xiao, holding a certificate, excitedly shared with his grandfather. "Grandpa, look, I got first place again." Grandfather just gave a faint hum in response. Then he raised his hand and patted Chai Xiao's head, praising him for being smart. "You're the only grandson I have left now." After saying this, the old grandfather sighed and instructed Chai Xiao, "You must study hard. The future of the Chai group will depend on you." For some people, they are born with a halo that others envy. But what is the price behind the light? From a young age, they cannot escape the fate that others demand of them. There are also their expectations and responsibilities for themselves. Chai Xiao stood still. Chai Xiao doesn't allow failure, because the price of the promise is the future of the entire company and even the family. So, he just needs to try harder to do his best. After thinking about this series of things, he directly sat down, sighing quietly beside him. "I really don't know what to do with you. Since you don't want to leave, I can only stay to keep you company." He just sat there next to Gu Qiao, quietly accompanying him. But now, Gu Qiao sat on the sofa, holding Chai Xiao's hand and asking him, "Chai Xiao, can you stay with me like you used to?" Now Chai Xiao looked at him with friendly eyes. "The Gu Qiao I know is not the Gu Qiao from before, so I can't do that now." He quickly glanced at the time on his watch. "It's very late now. If you don't want to go back, you can rest in the guest room here." He turned his head and glanced at Gu Qiao. "It's up to you. Anyway, you're familiar with this place, right? Do as you please." With that, Chai Xiao put his hands in his pockets and walked straight out. But Gu Qiao's eyes never left Chai Xiao. Gu Qiao looked down at his bandaged ankle. At this moment, he stopped pretending, realizing that all his acting had been useless. Ula and the butler found a secret room. Inside the room was a mysterious treasure chest. This was the gift left for him by his parents. He quickly walked to the small box. His lively eyes carefully examined it, but his little hand betrayed his emotions, quietly reaching out to touch it. As if remembering something, he suddenly looked up at the butler beside him. "What do you think is inside?" The butler shook his head, indicating he didn't know. "Perhaps it's something left for the young miss. It could be priceless gold and jewels." In the instant the butler was guessing, little Ula had already quickly opened the chest. Inside lay a letter. Butler Afyu was immediately puzzled. He kept rubbing his chin, thinking, after all, he never expected such a big box to contain just one letter. Ula eagerly handed the letter to Afyu. Then she quickly adjusted her sitting posture, waiting to hear the letter left by her parents. "Hello, our child. When we write this letter, you haven't been born yet. However, this joyful happiness has already come to us." Memories slowly began to surface. Xiao Ling excitedly found her husband, wanting to share her inner joy. "Chaiyu, I'm pregnant." Chaiyu very calmly put down his water glass. A hint of doting leaked from the corner of his eye. "Are you sure you're not constipated? Or is it the commonly mentioned bloating?" Xiao Lin angrily walked over, her expression suddenly becoming incredibly fierce. Facing her husband, she shouted angrily, "What I'm saying is true." Now it was Chai Yu and his father's turn to gape, their eyes round with shock. They seemed completely unable to believe the truth of this matter. "We often imagine what you will look like in the future. Thinking about it makes us smile. Just like my state at that time, I always feel like you're kicking me again. Even your father started secretly planning. If you're a boy, he would train your physical abilities well. This way, you could go on forest adventures together. Of course, as your mother, I definitely had more questions. So I asked your father, what if it's a girl?" Your father suddenly became serious in a second. He said you would be his precious little princess. If any nasty boy bullied you, he would beat him up severely. "Dear child, we look forward to meeting you. We can't wait to give you the best of everything." Your grandfather was also extremely excited at the time. He frantically bought gifts for you. He thought you should have new clothes to wear every day. I pointed at the rocking horse in front of me in utter confusion, a drop of cold sweat falling from my forehead. "What's the deal with this jewel-encrusted golden rocking horse?" "But our work is too busy. We're worried that we might not be by your side, even on your birthday." Your father agreed with my point. "We must discuss this together." I happily suggested preparing gifts for you starting now. This way, we could convey our feelings for you. We thought for a long time about what to give. In the end, we personally wrote this letter. We hope to always accompany you as you grow up to witness your 18th birthday together. Ula was already in tears after listening. Her small frame contained immense grief. In fact, she had known for a long time. Mom and Dad were no longer here. When she was young, she lived in the Amazon. She played with a few friends, trying to forget about mom and dad through games. Until nightfall, her friends' parents came to pick them up. Even their tone sounded enviable. Her friends threw mud on the ground and quickly looked back. It turned out their moms and dads had arrived. A friend suddenly looked at little Ula. His big eyes blinked. He said, "We have to go home now. Let's play together next time." All of Ula's friends were picked up by their parents. Only she was left crouching alone. In fact, she also longed for parental love. A childhood of forever waiting for parents who would never come. Only unspoken grievances and envy. Just like her mud doll's longing. Little Ula patted the mud off her body. Then she silently stood up. Little did she know how much heartache was hidden in her little head. Indeed, she could no longer control herself and began to cry loudly. Her little hands messily wiped away tears. But the grievance in her heart suddenly magnified, draining all the strength from her body. As he grew older, he deeply understood that he could no longer feel his parents' love. He also had no chance to call out mom and dad again. At the same time, on the other side, Chai Xiao was anxiously searching for Ula. Where on earth had she gone? Could it be the room he had meticulously prepared? But as he looked around, the only thing missing was that delicate figure. The butler sat opposite, somewhat at a loss, his broad hands raised and lowered. The young Mrs. Current state was truly heartbreaking. Little Ula, who was sobbing painfully, suddenly thought of her brother. So her action of wiping her eyes suddenly froze Chai Xiao. Her brother had warned her before, and in his extremely cold tone, told her not to continue making unreasonable demands. So her tears fell uncontrollably again. This made the butler feel even more out of place. Why was the young miss crying even harder? At this moment, Chai Xiao abruptly opened the door, anxiously shouting Ula's name. Then came a few tired pants. The butler immediately stood up, suddenly feeling incredibly relieved. So he pointed towards the young miss. "Young master, you've come at the right time." He didn't say the rest. The young master told him to leave first. His low voice reminded the butler, "I understand. Leave it to me." The butler silently pushed the door open and left. But his expression held a trace of worry. "Both of you should be all right." Chai Xiao awkwardly rubbed his neck. His deep eyes dodged for a moment. "I couldn't find you anywhere. I was worried you'd gone to the Amazon." Ula hung her head dejectedly. Her soft, tender voice came, "I never thought about leaving like that, because I want to continue living with brother. It's just because of my clumsiness. I don't know how to express my thoughts. Blurting out everything is because I don't want to hide my feelings. Actually, there's one more thing. In the letter from mom and dad, I learned about the existence of family. It just came to me a little late. So no matter whether brother cares or not, even if brother is with someone else, I still can't bring myself to dislike you. My family won't disappear again. And you, my dearest brother, you are my most important and cherished family. You're also the one I try my best to please." Chai Zhao's back looked incredibly lonely. But when he heard the word family, his body stiffened for a moment. In that blurry year of his memory, his parents died of depression after a business failure. From that moment, he became despised by everyone. The once high and mighty young master fell to earth. Even children could bully him at will. The old lady was still making sarcastic remarks. "This child needs someone to take him in. Too bad no one likes him." So those two relatives agreed and sent him to a faraway orphanage. Just because when his parents died, they didn't leave them anything good. That day, the heavy rain beat down on his small body. He became a lonely person, living in desperate gasps, until he met a stranger at the orphanage. He was willing to accept the abandoned little boy and said they would be family from now on. It was because of this deeply desired sense of belonging that these two children, who had both lost their parents, found a bit of resonance on this lonely planet. So he quietly sat down beside the girl. After a moment of silence, his somewhat hoarse voice sounded. "I'm sorry about what happened before. Actually, there's nothing wrong with your directness. Compared to burying it in your heart, this clear and straightforward way of conveying, I can understand your feelings better." Chai Xiao looked at the girl affectionately. "All in all, I want to thank you. It's you who made me your family." The two hearts collided again. They could rely on each other unconditionally, able to soothe all anxieties. Ula felt incredibly happy at this moment. The touching night quietly passed. The little birds on the branches chirped. A ray of sunlight shone through the window, reflecting on the man's handsome face, gradually waking him up. Chai Xiao sat up, rubbing his forehead. His deep eyes surveyed the surroundings. Seeing the cardboard on his body, he fell into an indescribable silence. After reconciling last night, Ula stared intently at her brother. She casually picked up a letter nearby and pestered him to read it again. He wasn't impatient about it. He just asked very thoughtfully, "You've heard it many times. Do you still want to hear it?" Ula put her small hand on her brother's shoulder, expressing pitifully that she wanted to listen. "I want to keep Mom and Dad's words in my heart forever. So last night, we kept repeating the letter. Finally, in the quiet night, I gradually fell asleep." Young Master Chai's reminiscence ended here. He rubbed his slightly sore eyes, a drop of sweat falling from his forehead. He had fallen asleep without realizing it. He quickly sat up and went to the room door. But sobs were coming from inside, making him pause abruptly. So he quickly opened the door to check. Unexpectedly, this scene made him quite embarrassed. Little Ula was watching a tragic movie. She was crying and sighing with tissues in hand. "This film is so touching. I also want such an undying love." Our clever young master was a bit surprised. His peach blossom eyes stared at the girl below. "You didn't watch the whole night, did you?" Little Ula immediately showed a big smile, followed by happy nodding. "I found it really good. I've been deeply attracted by it." The young master didn't expect Aborigines to be like this too. It seems that among girls easily addicted to soap operas, it's not just city girls. But she still wanted to explain for herself. "After you fell asleep last night, I wanted to continue learning about Mom and Dad. So I found a box of films here. As for operating it, I had seen Afy doing it in the living room before, so I easily remembered how." Ula happily waved her arms. "I learned a lot from the TV series. I understood many things about the city now." Young Master Chai half-believingly said, "Oh," looking gloomily at little Ula. "Then tell me what you've learned." So she blurted out a few internet memes. Little puppy passionately eating melon. She even had the urge to finish reading all the memes. Chai Xiao unhappily ruffled her hair. His voice suddenly became a bit threatening. "Wait, what kind of messy TV series have you been watching?" But Ula looked at him sincerely. "Modern people call their loved ones baby da. So can I call you that from now on?" Young Master Chai immediately withdrew his wrist, directly and decisively refusing. "If people hear such a nickname, it would be troublesome for me." But she was a bit stubborn. "There should be a nickname for close people. Even Gu Xiao can call you Ah Xiao." He helplessly turned his head away, awkwardly touching his neck. "Anyway, this name is absolutely not okay." Ula touched her mouth, pondering. Soon she had a new idea. "Then can I call you Xiao Xiao?" He didn't wait for any answer, so her heart seemed to sink. She kept mumbling, "Even Gu Xiao can call you brother." Ah Xiao Chai Xiao chose to compromise at this moment. "Call me whatever you like. As long as you don't call me baby, anything is fine." Little Ula is a simple and straightforward woman. She happily shouted great and then suddenly pounced into her brother's embrace. Ula hugged her brother tightly, her little head nuzzling his neck contentedly. For a moment, it seemed extremely harmonious, but her strength was too great. She directly knocked her brother down. The books on the table fell as well. Little Ula indeed pressed heavily on her brother, but she didn't seem to notice anything unusual. She kept shouting it hurts, but young Master Chai, who had been pure-minded for many years, encountered a girl throwing herself into his arms for the first time. His ears quietly turned red, so she quickly sat up, her small hand resting on the man's chest muscles. Her tone was somewhat worried. "Xiao Xiao, did I crush you?" Chai Xiao sat up with flushed cheeks, averting his gaze from the woman in front of him. But when he lowered his hand, his thoughts were exposed. Ula's face suddenly turned shocked, her cherry-like small mouth stretched wide. "Xiao Xiao, why is your nose bleeding?" Young Master Chai seemed unaware of the stain. His deep eyes showed some confusion. Then his low voice sounded. "How could this happen?" Ula hurriedly lifted her own clothes, her gaze full of concern for her brother. So she tried to reach out her small hand towards the man's nose. Chai Xiao suddenly came to his senses. He immediately reached out to stop her advance. He shyly dodged again. "Don't keep pulling it up." He dazedly leaned forward slightly. Her small mouth pouted unhappily. Chai Xiao secretly retreated, his hand accidentally touching something. Immediately, he turned back to investigate what it was. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be a secret formula. Little Ula couldn't recognize the characters on it. She could only sit obediently beside her brother and then quietly ask, "What is this?" Young Master Chai said it was nothing special, just an ancient herbal tea recipe he found inside. "It should be notes from your botanist mother," she exclaimed in surprise, her big eyes full of shock. "I didn't know my mom could make ancient herbal tea. The fruit of our Amazonian Venus flytrap can be used to make top-grade poison. I guess this is similar. Xiao Xiao, do you want some?" At this moment, Gu Qiao interrupted her, walking in very consciously. "You misunderstood. The herbal tea Ah Xiao mentioned is a drink beneficial to the human body. Ula pouted unhappily, her beautiful eyebrows furrowing sharply. Why is he still here? Chai Xiao suddenly spoke up to explain for him. But seeing her expression, he started to sweat. Because it was too late yesterday, so I let Gu Qiao stay. This woman pretended to be innocent as she walked forward. Sister Ula, are you still angry with me? If I've done anything wrong, I apologize to you. Ula looked at Xiao Xiao with a conflicted gaze. She had just reconciled with him and didn't want to appear petty in front of him, so she lowered her head dejectedly, closing her resentful eyes. I also did something wrong last night. I'm sorry. Gu Qiao smiled upon hearing this, speaking again very insincerely. It's great that we can reconcile. She walked over in her high heels, click-clacking. Her tone was very familiar as she asked Ah Xiao, "What's this all about?" The man directly handed her the notebook. According to Ula's mother's notes, she had drunk this herbal tea before, and it was very effective. She appropriately showed a delighted expression, excitedly shouting, "Really? Does that mean the company can be saved?" Chai Xiao focused entirely on work. He stood up affirmatively. This is truly an unexpected gain. Ancient herbal tea has a lot of appeal. Ula also smiled cheerfully, her beautiful almond eyes narrowing into crescent moons. Although she still didn't understand, she was happy as long as Xiao Xiao was happy. But there's still one problem. The recipe in this notebook is incomplete. The last herb is blurred out. However, there's a note here saying it's from Qingshui Temple. I'll go confirm with the company's researchers, then seek out the complete formula. Gu Qiao assured the man not to worry, that this time they would definitely succeed. Ula nodded vigorously beside them, then shouted, "I believe in young Master Chai too." Their passion ignited. He quickly took out his phone from his pocket, telling them he needed to go make a call. Gu Qiao's mischievous thoughts surfaced again. Ah Xiao is really putting a lot of effort into this nearly bankrupt company. This undoubtedly piqued Ula's curiosity. She pretended to be a little surprised, her gaze drifting towards Ula. Ah Xiao is facing a very severe test now. If he can't resolve it well, there will be punishment. He wants to take on everything himself. It's a pity my foot is sprained. Otherwise, I would definitely go to Qingshui Temple for him. Ula, indeed naive, instantly took the bait. She hurriedly grabbed Sister Gu's wrist. I can go. I want to help Xiao Xiao too. Gu Qiao sighed ever so slightly. Since you're so insistent on going, I'll give you my phone. It's set up with navigation, so you can reach there. Little Ula took her phone, holding it with both hands against her chest. Then she showed great happiness. Thank you, Gu Qiao. Ms. Gu struggled to suppress her rising smile. She casually patted her shoulder lightly. It's nothing. We're all doing this for Ah Xiao. So she quickly set off, lightly equipped, dressed in indigenous hunting attire. The summer breeze gently blew, causing her hair to flutter about. She raised Gu Qiao's phone in her hand. Setting off on the current road, it's estimated to be a 6-hour walk. Ula's gaze became incredibly determined. Her fingers suddenly clenched quietly. As long as it benefits her brother, she would help without hesitation. But her good fortune didn't last long. The little phone suddenly beeped a few times and instantly went black. Meanwhile, inside the mansion, no one seemed to have noticed Ula's departure. Chai Xiao walked in after finishing his call. He stated that he had already asked, and as long as they had the complete formula, they would make it in time for the new product launch. Gu Qiao exclaimed, "That's great. Successfully turning the company's losses into profits. The board will definitely highly recognize you." He didn't feel proud about this. It was all thanks to Ula, but it was very quiet now. Where had she gone? Gu Qiao suddenly burst into acting. Pretending to be unaware, she looked around. Maybe Sister Ula went to play in the back garden. On the main road, there was a huge lion statue. Unexpectedly, our little Ula was sitting on top of it. She was holding the phone, looking utterly devastated. This suddenly has nothing. Could Gu Qiao's phone be under black magic? The worst part is not only can I go to Qingshui Temple, but I'm also completely lost now. She held the phone, trembling. Her expression was filled with despair. I left in such a hurry. I even forgot to eat breakfast today. The aroma of DeLang's scallion pancakes wafted from afar, accompanied by the owner's repeated calls. At this time, in front of the owner's scallion pancake stand, a sneaky little hand suddenly appeared. The owner, with eagle eyes, immediately took action. He directly swatted down with a fan, shouting pay up. This instantly scared little Ula, who frantically dodged away. She shook her head, indicating she had no money. But can I just have one bite? I can trade Amazon treasures with you. The scallion pancake owner angrily shouted at her. Are you trying to eat for free? If you can't pay, get out of here. Before she could feel disappointed about the failed transaction, she heard beautiful music from behind. This made her look back in confusion. The man opposite was holding a big box, his fingers quickly plucking the strings on it. Unexpectedly, what came out was so pleasant to hear. The owner reminded the naive little Ula, if you have any talents, you can do the same as him. Perform there, and you might even earn some money. Hearing this, little Ula's eyes suddenly lit up. Countless talents flashed through her mind. Modern people are indeed wise. How come I didn't think of this idea? So she started dancing not far from the man. A peculiar dance move attracted the audience. This made the singing man feel quite annoyed. Passers-by nodded repeatedly on the side. Their gazes were full of unhesitating appreciation. This singing and dancing duo is quite interesting. The singing man shouted, "Impossible! When did you start dancing next to me? You've attracted all my audience away." Little Ula said it was to earn money. Who would have thought the man would immediately get angry? She twisted her body to look at him. What a strange fellow. Singing isn't just about earning money. He didn't want anyone to tarnish music, so his eyes began to blaze. It seems he needs to use his trump card now. His slender fingers quickly plucked the strings. An intense and uplifting tune rang out. He suddenly immersed himself in it. Ula suddenly stopped moving. She looked up puzzled to the side. The music rhythm had become faster. This person was quite skilled, but for the sake of scallion pancakes, she wouldn't give up so easily. With a shout, her dance moves instantly became lightning fast. 10 minutes later, the two were panting and staring at each other defiantly. The man thought he was strong, while Ula just wanted to eat scallion pancakes. But before the next round could begin, two snobbish security guards arrived. They shouted that gatherings were not allowed in the square. The man who was just defiant suddenly took off his guitar. There are rules here. No unauthorized performances. This is terrible. The security guard behind raised his finger menacingly. He yelled, "You two dare to perform on my turf. Are you tired of living?" Ula had already quickly slipped away. This security guard looked so fierce. How could this terrifying city be full of dangers everywhere? As she ran, she didn't forget to look back. Those two security guards shouldn't have caught up, right? But the man she was competing with was caught by the security guards. The big guitar was now under threat. He couldn't escape at all. At this moment, he suddenly stood up. He said this was his dream. The guard scornfully mocked that singing was difficult. Singing those few broken songs every day, nobody would listen. The guard was intimidated by his aura. So an evil thought arose in his mind. Then he raised the big guitar high. He wanted to smash it hard. Unexpectedly, at this critical moment, the guard's bow was suddenly shot with an arrow. The other guard was stunned. He hurriedly stopped his companion from moving. He said he would help pull it out. The shot guard turned pale. His head felt dizzy. He was completely in a state of being poisoned. Fortunately, when the guard weakly released the guitar, the singing man caught his precious guitar in time. But the scene before him truly stunned him. The once fierce guard suddenly transformed. He began performing a striptease with a kind of reckless beauty. Before he could think about what was happening, his wrist was suddenly grabbed. Then he was quickly pulled away. The singing man's expression was very shocked. "Are you saying that the poison arrow in the guard's but was actually shot by you?" Ula smiled sheepishly. "I haven't used it for too long. I'm a bit rusty. I missed. If this mistake happened while fighting beasts in the Amazon forest, I would be eaten by beasts in a minute. But you don't need to worry. He was hit by the poison of the hallucinogenic flower. He'll naturally wake up after an hour." They fell into silence for several minutes. Suddenly, Ula's stomach growled, breaking the quiet moment. She covered her flat, hungry stomach. Images of Xiao Xiao and beef hot pot flashed through her mind. Then the man reached out and handed her a steamed bun. The singing man held out the plump white bun. His tone was very calm and flat. "This is my packed lunch, if you don't mind." Before he could finish speaking, the bun was immediately taken by Ula. What he wanted to say was actually very simple. The man looked up at the sky. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Performing on the street, having one meal, but missing the next. You also long for your dance to be recognized, right? Actually, I'm the same. The path of pursuing a music dream is very difficult. We all give up or lose a lot. It's the bitterness of being an artist. Ula licked her fingers and then shook her head vigorously. I just got lost. Then I was so hungry, so I just wanted to earn some money to buy scallion pancakes. By the way, do you know how to get to Kaimisa Temple? I need to go there for something very important. The singing man suddenly stood up. Looking straight ahead seriously, he said, "Of course I know Kaimisa Temple." Then he stretched out his slender fingers. Completely disregarding others' gazes, he directly pulled off the wig on his head. He gracefully put his hands together. To be honest, I am a disciple of Kaimisa Temple. My Buddhist name is Shingla. Inside Kaimisa Temple, ancient trees reached the sky. The surroundings were peaceful and quiet. Buddhist chants echoed in the hall, and the sound of wooden fish never ceased. Shingla knelt devoutly on the cushion, hands clasped, worshipping Buddha and reciting scriptures. Ula, on the contrary, sat on the cushion speechlessly, remaining silent. It turned out that the abbot was sitting opposite, tilting his head and falling asleep, even snoring. He seemed to be sleeping soundly. Seeing this, Shingla awkwardly clenched his fist and coughed lightly twice. He couldn't help but raise his voice. "Abbot, Miss Ula is here to seek your help." The abbot finally woke up. Ula immediately leaned forward with anticipation, wanting to hear what the master would say. He clasped his hands together with a compassionate face. After seemingly reciting a passage from the Book of Songs seriously, he solemnly spoke, "Kaimisa Temple. How can I help you?" Ula looked anxious and quickly leaned forward. Her voice was earnest. "Grandpa, Xiao Xiao is in trouble. Only you can help him." She couldn't help but frown. "We have an ancient formula from Kaimisa Temple, but it's missing an herb. Do you know what it is?" But the next second, the abbot tilted his head and fell asleep again, snoring continuously. Ula felt utterly speechless. Seeing this, Shingla hurriedly spoke up. He clenched his fist again and coughed loudly twice. "Abbot, Miss Ula is asking you a question." The abbot suddenly woke up from his dream. He looked up dazedly, squinting his eyes and asking, "Where were we?" Then he recited the Book of Songs again, exactly the same as before, starting over. Ula was feeling tired. As he chanted, the abbot fell asleep again for the third time, snoring. Ula didn't even want to speak anymore. Shingla was awkwardly speechless. After a moment of silent face-palming, Ula finally couldn't take it anymore. She rushed forward and grabbed the abbot's collar. She shouted, "Grandpa, don't die. Quick, tell me the formula." Shingla was terrified on the side. He rushed forward with a panicked face to stop her actions, warning loudly, "Ula, you can't offend the abbot." He hurriedly explained the abbot mostly meditates in the form of sleeping. To talk to the abbot, we can only wait for the right time and fate. No one can force it. Ula's mood suddenly became like a bolt from the blue. Looking at the sleeping abbot, she had to stop her actions. She unhappily let go of his clothes. Pouting angrily, she huffed, "If that's the case, I'll wait for him to wake up." Half a day later, the sun had set. The fiery sunset spread across the sky. The sky looked quite beautiful. The abbot still hadn't woken up, still sound asleep. Seeing it was getting late, Shingla advised, "Miss Ula, let me take you back first." But Ula was unwilling. She lay on the ground, throwing a tantrum. "I won't leave until I get the formula." Shingla awkwardly scratched his cheek, looking at her speechlessly. Rolling around there won't help, so he thought of an idea. "It's late now. The abbot probably won't wake up again. How about I arrange a room for you to rest? We can come back tomorrow." Ula pouted unhappily, but she had no other choice at the moment. She had to agree for now, thinking sadly that she wouldn't be able to see her brother today. At night, Ula suddenly opened the door of her room. She walked out holding her stomach, looking very anxious. "I shouldn't have drunk so much water before bed." She stood in the corridor, curious, looking around with wide eyes. "Where's the bathroom?" But at first glance, the corridor was gloomy and quiet. Not a soul in sight. She couldn't help but recall various scenes from horror movies she had watched before. Ula instantly got goosebumps all over. She felt a chill down her spine. Her pupils contracted in fear, and she didn't dare to move. So she quickly shook her head, comforting herself, "It's fake. It's all fake." Xiao Xiao said the scenes in movies are all lies. Just then, from the bushes outside the corridor, a creepy cat meow suddenly sounded. Ula closed her eyes in fear, nervously clenching her fists. "I must find the bathroom quickly. Get it over with fast." Meanwhile, New guests arrived at the temple. Xingla rubbed his eyes drowsily. We don't receive visitors during our rest time. The newcomer apologized sheepishly. Sorry to disturb you. Then he went straight to the point. My roommate has an urgent matter. We want to see the abbot of Kayamiza Temple. Xingla felt utterly speechless. He didn't expect another person looking for the abbot. He quickly explained, the abbot is already asleep. Please come back tomorrow. But the man's voice was firm. This matter is very important to me. I must see the abbot. Going back and forth would be a waste of time. I can wait here for him. His voice was earnest. Please, young monk, arrange a room for me to stay overnight. I'm determined. Xingla was at a loss for words. He remained silent for a long time, unable to resist complaining. Visitors these days are so thick-skinned. At this time, Ula was covering her mouth in fear. She didn't expect this place to be so big, not knowing where the bathroom was. Little did she know the bathroom was right behind her. She wandered around in confusion, constantly encouraging herself. As an Amazon warrior, I shouldn't be afraid of the dark. Ula looked at the Buddha statues here, thinking fearfully since coming to the city. After watching those horror movies, I'm now afraid to go out at night. Lost in thought, Ula walked unconsciously. Suddenly, she raised her head. She discovered there was actually a well over there. Ula's eyes widened in terror. She didn't dare to move, her teeth chattering in fear. Her inner voice screamed, "There's a well!" Her brain kept replaying horrifying movie scenes. A long-haired female, ghost crawling out of the well. She instantly broke down. Tears fell like pearls. She was so scared her eyebrows stood up. So scary. Just then, a gust of wind blew, and a leaf suddenly fell on the back of her neck. Ula shuddered violently, her face as white as paper. Ula couldn't hold it anymore. She opened her arms and screamed, "There's a monster!" She ran away in a flash. Her heart was in chaos. Crying loudly, she wanted to run back to her room. She suddenly pushed open a door and rushed in fearfully. Ula closed her eyes and felt the blanket on the bed. She kept wailing internally, it's safest under the blanket. Her whole body trembled uncontrollably. Curled up on the bed, she closed her eyes and thought fearfully, "Xiao Xiao, where are you? Come save me quickly." Just then, a man's voice suddenly came from beside her. "Hey, who are you?" Ula's eyes snapped open. This voice sounded so familiar. Chai Xiao propped himself up on his elbow, looking at the person peeking out from under the blanket. He called out in confusion, "Ula." Ula recognized the person in front of her. Like a baby bird returning to its nest, she immediately threw herself into Chai Xiao's arms. "Xiao Xiao, I'm so glad to see you." Chai Xiao was tightly squeezed in her embrace. He spoke helplessly, "You're hugging me too tight. Let go." Ula shook her head fearfully. "There's a ghost outside." He sighed helplessly and pretended to scold her seriously. "I've told you not to watch so many horror movies. You're scaring yourself." Ula's face drooped in fear. That thing was bobbing up and down, scarier than the beasts in the forest. She then started crying. After a moment of sadness, she looked up and pleaded with Chai Xiao. With tears in her eyes, she asked, "Can we sleep together?" Chai Xiao's face changed dramatically at these words. He stared at her, at a loss for words. "Do you know what else that phrase can mean?" Ula pouted in confusion. So Chai Xiao directly grabbed Ula by her thick collar and mercilessly rejected, "I'd better take you back." Hearing this, Ula was displeased. She turned around and hugged Chai Xiao's arm tightly. "No, I won't go out. I don't want to leave Xiao Xiao." Chai Xiao was at a loss with her. He sighed helplessly and tenderly wiped the tears from the corners of Ula's eyes. He lowered his head and said seriously, "All right, you can sleep on my bed tonight. I'll sit beside you and watch over you." Ula lay on the bed covered with a blanket. She couldn't help but ask worriedly, "You won't leave quietly after I fall asleep, will you?" Chai Xiao was silent for a moment. He lowered his head and seriously grabbed her hand. He gently comforted Ula, "I'll do what I promise you." The next morning, their hands were still tightly clasped. Both were sleeping deeply with closed eyes. As soon as Ula opened her eyes, she saw Chai Xiao's sleeping face. He hadn't woken up yet. She didn't expect him to sleep sitting like this all night. She couldn't help but reach out and gently stroke Chai Xiao's hair. Usually so cold and serious, now sleeping like a child. Then Ula sat up. She stared at him intently, thinking shyly to herself, "Even his breathing is gentle." She unconsciously wanted to get closer, The distance between them gradually shortened. Ula stared at his lips, just as she couldn't help but pucker her lips. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Chai Xiao woke up abruptly. He opened his eyes to see Ula's embarrassed face with puckered lips. Chai Xiao was stunned for a moment. He tilted his head and looked at her speechlessly. "What are you doing?" Ula retreated in horror. So embarrassed her toes were curling. She stammered, trying to cover up. "You're awake." The young monk outside spoke again. "Mr. Chai, are you up? We can go see the abbot soon." Hearing abbot, Ula immediately got excited and wanted to speak. Chai Xiao was quick. He quickly covered her mouth. Then he hurriedly put his finger to his lips, lowering his voice cautiously. "Don't make a sound. We can't let people know we were in the same room last night." Chai Xiao then turned his head towards the door and quickly responded, "I'll be there after I get dressed." Xingla outside the door reminded him softly, "Then we'll meet in the main hall. I'll go notify the other female visitor first." Then he turned and left. Chai Xiao pondered his words for a moment. He turned to look at Ula with a speechless expression. "The female visitor isn't you, is it?" Ula scratched her head and giggled foolishly. As they were hurrying to the main hall, Chai Xiao suddenly stopped walking. Ula didn't notice and bumped straight into his back. She blinked and rubbed her sore nose. Frowning, she complained, "Why did you suddenly stop?" Chai Xiao remembered something and turned back seriously. "I wanted to ask last night, weren't you playing in the back garden? How did you end up coming to Qingshui Temple by yourself?" Ula blinked nervously, knowing she couldn't brush it off. "Because I wanted to help you solve your problem too." But Chai Xiao wouldn't let her off. He stepped closer. "But how did you know the way here?" Ula was forced to back away. She felt very guilty. She was so scared she broke into a cold sweat. Stammering, she said, "I just wandered around. Then I ran into Xinla, and he brought me here." Ula recalled what Gu Qiao had told her that day. "This is our secret to help Chai Xiao. We can't tell anyone." She nervously looked up, thinking, "This is a secret. I promised. I can't tell." But Chai Xiao didn't give her a chance. He directly cornered Ula against the wall, trapping her in his arms. He stared at her intently. "Is that so?" Chai Xiao continued to press. "Little girl has learned to lie. Is it because of Gu Qiao? They were so close." Ula felt even more guilty. The panic on her face was undisguisable. She was so cornered she couldn't say a word. At this moment, Xingla walked over from afar. Encountering this scene, he asked confusedly, "Why are you two here?" Hearing the voice, Ula turned her head. Immediately, as if seeing a savior, she called out, "Xingla!" Xingla approached, pointing at the two in confusion. His eyes darted back and forth. "Do you two know each other?" The two answered simultaneously with great tacit understanding. Ula pointed at Chai Xiao. "He's my fiancé." Chai Xiao said in unison, "She's my sister." Xingla felt his worldview collapse. He covered his mouth in surprise, not knowing what he had imagined. His hand was trembling. He kept pointing back and forth between them. "Are you two joking with me?" Ula looked innocent. She kindly started to explain to him. "No, we just recognized each other not long ago." Xingla's eyes were blank. He kept mumbling, "I always thought this kind of plot only happened in melodramatic rich family dramas. I didn't expect it to happen around me." The next second, he clasped his hands together, radiating holiness. "This is a doomed love. It's absolutely forbidden on any level. You should let go when it's time to let go." Xingla's voice suddenly became passionate. "Let me use a song to advise you." He abruptly raised his hand and sang, "That is not love." Chai Xiao interrupted him. "Xingla, little monk, thank you for your concern. Please listen clearly. Ula and I have no blood relation. Don't guess wildly." Hearing this, Xingla's expression instantly became awkward. He understood it was a misunderstanding and apologized repeatedly. "It seems my understanding is not deep enough." He hurriedly tried to change the subject. "Next time I'll find a suitable song to sing for you." Ula wasn't on the same wavelength as them at all. "You two are talking so complicatedly." Ula directly walked in front of the two, taking one hand each and pulling them towards the main hall. "Weren't we going to see Grandpa Abbott? Let's hurry." Chai Xiao wasn't listening at all. He was absent-mindedly turning his head, staring at Ula holding Xingla's hand. He was very concerned inside. Xingla was even more surprised. Looking at the hand holding his cheeks couldn't help but secretly turn red. Soon, the three quickly arrived at the main hall. They stopped at the entrance. Chai Xiao didn't expect that even when they reached the place, those two still hadn't let go of each other's hands. He was very concerned inside. He directly walked forward and used a karate chop to separate the two. Seeing his gloomy face, Ula thought he was unwell. She quickly walked up and touched his shoulder, asking, "Xiao Xiao, what's wrong?" Chai Xiao knew he was overreacting a bit. He turned his head away, awkwardly, to hide it. It's nothing. Xingla didn't want to be a third wheel. He quickly made an excuse. I'll go in and see if the abbot is awake. I can also announce your arrival. But before he could enter the hall, a burly monk blocked his way. He looked down at Xingla and closed the hall door. Xingla recognized him. Senior brother, why are you here? I was about to take them to see the abbot. Hearing this, senior brother turned to stare at Chai Xiao. The two remained silent. Ula, seeing his fierce look, quickly hid behind Chai Xiao. She whispered softly, "This uncle looks so scary." Senior brother walked up to them, palms together, politely refusing. "Please go back. The abbot hasn't woken up yet. Please don't disturb his meditation again." Chai Xiao didn't give up, pleading again, "But we really have something important to ask the abbot. Only he can help us." Xingla, standing behind, couldn't bear it. He pleaded, "Senior brother, please help them." But senior brother became angrier. He turned and shouted, "You dare to speak for them? Look at what you've done as a disciple of Qing Shui Temple." Senior brother took out a phone video. It showed Xingla wearing a wig. He was playing guitar and dancing with Ula on the street. Senior brother held the phone in front of him. Xingla, seeing this video taken by netizens, was speechless. Chai Xiao naturally saw it too. He was a bit upset and turned to ask Ula, "Why were you singing and dancing with him?" Even the slow Ula noticed his abnormality. She asked directly, "Do you mind that?" Chai Xiao's thoughts were exposed. His expression froze. He retorted through gritted teeth, "Of course not." Ula lay dejectedly on the table, completely dispirited. She let out a long sigh. "What should we do?" Chai Xiao sat on the bed, packing clothes without looking up. "We've been turned away. What else can we do?" He lowered his head, eyes deep in thought. "The situation is very bad. We need to hurry back for a meeting to discuss how to solve this." Ula lay on the table listlessly. She sighed again. "It's all because of that senior brother." She couldn't help recalling that day. Senior brother said seriously, "Go back. We're really sorry about your company's matter. As cultivators, we don't get involved in worldly affairs. Please don't disturb the abbot again." Hearing this, Xingla frowned. He couldn't help but speak up to persuade. "Senior brother, please help them." Senior brother immediately glared at him, scolding, "Don't worry about helping others. Have you managed yourself well? Are you trying to anger the abbot to death?" His voice lowered. "You know the abbot loves you the most. He hopes so much that you'll become an excellent monk in the future. But you keep running out to sing." Xingla listened with his head up. Each rebuke stung. If other disciples knew, where would the abbot and Qing Shui Temple's brothers put their faces? "Do you want to disappoint the abbot?" He finally lowered his head. These words pierced Xingla's heart one by one. He felt too guilty to speak. This was indeed the truth. Ula sat cross-legged on the stone bench, eyes closed, sighing, "Poor Xingla. He loves singing but can't sing." Hearing her words, Chai Xiao couldn't help but feel jealous. He turned his head and asked tentatively, "Are you very close with this Xingla?" Ula's eyes widened with excitement. She nodded repeatedly. "It was fun singing and dancing with us. He even bought me steam buns. I really like Xingla." Chai Xiao, who had been seriously folding clothes, stopped abruptly when he heard Ula say she liked him. After a moment of silence, he lowered his head and seriously warned the girl, "Don't fall for someone so easily. You can't just follow someone because they give you something good to eat. Besides, he's a monk." Ula, with her big innocent eyes, asked naively, "Is it not okay if he's a monk?" Chai Xiao turned his head decisively, waving his hand seriously at her. He blurted out two words, "Not okay." Suddenly, Ula fell silent for a moment. Then, with a puzzled face, she asked, "Xiao Xiao, are you jealous?" Chai Xiao immediately panicked. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead, and he stuttered, "How could that be possible? This is just a brother's concern for his sister." But Ula didn't believe his nonsense. She moved closer with a grinning face and sat right next to him. Chai Xiao was startled. Ula kept shortening the distance between them, staring at him intently. Her tone was very ambiguous. "Really?" His cheeks couldn't help but turn red. She wanted to confess her feelings directly. "But for me, Xiao Xiao is not just a brother." Pink bubbles seemed to float around them. Chai Xiao watched as the distance between them kept shrinking, and Ula's lips slightly puckered. The next second, Chai Xiao reached out and restrained Ula's head, ruthlessly turning her away. "I've already contacted Afu to drive and pick us up." Ula turned her head away unhappily, pouting and sulking. She kept complaining in her heart, brother really knows how to ruin the mood. Chai Xiao asked puzzledly with his hands in his pockets. Aren't you going back to the room to pack? Ula, very carefree, lay down on the bed casually. Nothing to pack. Suddenly, she sat up abruptly, giving Chai Xiao a big scare. Ula exclaimed excitedly, "Oh right, I need to say goodbye to Xingla." She immediately rushed towards the door excitedly. She shouted happily to Chai Xiao, "I'm going." Hearing this, Chai Xiao immediately became anxious. He quickly reached out and tightly grabbed her cloak. Then he turned his head away to hide his expression. "Let's go together." Ula observed his micro-expressions and couldn't help but secretly smile. She thought smugly to herself, he's definitely jealous. They walked out of the room together. On the way, they met a young monk. Chai Xiao quickly stopped him and politely asked, "Excuse me, which room does Xingla live in?" The young monk stepped aside, pointing behind him. "First entrance, turn left, and pass 2 more rooms." Ula politely put her palms together. The young monk chanted, "Umitba." Chai Xiao looked at her and felt quite emotional. After the young monk left, Chai Xiao looked down at her. "Looks like you're getting more used to city life." Ula scratched her head and laughed sheepishly. She smiled gently, looking up at Chai Xiao. "It's all thanks to TV dramas." As they were walking forward, some debris suddenly floated down from the air, landing right by Ula's feet. She felt very puzzled. They saw a young monk kneeling in the bushes beside the corridor, head lowered, burning something. He took out a sheet of music and threw it into the fire basin. The fire instantly blazed more fiercely. That person turned out to be Xingla. He was frowning deeply, head lowered, crying painfully with snot and tears mixed together. At this moment, Ula suddenly appeared, jumping high with a large splash of water in a lotus leaf, pouring it directly towards the fire basin. Chai Xiao had just seen her take water from the lotus pond and couldn't help but marvel at how fast she was. Ula looked apologetically at Xingla's back, but Xingla just reached out and tightly grasped the sheet music. It was already soaked with water, the notes now blurred and indistinct. His face quickly darkened. Without even wiping the water from his face, he angrily turned his head and demanded, "What are you doing?" Seeing that he hadn't realized the severity of the situation and was still acting righteous, Ula exploded. She shouted at him, "I should be asking you what you're doing." She frowned and glared at Xingla. Doing this could make sparks fly onto the trees. It could easily cause a fire, because indigenous people are always vigilant about forest fires. Xingla was stunned on the spot, unable to say a word. He realized he was indeed in the wrong. He hadn't thought it through. Chai Xiao picked up a burnt sheet of music from the ground. He stood there with his hands in his pockets, looking down at it seriously. The next second, he turned his head and asked expressionlessly, "How come you're giving up singing just because your master said a few words? Are you planning to give up singing?" Hearing this, Ula was dumbfounded. She asked anxiously, "Xingla, you're not going to sing anymore?" Xingla crouched silently in place. "What can I do? Only by giving up music can I make everyone happy." He frowned deeply, closing his eyes in sadness. "Monks have to chant sutras. Singers aren't monks. My faith and my dream can never coexist." Chai Xiao stroked his chin. "Then don't be a monk. I can introduce you to a music production company. After packaging and grooming, you could earn at least 10 million a year." But Xingla just stood up, silently turning his back to them with his head lowered. "Thank you for your kindness, but I won't leave this place." He closed his eyes, clutching tightly at his chest. "This identity as a monk has been flowing in my blood since I was little." Ula looked at his back and suddenly spoke seriously. "I can understand a bit of how you feel." She slowly recounted her own experience. "When I was little, I loved to draw. But Grandma Chief didn't want me to do that. What followed was harsh criticism. What use is drawing? Can you survive on drawing when you grow up? Only by becoming an Amazon warrior can you bring prosperity to the tribe." Ula lowered her head, stroking her hand. She continued speaking, "And so the paintbrush in my hand became a weapon." She chuckled softly, as if she had come to terms with it. "In the survival of the fittest jungle, warriors are needed. I had no choice either." But Ula still held hope in her heart. Her eyes widened as she spoke happily. "But if I had the chance, I'd still like to draw." Xingla worriedly rubbed his bald head. It seems everyone's childhood dreams and adult careers are at odds with each other. He lowered his head dejectedly, his tone somewhat low. How many can really stick to it? Chai Xiao looked at the two depressed people in front of him. He stood behind them with his hands in his pockets, staring at them for a while with an exasperated expression. He then stroked his chin and asked puzzledly, "Why are you two so negative? The person who's stuck with it is right in front of you, isn't he?" He began to talk about his childhood experiences. People around him gathered, softly persuading, "Don't just focus on homework. We still need to practice Chopin's etudes." The PE teacher frowned, smiling bitterly with a worried face. "The young master's father has ordered. We still need to run and exercise." The art teacher stood nearby, holding a paintbrush, smiling and advising. "Young master, you need to develop comprehensively in morality, intelligence, physical fitness, and aesthetics. It's time for us to go painting." But Chai Xiao frowned, looking annoyed. "It's so noisy. I just want to do homework. I'm going to start a company and invest in the future." The story ended. Chai Xiao expressionlessly stretched out his hand, smirking smugly. "See, didn't I stick with it?" Hearing this, the two were even more devastated, their faces scrunching up in anger. They retorted in unison, "Hey, you're completely abnormal, you know." Xingla smiled bitterly and sighed. "Thank you for comforting me. But forget it. Isn't it good enough to be content as a monk?" This time he smiled sincerely. "I've pursued what I liked to do before. That's enough." Ula picked up a sheet of music, frowning curiously. "I want to know, why do you like singing?" Hearing this, Xingla fell silent for a rare moment. He slowly recounted that story. "It's because of a person. That day it was pouring rain. Xingla was holding an umbrella when he noticed someone crouching under a tree not far away. So he walked over. The umbrella tilted, shielding the person from the downpour. Xingla lowered his head and asked with concern, "Excuse me, what's wrong?" The person looked up, tears hung at the corners of their eyes, and rain had soaked their entire body. "We met on that rainy morning. At that time, only Cheng Yang and I were at the back mountain of the temple. I walked over and asked, 'Why are you here alone? Are you lost?' At that time, Cheng Yang didn't answer me. Instead, he kept looking up at me. That first eye contact, I still remember clearly. Cheng Yang's clean and transparent eyes. So I took Cheng Yang's hand. Cheng Yang was a bit surprised, but he still didn't say anything to me. Xingla smiled and pulled him to run to the temple. 'You'll catch a cold like this. Come with me to the temple to take shelter from the rain.' Xingla fired off a series of questions, but Cheng Yang just looked at me and didn't answer. Instead, Cheng Yang took out earphones, put one in his ear, and tried to hand the other to me. Xingla didn't take it. He frowned, thinking it was very strange. 'If you don't answer my questions, I'm going to tell the abbot.' But Cheng Yang wouldn't take no for an answer. He directly put the earphone in my ear. I was stunned on the spot. At first, Xingla widened his eyes, very annoyed at Cheng Yang's action. He angrily shouted, 'What are you doing?' But later, hearing music different from what was in the temple for the first time, that singing voice broke his understanding. Something different started to change. Suddenly, Xingla seemed to understand what Cheng Yang was avoiding. So he secretly sheltered Cheng Yang without telling anyone. However, during these days, Cheng Yang still wouldn't say a word. He sat at the back mountain listening to music every day. As Cheng Yang was tilting his head back, enjoying the music, suddenly someone gently tapped his shoulder from behind. Xingla carefully took out a speaker. "I got this from the senior disciple. He only uses it to listen to Buddhist scriptures anyway. Might as well use it." The two plugged the MP3 into the small speaker, sat back to back, and closed their eyes, silently enjoying the music. The singing voice resonated with everything, like flowing water, like a gentle breeze, unforgettable, blooming in memory. Cheng Yang closed his eyes and involuntarily began to play, his fingertips dancing along with the song, thoroughly enjoying the moment. At that moment, I heard Cheng Yang's voice for the first time, but the expected result was unexpected. Xingla widened his eyes in shock, frozen in place, unable to speak. Cheng Yang realized he had unconsciously started humming along. It was a hoarse voice, completely devoid of melody. Xingla asked about his voice. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Cheng Yang lowered his head, feeling dejected. The two of them just stared at each other blankly. Xingla realized he had been insensitive and rash. He hurriedly waved his hands in apology. "I didn't mean to." This time, Cheng Yang's clear eyes suddenly darkened. He drooped his eyebrows sadly. After a while, He gently took Xingla's hand, opened his palm, and began writing on it. Xingla raised his head in surprise and asked, "Are you mute?" Cheng Yang extended his fingertip and wrote stroke by stroke on his palm. "I'm sorry for only telling you now." Xingla also became sad. "So you've been silent all this time because you can't speak." It turned out that Cheng Yang suddenly lost his voice just as he was about to take the Music Academy exam. The accident caused him to fail the exam, and his broken voice hindered his desire to sing. When his friends learned of this news, they constantly mocked him. They jeered that they had never seen a mute person trying to learn to sing, asking if it was like a duck trying to chirp like a bird. Xingla smiled and encouraged him to cheer up. "Even if you can't sing the lyrics, I can still feel your passion for music. Because of you, I've come to love music too." Hearing his words, Cheng Yang lowered his head and smiled. He wrote on his hand, "I hope one day we can sing together." The two made a promise. The three sat in a circle on the lawn, listening to Xingla finish this story. Ula, somewhat curious, leaned forward and asked, "Then what happened? What was the result?" Later, Cheng Yang's parents found him. They had contacted foreign doctors who said they could restore his voice and were preparing to send him abroad for treatment. Cheng Yang's mother spoke sincerely, bowing her head. "We really thank you for taking care of Cheng Yang for so many days. We came back specifically to thank you." Xingla was listening intently to their conversation when suddenly someone tapped him on the shoulder. He turned around, puzzled. He discovered it was Cheng Yang, wearing a pink dress. Xingla froze suddenly, staring at her blankly. The next second, he retreated in horror, pointing at Cheng Yang, exclaiming in shock, "You're actually a girl?" Seeing him like this, Cheng Yang covered her mouth and laughed lightly. She wrote on his palm, "I've always been a girl. Didn't you ever notice?" Xingla's expression became even more horrified, cold sweat streaming down his cheeks. He stuttered, "But we've been living together for so many days." He was so scared his soul was about to fly away. He thought in terror, "The abbot must never know about this. Otherwise, I'm dead for sure." Cheng Yang took his hand again and gestured on his palm. "I have to go. I hope to chase my dream again." Xingla's expression turned serious, his voice firm as he encouraged her. "I believe you can do it. I look forward to hearing your voice. Goodbye." Suddenly, Cheng Yang bent down and gently kissed Xingla's forehead, expressing her gratitude to him. Chai Xiao propped himself up with one hand on the ground. With his rebellious look, he gazed into the distance. "So, does Cheng Yang know you've decided not to sing anymore?" These words made Xingla silently lower his head. Now he couldn't get interested in anything. "I don't plan to tell Cheng Yang." He sat cross-legged on the ground, hands on his knees, tightly clenching his fists. "Since she went abroad for treatment, we've rarely been in contact. I guess it doesn't matter whether she knows or not." After saying this, Xingla's expression gradually dimmed, wanting to keep this matter to himself. Ula leaned down, looking at Xingla, and spoke to him firmly. "I believe she's been working hard to fulfill the promise between you two." Xingla had lived in the temple since he was little. This was his home. As a child, he was so innocent and adorable, playing outside. This place taught Xingla everything. However, every time Xingla meditated, he would fall fast asleep. The abbot was very lenient with him. For Xingla, the happiest thing was eating vegetarian meals. At a very young age, he received care from everyone, wolfing down steamed buns. Whenever Xingla felt down, the older monks would offer him steamed buns to comfort him, and his mood would improve. "They all took such good care of me." Xingla recalled his childhood experiences, but his current mood was melancholic. "Everyone hopes I'll become an excellent monk, so I don't want to disappoint them." Saying these words aloud, he felt a weight lift from his heart. Suddenly, Ula bit Xingla's arm, mumbling that it wasn't like that at all. Xingla screamed in pain. Chai Xiao, witnessing this, felt somewhat helpless. He quickly got up to stop Ula. "Stop it! Don't bite Xingla's arm." Ula reached out with both hands, squeezing Xingla's cheeks. "I don't understand you city people. Why do you always care about others' opinions? What's wrong with doing what you like?" Chai Xiao picked Ula up, separating the two. "Ula, don't be so violent." Xingla rubbed his numb cheeks. He held Ula, who was still struggling. Ula slowly spoke. "I didn't have a choice before, so now I don't want to see you regret it too." At this moment, the abbot slowly walked towards them. "What are you all arguing about?" Hearing the abbot's voice, Ula and Xingla both looked over. The abbot stroked his beard, his kind face wearing a smile. "You've disturbed my sleep." I misspoke. I'm at my meditation. When he learned the reason for this situation, the smile on his face didn't disappear. "Such good sheet music, you shouldn't burn it." Xingla stood before the abbot, silently lowering his head. With a gloomy expression, he stated his intention. "Abbot, I don't want to sing anymore. Actually, I've known for a long time that you like to sing, so you don't need to apologize to me now, the abbot said kindly. Xingla's head remained lowered, because senior brother said it would bring shame to Qingshui Temple. Everyone would be mocked together. At this moment, the light in his eyes had faded. This temple is my home. You are my family. I can't disregard your feelings. After he finished speaking, the wind suddenly picked up. The abbot stood there, reaching out and looking up at the sky. So, a leaf fell into his palm. When Qingshui Temple was first built, there was only one tree on the barren back mountain. The abbot persuaded Xingla, and now the back mountain has become an entire forest. Because that tree, after 100 years of reproduction, roots grew more roots, leaves grew more leaves, becoming a forest. He tightly held the fallen leaf in his hand, with many more leaves floating in the wind behind him. So, would you say it's one tree or a forest? The abbot extended the leaf forward. You've all been too fixated on your identities, forgetting what the essence really is. Xingla reached out to take the leaf from the abbot's hand. Then the abbot said to him, Buddha guides the world. People form connections through kindness. Quickly, Xingla looked at the leaf in his hand and understood everything. Music spreads love and peace to people. You've forgotten why you became a monk. When he became enlightened, he put his palms together and bowed to the abbot. This disciple's cultivation is insufficient. I was momentarily confused. Now I understand. Thank you for your teachings, abbot. After Xingla emerged from his confusion, Chai Xiao and Ula were about to say goodbye. To thank them, Xingla came out specially to see them off. He smiled slightly, raising his hand to rub the back of his neck. If it weren't for Ula's persistence, I might have continued to regret it forever. Chai Xiao looked at the paper in his hand. Although it was all by chance, in the end, we got the complete formula from the abbot. Got the complete formula. Ula stood next to Chai Xiao and pointed. From just now until now, I've been thinking for a long time about what the abbot meant. Then he turned to look at Ula. The abbot meant that Xingla could actually be a Buddhist singer, combining Buddhist scriptures and music. Understanding these words, Ula excitedly opened his arms and shouted, so he can both sing and be a monk. That's wonderful. I always thought Xingla looked cuter, singing with a shaved head. Ula smiled happily. His eyes curved into crescents. Chai Xiao pointed at himself, not forgetting to promote. If you want to sign with a music company in the future, you can always come find me. This made Xingla a bit helpless. The two of them walked together. Ula slowly stretched, constantly marveling. It feels so good to be able to help others. But Chai Xiao glanced at him expressionlessly, though his heart was already surging. Next time, don't impulsively bite people. Isn't this little Chai? A familiar voice came from not far away, making Chai Xiao turn his head to look. Ula also stopped with him. Tianyi stood excitedly by a luxury car, waving at them. I can't believe it, actually running into Chai Xiao here. Long time no see. He laughed with his hands on his hips, teasing Chai Xiao. Are you here to pray too? If you become a crooked businessman, Buddha Chai won't bless you. These words made Chai Zhao's face darken instantly. Why did I run into this disaster star here? Who exactly was this man that Chai Xiao feared? However, Tianyi pointed at Ula. Is this your girlfriend? I don't believe you'd have such good luck. But Ula said, we just got together recently. Suddenly he leaned over to mock Chai Xiao. So this stone-faced guy also has thoughts of chasing girls, huh? But Chai Xiao couldn't be bothered to explain this to Tianyi. Ula immediately took on the role of a girlfriend. Hey darling, who is this person? However, that person's face remained gloomy from beginning to end. Chai Xiao pointed at Tianyi beside him, introducing him to Ula in the most concise way. His name is Tianyi. He's my college classmate. Tianyi shook him angrily. How are you still as unlikable as before? Is this how you end our years of friendship? He raised his hand to wipe away tears at the corner of his eyes, aggrieved. Back in the day, I was even your roommate. We even slept in the same bed. At this point, Ula was very excited to hear about what happened when Chai Xiao slept before. Tianyi, however, was unexpectedly stopped by Chai Zhao's hand from behind. At this moment, Chai Zhao's face was gloomy as he forcefully covered Tianyi's mouth. If you dare to say anything about that, I'll kill you right now. Ula looked at him with a confused face. What happened after falling asleep? But Chai Xiao coldly replied, this is not something children should know about. He looked at Chai Xiao pitifully. I'm not a child. I've even kissed you. TV says men who don't take responsibility are heartless scoundrels. Hearing these words, Tianyi looked like he'd just heard some juicy gossip. He asked Chai Xiao with a surprised expression, how far have you two actually gone? By the way, why are you at Qingshui Temple? Chai Xiao, seeing his expression, immediately changed the subject. He didn't want to explain this matter further. Tianyi crossed his arms, taking on a teacher-like posture. I got into youth university as a teacher. I came to the temple specially to fulfill a vow. However, Chai Xiao and Ula walked straight past Tianyi. Ula, let's go. Tianyi didn't expect that they would ignore him like this. Suddenly, he quickly went forward to stop Chai Xiao. Our school is holding a garden party right now. Why don't you come and join? There's lots of delicious food inside. Upon hearing about good food, Ula's eyes lit up. He became excited inside. At this moment, his desire to go reached its peak. Then Ula looked at Chai Xiao in front of him. Chai Xiao turned back and made eye contact with him. In Ula's eyes, he read that he really wanted to go. When they arrived at the specific location, Tianyi was behind them doing something unknown. While in front of them, Ula was now very excited. Tianyi, holding his phone, was frantically typing with a sinister smile. The big spender is here. You guys better prepare to welcome him properly. Ula looked at the scenery in front of him. He couldn't control his joy inside. This place is so big. Is this where you learn survival skills? He walked around the campus, looking everywhere. Suddenly, he noticed something a college student was holding. What are they holding in their hands? When he learned that the thing was edible, he couldn't resist wanting to quickly go buy some. It seemed Ula really wanted to eat cotton candy. Soon, Ula anxiously tugged on Chai Xiao's arm. Let's go in quickly. Chai Xiao was completely bewildered by Ula's actions. Just as they were about to enter, a man with glasses came out to stop them. I'm sorry. The garden party rules state that participants must change clothes to enter. Hearing this, Chai Xiao's face instantly turned sour. But I see many people around wearing casual clothes. Why do we have to change? These words immediately set the glasses man off. He couldn't bear it anymore and pointed at them. Are you questioning our school's rules? Chai Xiao was secretly delighted at this moment. Well, we can't help it. We didn't prepare any clothes. We'll have to go home. But Ula seemed reluctant. The glasses man pointed. Due to time constraints, Teacher Tianyi has already instructed me. Clothes have been prepared for you two in advance. A voice came from the changing room. It was unclear who said it. We also have special staff to do your makeup. You can come out once it's done. After he put on the ancient costume, his whole aura changed. He crossed his arms. The atmosphere around him was very low. What is this nonsense? Those people were all playing some roles, but the clothes they brought were all strange and peculiar. Is this what they call cosplay? Tianyi pointed at Chai Xiao. He was torn between laughter and tears, holding his stomach. Chai Xiao, you surprisingly suit this outfit, don't you? Ula wore rabbit ears on his head, looking cute and playful. He blinked at Chai Xiao. Look, there's a little rabbit costume. Without a word, Chai Xiao immediately put his hand in front of Ula. However, the two behind him were still complaining frantically. We can't see. At this moment, Ula slightly raised his head, staring with lively big eyes, and asked expectantly, Xiao Xiao, don't you like me like this? Ula pouted coyly. His current appearance really looked like a little white rabbit waiting to be slaughtered, and it was truly irresistible. However, Chai Xiao swayed left and right, blocking others' gaze. Now Chai Xiao didn't even dare to look down at him. I do mind. Suddenly, the glasses man gave a thumbs up and shouted, Great, your outfits unexpectedly match so well. Tianyi also applauded on the side. Chai Xiao stepped forward, gloomily questioning the glasses man. Why didn't you bring out this more modest outfit earlier? The glasses man awkwardly rubbed the back of his neck. He recalled the previous message. It turned out the glasses man had misunderstood from the beginning. In an instant, Chai Xiao felt they were very suspicious. Tianyi eased the tension on the side. Don't worry about those details. Just have fun. Ula held takoyaki in his hand, still chewing. Behind him, Chai Xiao was holding cotton candy for Ula. He looked at the things in his hand and helplessly said, Buying so much, can you finish it all? With these words, the air fell silent. But Ula dismissively waved his hand. Xiao Xiao, you underestimate us Amazonians too much. We can eat 20 portions of this kind of thing without any problem. Chai Xiao was very surprised to hear this. A thunderbolt flashed in his mind. He asked in astonishment, Are you a monster? However, Ula ignored his words. His smile at this moment seemed particularly bright. Xiao Xiao, I like it here. Suddenly, Ula started coughing violently, as if he had choked on food. Chai Xiao calmly said beside him, talking while eating is easy to choke on. Seeing Ula's pained expression, Chai Xiao gently patted his back to help him feel better. You choked before finishing your sentence. They walked to the shade of a tree. Chai Xiao pointed behind him and instructed Ula, sit here for a while. I'll go buy you a bottle of water. Ula sat on the bench very happily. What a fool. This isn't the Amazon. No one's fighting me for food. Next time I'll eat slowly. At this moment, a voice reached Ula's ears. He opened one eye, turning his head to look. Darling, how can you be so careless? Looking at the loving couple in front of him, even eating got food all over their mouths. The boy awkwardly rubbed his head and laughed. There was a piece of chocolate at the corner of the boy's mouth. This position looked a bit like a matchmaker's mole. He still said he didn't notice. It was really funny. The girl gracefully took out a handkerchief, smiling and saying, "Let me wipe it for you." The boy was also very happy at this moment. "You're so nice." Darling. Ula sat on the bench watching this scene. Is this the romantic scene that often appears in TV dramas? It's really enviable. Chai Xiao walked with water, sweating profusely. I walked so far to find a place to buy water. The person behind shyly said, "So handsome." He was still some distance from the bench. Actually, Ula had already spotted him and was waving at Chai Xiao. "You're back." Unexpectedly, Ula had eaten with sauce all over his mouth. He looked quite messy, yet he still said, "I've been waiting for you for so long." When Chai Xiao approached and saw this scene, his face immediately darkened. "How did you manage to get sweet sauce all over your mouth?" However, Ula didn't seem to mind and started acting coy with him. He kept pretending not to know. Opening his eyes wide, he said, "How come I didn't notice?" Without another word, he stood up from the bench. With sauce sticking to his mouth, he looked around. Chai Xiao was truly speechless with him. Chai Xiao's face instantly darkened. The aura around him wouldn't allow anyone near. He said in a low voice, "It's on your mouth." Ula hurriedly leaned in, looking up at Chai Xiao. He pointed at his own mouth. "Xiao Xiao, can you help me wipe it clean?" Quickly, Chai Xiao took out a handkerchief, gazing at him lovingly. "You silly girl, I really don't know what to do with you. Come here, let me wipe it off for you." This was all just Ula's imagination. He sat in place, slightly raising his head, hands clasped together waiting for Chai Xiao to wipe his mouth. Unexpectedly, this straight guy directly handed over the tissue. "Quickly wipe the corners of your mouth clean. Otherwise, passers-by will laugh at you." Helplessly, Ula could only take the tissue and wipe his own mouth. He lowered his head in disappointment. Chai Xiao looked at him, somewhat puzzled. Actually, Ula also wanted to experience the feeling of dating like city girls. He turned his head to look at Chai Xiao, wanting to be like others. Finally, Ula looked at him with shining eyes, bravely saying what he had been longing for in his heart. "Xiao Xiao, let's date." Ula sat on the bench, leaning his body towards Chai Xiao. At this moment, he was very serious. Chai Xiao said, "Let's date." His expression was very serious as he looked at Chai Xiao, confessing to him, "I want to let you know the feelings I've been anticipating, to make you understand." Chai Xiao looked him in the eyes, his gaze full of love. Just listening to his words like this, "I also want you to treat me like a lover." But Chai Xiao didn't understand Ula's meaning at all. He turned his head in surprise and asked, "Ula, what are we getting rid of?" This sentence was like a bolt from the blue for Ula. What Ula had just said was that he wanted to date him. But Chai Xiao doesn't watch romance movies at all. Then Chai Xiao called out Ula again. At this moment, Ula had mustered up the courage to confess to him. Yet Chai Xiao had completely misunderstood. Suddenly, 3 college students approached from afar. They were laughing. Ula exclaimed in surprise, "Such beautiful ladies." Ula also heard the sound. The 2 female college students came forward, wanting to take a photo with Ula. Another one chimed in, "You look really good in Hanfu." This situation completely confused Ula. He sat dumbfounded on the bench, not knowing how to answer them. He froze in place, not moving at all. Ula turned his head in bewilderment to look at Chai Xiao. He raised his hand helplessly and scratched his hair. He quietly waited there for Chai Xiao's response. Chai Xiao smiled at him, as if directly touching his heart. "Since everyone likes you so much, why don't you take a photo with them?" After getting Ula's confirmation, the 2 girls excitedly smiled. One girl cupped her face, truly unable to believe it. "Thank you so much." They then pulled Ula aside to take photos. They posed in various ways. Meanwhile, Chai Xiao was left alone on the side. On the other side, Ula only imitated their poses, making heart signs and cooperating fully. They took photos together, completely forgetting about Chai Xiao. Suddenly, Chai Xiao heard the voices of a couple. He turned his head to look. The girl was saying, "Darling, how did you get dirty again?" That couple was surrounded by a sweet atmosphere. The boy's mouth was full of food. The girl said gently, "I just wiped it off for you. How did it get on your mouth again?" The boy held the girl's slender wrist with a stain on the corner of his mouth, smiling at her and saying, "I did it on purpose so you would wipe it for me." Pink hearts filled the air around them. The girl turned her head away shyly. "You're so naughty. Stop showing affection in public." Chai Xiao recalled Ula leaning in earlier, pointing at his own mouth, constantly hinting, "Can you help me wipe it off?" At this moment, Chai Xiao uncomfortably scratched his cheek. That little girl just now, she couldn't have wanted me to wipe her mouth, could she? When he came to his senses and looked up, the person who was there earlier was long gone, disappeared to who knows where. They were in the cherry blossom grove. Ula waved goodbye to them. "Nice to meet you all," the college students said in unison. "Goodbye, miss." Ula wiped the sweat off his face and exhaled. Finally finished taking photos. "I didn't expect it to be so tiring." He quickly came to his senses, looking at this unfamiliar place. Not knowing where he was, Ula didn't know how to navigate the cherry blossom grove. He could only wander aimlessly inside. He raised his hand to touch his cheek. "How do I get out of here? I need to find Xiao Xiao quickly." However, running was very difficult for him. "This dress is really too long. Otherwise, I could climb a tree to find the exit." At this time, he sat on the ground, enduring the pain. Looking at his injured knee that was now bleeding, he had just accidentally tripped on the dress. On the other side, Chai Xiao was still aimlessly searching for Ula. At this moment, he was already sweating profusely. Where on earth did he go? Chai Xiao turned his head and saw the words dating. It was then that he understood. Those words Ula said earlier were actually a confession to him. A purple-haired boy introduced to him. "Are you interested in participating in this event, classmate? You might find someone to date." But Ula's face instantly appeared in his mind. Ula was so adorably silly, saying to him, "Xiao Xiao, let's date." At this moment, Chai Xiao finally understood. His entire face instantly turned red. That sentence Ula said, he understood its meaning. Ula sat on the ground, looking up at Tian Yi walking towards him. At this time, Ula was a bit dejected, but still called out, "Mr. Tian Yi." Tian Yi directly squatted down, carefully examining the wound on Ula's knee. His expression was panicked. "I should take you to the infirmary." His eyes rippled with laughter, a smile appearing. He waved his hand dismissively. As an Amazon warrior, "This little injury is nothing." Then he laughed awkwardly. "But fortunately I ran into you. I almost got lost just now." Tian Yi said, "Look, you are already lost." Now Tian Yi was still squatting on the ground looking at him. "Chai Xiao just called me, saying you disappeared. So we've all been looking for you everywhere." These words directly made Ula's face blush. He lowered his head slightly, saying sorry to Tian Yi. "I made you all worry." He took out his phone and dialed. "I'll call Chai Xiao back then. He must be very anxious." Soon the call was connected. After hearing the voice on the other end of the phone, he directly said, "Chai Xiao, I've found Ula now. Let me tell you, Ula is injured." Hearing this, Ula was shocked. He didn't expect him to tell Chai Xiao about this. Ula exaggeratedly opened his mouth wide, crossing his arms in strong protest, shouting, "No, don't tell Xiao Xiao I'm injured." Chai Xiao's voice came through the phone. "What happened to Ula?" However, Tian Yi said, "Nothing. Let's meet up at the teaching building." Afterwards, Ula patted his chest and let out a long breath. "I don't want Chai Xiao to know. If he knows, he'll be very worried about me." His words made Tian Yi a bit helpless. Now, Tian Yi was very concerned about Ula's condition. "Can you walk on your foot?" These words sparked Ula's competitive spirit. He quickly stood up, wanting to prove himself. Tian Yi didn't know what to say at this moment. Unexpectedly, Tian Yi suddenly picked Ula up. Ula looked at him in surprise, his face instantly turning red. He opened his lively eyes, making him look quite adorable. "I can walk by myself. Put me down quickly." At this moment, Tian Yi still didn't let go. He looked straight ahead, his expression very serious. But he smiled. "Don't try to act tough with me." Suddenly, his gaze turned towards Ula, revealing affection. "You can't even fool me, let alone face Chai Xiao later." Tian Yi carried Ula, walking slowly in the cherry blossom grove. "The more you care about someone, the less you want them to worry about you." These words made Ula silently lower his head. His expression darkened. "Unfortunately, I never know what he's really thinking." Then Tian Ye's eyes lit up, his inner gossip soul burning. Such a sigh. "Come on, tell me your story." Ula silently told the story of him and Chai Xiao. It all started with that curse. But because of a kiss, it became like this. He listened attentively to Ula's story. After the story, Tianyi instantly understood their relationship. So that's how it is. Actually, Chai Xiao, this guy, when I first met him, he was already clueless about love, Tianyi teased. These words made Ula in his arms bristle. He kept belittling Chai Xiao. He's not a blockhead. He just has nothing in his head. At this moment, he had a bright idea. Suddenly, he thought of a plan. Let's make Chai Xiao understand how he feels about you. Tianyi slowly leaned close to Ula's ear, whispering, "Just do as I say," guaranteed to make him jealous. On the other side, Chai Xiao had been waiting for the two of them. Now Tianyi, carrying Ula, walked towards him with a smile. "Chai Xiao, we're back." Ula fell in the garden just now and scraped his leg. It's bleeding. Tianyi, carrying Ula, told Chai Xiao with a serious expression. However, Ula in Tianyi's arms pouted, saying sorry to Xiao Xiao. Tianyi looked at the girl in his arms and unconsciously smiled. Chai Xiao's face instantly darkened. He frowned, staring at Tianyi. "Can't take your eyes off for a moment, huh? He's really annoying." He slightly opened his arms, wanting to take Ula from Tianyi's arms. Chai Xiao said expressionlessly to Tianyi, "Hand him over to me." Ula's face blushed, his whole being sinking into tenderness. "Xiao Xiao actually wants to hold me voluntarily. Then I won't be polite." Saying this, he was about to reach out. Suddenly, Ula's waist tightened. Tianyi's hand was still on his waist, reminding him, "Don't fall into his tenderness so early." Ula, coming to his senses, turned his head to look at the person holding him. His expression was a bit aggrieved. "Why not let Chai Xiao hold me?" However, Tianyi didn't answer his question. He looked seriously at the person in front of him. "Chai Xiao, how do you know Ula wants you to hold him?" These words made Ula remember their plan. His expression became very panicked. "I really almost ruined our big plan." Chai Xiao didn't understand his words. He helplessly asked Tianyi, "What do you mean?" In fact, he had already become jealous of Tianyi. He immediately opened his arms again, wanting Ula to come to him. He just stood there silently waiting for a long time. But no one expected that Ula directly refused him. This was an unexpected answer. It made the atmosphere awkward. Tianyi smiled, as if taunting Chai Xiao. "You heard it too. Please move aside. I'm taking him to the infirmary." He carried Ula, walking straight past Chai Xiao. At this moment, Chai Xiao stood still, but his eyes remained fixed on Ula. This scene made his face instantly darken. "I really don't understand what these two are up to." However, Ula wanted to look back at Chai Xiao, but was stopped by Tianyi. "Don't look back now. Just pretend nothing happened." Ula had no choice but to turn his head back helplessly, listening to Tianyi saying, "Irritate him well. Only then will his wooden head understand." Suddenly, he raised his hand to cover his mouth, whispering to Tianyi, "Mr. Tianyi, Xiao Xiao has been following us all along." These words made Tianyi stop and turn around. At this moment, their eyes met. "Why are you following us?" Chai Xiao made up an excuse from behind. "Can't I just be going the same way?" The two people beside him couldn't help but laugh at his reason. They turned around, unable to hold back their laughter. He's still trying to act tough. While Chai Xiao behind them, his face was a bit gloomy. Tianyi slowly placed Ula on the hospital bed. He was truly a warm-hearted guy. However, the cold Chai Xiao was still standing beside. At this moment, Chai Xiao couldn't hold back anymore. He slightly bent down, asking with concern, "Ula, let me see how your wound is." Ula unconsciously scratched his cheek. "It's really nothing, just a small scratch. Don't make a fuss about it." These words made Tianyi shout, "What do you mean it's nothing?" This almost made Ula choke. What if it leaves a scar? How will Ula get married in the future? Tianyi shouted at Chai Xiao in frustration. Without a word, Chai Xiao walked to the bed and lifted Ula's skirt. He lowered his head slightly, carefully examining the wound on the knee. He sat on the bed, waving at Tianyi. "What are you still standing there for? Hurry and get some disinfectant." Tianyi was about to refuse. He didn't expect to be ignored. Seeing the two of them so intimate, he felt it wasn't right to disturb. Then he turned and pulled the curtain open. He didn't forget to remind Ula, "Ula, wait for me. I'll be right back." His expression was a bit helpless. Although his tone was stern, his eyes were full of concern. "You're really someone who makes people worry." Chai Xiao asked nervously, "Does it hurt?" Seeing him so concerned, Ula's cheeks couldn't help but blush slightly. He arrogantly rubbed his nose, thinking proudly, "What's this little injury? Pay my ass. I'm a brave Amazon warrior." Ula suddenly clenched his fist, immediately coming up with a plan. "Mr. Tianyi said, in love, You should act weak in front of the person you like. He blinked his big eyes, looking up at Chai Xiao pitifully, almost crying. His voice was full of grievance. It hurts so much. Ula frowned, looking down at the wound on his leg. He couldn't help but worry. What if I become a cripple? What should I do then? He closed his eyes, really at a loss with Ula. He sighed with a headache, his voice indulgent. All right, give me your foot. Chai Xiao suddenly lifted her injured leg. Ula looked down at him in confusion. He leaned forward and gently blew on the wound. She couldn't help but recall her childhood. His expression was full of tenderness. When she fell as a child, her grandfather did the same thing. Chai Xiao suddenly looked up and asked if it felt less painful now. Their gazes unexpectedly collided. Ula turned her head away in embarrassment. Her voice stuttered, trying to hide her discomfort. It seems to feel less painful now. Chai Xiao looked up at her, sincerely expressing his thoughts. Don't worry, even if you really become a cripple, someone will still take care of you in the next life. Ula's voice was soft. She knew her cheeks were already bright red, but her eyes were full of determination. Is that person you? The two gazed at each other lovingly. Their cheeks gradually turned crimson, hearts pounding, hoping for this feeling to settle. She was waiting for a promise. Ula just waited quietly, completely ignoring the pain from her injury. At this moment of waiting, was it really so difficult to answer with a simple yes? Tianyi suddenly pulled open the curtain with a swoosh, carrying a medical kit in his hand. Then he flashed his standard smile. Ula, I'm back. His small eyes narrowed slightly. His slender fingers stroked his chin in thought. The atmosphere seemed a bit different. He grinned at the two of them. Did you two do something strange while I was gone? Chai Xiao extended his hand to him with extreme helplessness. His tone carried undisguised impatience. What are you talking about? Quickly give me the medical kit. Ula's inner thoughts were very delicate. He clearly seems nervous and concerned about me, but he acts like he's always avoiding me. Why is that? Tianyi suddenly glanced sideways and noticed the woman who was feeling dejected. Then a plan suddenly came to his mind. He couldn't control the upward curve of his lips. It looks like this blockhead needs more effort to understand. I'll have to be Ula's emotional band-aid. Then he immediately reached out to the wooden chai, snatching the band-aid from his hand. Tianyi waved his fingers at him, his expression incredibly lighthearted. Let me handle this. You don't need to worry. Go to the side. Don't get in my way. He quickly tried to shoo Chai Xiao away. Ula needs to replenish fluids now. You haven't been much help from the start. Now let's see how you perform. Young Master Chai was left powerless to resist. He could only helplessly rub his neck and stand up, obediently preparing to fetch water. Ula lowered her head in disappointment. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly. Then she softly called out, Mr. Tianyi, let's forget about it. Mr. Tianyi's mouth gaped open in shock. A drop of cold sweat seemed to hang on his temple. Do you know what you're saying? Little Ula nodded shyly. Maybe I'm too stupid. I still can't learn the methods you taught me, so I can't move Xiao Zhao's heart. Tianyi suddenly fell into deep thought. I believe it's no longer about the curse. She has truly fallen in love with Chai Xiao. He reached out and gently rubbed Ula's head. His eyes narrowed with happiness. You're a bit different from what I imagined. Unexpectedly, such a tender moment between the two would always be interrupted by the sudden appearance of the main character. Chai Zhao's face was extremely gloomy. You're just putting on a band-aid. Why are you touching her head? He pulled away the hand on Ula's head. His tone carried a hint of displeasure. Tianyi, please don't be so familiar. Little Tianyi pouted, even more dissatisfied. Why are you so nervous? I'm not taking advantage of Ula. Ula didn't want Xiao Xiao to misunderstand, so she suddenly shouted innocently at him. Mr. Tianyi is a good person. Her shout filled the man with confidence. Chai Xiao turned to look at Tianyi with an even darker gaze. For a moment, the air in the room seemed to stand still. As expected, he grabbed Tianyi's collar and walked outside. You little guy are acting too clever. It's time we had a good talk outside. After hearing the violent sound of the door closing, Ula blinked worriedly. I hope they'll be all right. Chai Xiao calmly raised his eyes and looked ahead. I understand all these little tricks you and Ula did today. I know what they're for. Tianyi was suddenly taken aback. His body involuntarily leaned back. I didn't expect you to see through it already. How did you know we were trying to make you jealous? Young Master Chai suddenly let out a light sigh. His deep eyes showed a hint of evasion. The relationship between Ula and me is complicated. It's not as good as you imagine. Mr. Tion expressed extreme disapproval. So that's why you've been dragging it out? This isn't like the Chai Xiao I know. Have you always been hung up on that kiss? Is that why you don't know how to choose? Are you also afraid she'll meet someone better? One day, when she suddenly realizes that her feelings for you were just because of that kiss, and not genuine affection, you don't know whether you should feel relieved or disappointed. That's the real question you want to figure out, isn't it? Tian Yi suddenly put on an extremely serious expression. He placed his hand on Chai Zhao's shoulder. Now that I've said this, do you know what to do? He didn't give young Master Chai any chance to refute. With his long legs, he quickly walked to the door. All right, shall we go back in? So he abruptly opened the door and casually flashed a smile at Ula. But the young master behind him seemed a bit distracted. Little Ula's big eyes were filled with confusion. Her small mouth kept asking, "What exactly did you two do?" At this moment, Chai Xiao didn't know what to do. In his heart now, was it because of that kiss that she liked him, or did she truly like him? Ula quickly noticed his unusual behavior, so she cast him a concerned look. "Xiao Xiao, what's wrong?" Young Master Chai pondered for a moment. Just as he was about to speak, Tian Yi suddenly put his arm around his shoulder and casually replied, "Nothing's wrong." As the sun gradually set in the west, it was time for the two to return home. Tian Yi reluctantly saw them off. Ula apologized to him for not being able to continue participating in the garden party activities. "But I really like it here. I hope I'll have the chance to come again next time." Tian Yi winked at her and nodded sincerely. "Of course, no problem. You're welcome here anytime." Young Master Chai turned his head to say goodbye. He suddenly covered his mouth with his hand and quietly reminded his friend, "Think carefully about what I said." They soon got into the car to go home. Inside, two extreme scenes formed. Ula was happily smiling on one side, while Chai Xiao was preoccupied and silent. The innocent little Ula didn't seem to notice. Mr. Tian Yi is such an interesting person. If he lived in the Amazon, he might get forcibly kissed. At the mention of the word kiss, young Master Chai recalled his friend's advice. If you find out she likes you because of the curse, what would you do? Young Master Chai tentatively asked her. Don't you think the curse is absurd? Regardless of whether two people like each other or not, they have to be together just because they kissed. Ula's eyes suddenly widened. She covered her mouth with her small hand, feeling incredulous. There shouldn't be anyone who opposes it. Everyone follows this rule. If it were me back then, I would probably have followed this idea too. But now it's different. I've already fallen in love with Xiao Xiao. Chai Xiao held his forehead, his pupils suddenly contracting. Why am I having these strange emotions? What's wrong with me? In my 20-something years of life, I've never lost control of my emotions like this. Am I coming down with a fever? The more the man thought about it, the more troubled he became. His expression grew more distressed. Ula crossed her arms and observed him carefully. Xiao Xiao seems a bit off. They soon arrived home. The butler was already standing at the door, looking tenderly at the car door. You're finally back. Chai Xiao was the first to open the car door and step out. Afu, Ula's leg is injured. Go take care of her. I'll go to my room to deal with the formula matter. Afu of course agreed immediately, but watching the young master's hurriedly departing figure, he felt momentarily confused. Ula slowly walked out, asking butler Afu in confusion, "Don't you think Xiao Xiao is acting strange? What else does he have to worry about?" At this time, in a dimly lit room, only a computer was lit on the desk. Chai Xiao was searching for something online. Then he quickly deleted the search history and abruptly slammed the laptop shut. With a thud, he fell onto the soft bed. Irritated, he gradually drifted off to sleep. Chai Xiao suddenly dreamed he was about to get married. A pristine white suit on his body made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Little Ula was also dressed as a bride. Her long pink hair accentuated her liveliness. She walked towards him like a little fairy. But suddenly, a blond man appeared beside Ula. He easily took her arm, reluctant to let go. The blond man said he was very happy. "I'm glad you could come to our wedding. I'll take care of Ula from now on, so don't worry." Before the brother-in-law could react, he suddenly opened his eyes. Why would I have such a terrifying dream? It was now 3 a.m., a quiet moment. Chai Xiao sat up, rubbing his forehead. Something seemed unimaginable to him. He actually couldn't sleep. Moreover, in his mind, little Ula's figure kept appearing. For almost the entire night, she was all he could think about. This situation made him very uncomfortable. so he hurriedly opened the door, planning to go to the kitchen to get some red wine to help him sleep. Young Master Chai walked down coolly with one hand in his pocket. He directly opened the refrigerator in front of him. The sight before him made his heart sink. Unexpectedly, there was no red wine. Even the beer in the fridge was gone. Is it so hard to get a good night's sleep? At this moment, as he turned his head inadvertently, he noticed the ginseng wine his grandfather had placed next to the wine cabinet. Little Ula also came down, rubbing her stomach. Hungry and irritable, she had been worrying about Xiao Xiao and hadn't eaten dinner properly. Thinking about leftovers, she walked to the fridge, her delicate little hand about to open it. Suddenly, a person appeared behind her. Long fingers pressed against the refrigerator door. This almost made Ula's little heart jump out. She turned around in distress, shouting Xiao Xiao. Her small mouth stammered as she complained, "Although I'm an Amazon warrior, I can't withstand such scares." But she quickly sensed something unusual, so she brought her nose closer and gently sniffed near his mouth. This discovery surprised her. She didn't expect the steady brother Xiao Xiao would drink alcohol. He was probably already drunk. The ginseng wine jar, once far away but now close at hand, had become very dry. Young Master Chai would never do such a thing. Even if drunk, he wouldn't admit it. He hurriedly explained, "I only drink a little," before falling onto Ula's shoulder. Ula, with a serious face, muttered softly, "Do all drunk people have only this one line? I'd better help you back to your room." But she overestimated her strength. After all, her stomach was already growling with hunger. But she was good at comforting herself. This must be the weight of love. However, accidents always come unexpectedly. Ula tripped over his ankle while walking. She was suddenly scared, her mouth wide open, her eyes rapidly contracting. This uncontrollable forward fall made her feel completely at a loss. Sure enough, they fell to the ground. Little Ula closed her eyes tightly in pain. The hard floor beneath and the man pressing on top of her. Chai Xiao hazily propped himself up, staring at little Ula with deep eyes. At the same time, he kept mumbling softly, "I don't want to go back to my room." The little deer in Ula's heart began to run wild. Her slightly open mouth represented her astonishment. This domineering Xiao Xiao, why does he seem so handsome? Ula, I'm so troubled now. Originally, I was just following grandfather's arrangements to help you adapt to life here. But I didn't expect that the person who would change was me. What kind of sorcery did you use? Everything about you is opposite to me, but it keeps attracting me. You've been constantly stirring my heart. Little Ula was surely moved again, but she still couldn't help wanting to make a sarcastic comment. Is this what they call drunk words or sober thoughts in TV dramas? Chai Zhao's deep voice sounded again. Can you tell me your true feelings? If you dare to disappoint me, I'll kiss you again. Then he leaned down and kissed her. In his heart, he was wildly fantasizing, "Let me fall into this curse too. I must marry you in this lifetime." Little Ula happily hugged Xiao Xiao, her little face turning red with shyness. "Actually, I've wanted to tell you for a long time. I want to be with you forever." She reached out her small hand to touch his hair, then softly confessed, "Xiao Xiao, I like you so much." But Chai Xiao had already fallen asleep on top of her. This was completely unacceptable to Ula. How could he fall asleep at such an important moment? Until the sun shone on the man's face, and he felt his body was very tired. Only then did he try to force open his sleepy eyes. He was lying on his soft bed, but there was a rustling in the blanket, giving him a feeling of not wanting to wake up. So he suddenly lifted the blanket covering him. A black figure was revealed inside. Black Hawk's face emitted a white light, startling him. Ula grinned at him. Her bright eyes gazed at him, her small hands propped on the bed, leaning closer as she greeted him. Young Master Chai's face immediately turned red. His tone carried a hint of helplessness. "Why are you hiding in my blanket?" She said she wanted to wake him up in a special way. Young Master Chai immediately broke out in a cold sweat. "I think you just wanted to scare me to death." Little Ula wouldn't bother about these things. She put her small hand on the man's forehead. "You drank too much last night and got drunk. Does your head still hurt now?" She was about to say something more when young Master Chai interrupted her. "I said, get off me first, and you don't need to talk so close." Ula took his hand and was about to go out. "Get up quickly. The food I prepared for you is going to get cold." He suddenly recalled an unpleasant memory. He vaguely remembered that green thing. "It's not roasted frog again, is it?" He unconsciously touched his neck and felt very uncomfortable all over. Ula, You don't have to do these things specially for me. Ula shook her head directly, saying it's not okay. She held his small hand tightly. This is what I should do as a wife. Chai Xiao looked at this woman in confusion. You do know what wife means, right? Ula quickly explained that she understood. This left him not knowing how to respond. She used to call herself his fiancée. How come she suddenly changed to calling herself his wife? She seemed to realize something. Her beautiful eyebrows furrowed tightly. Don't you remember what you said to me? Chai Zhao's eyes showed a bit of evasiveness. I remember I couldn't sleep. Then I drank a little of grandfather's wine. I can't remember what happened after that. Ula expressed her genuine shock. She stammered out a sentence. Then does what you said last night still count? She took the man's warm hand and quietly moved closer. Those things you said to me last night. You said you would marry me. Young Master Chai's face darkened. He thought to himself, no way. Did I really say such embarrassing things? What should I do now? Ula's eyes widened nervously. Inside, she felt a bit panicked. Why isn't Xiao Xiao saying anything? Does he want to go back on his word? His amber eyes were filled with conflict. The bangs on his forehead covered it well. Ula, we can't. Ula didn't hear the rest. Her little face suddenly puffed up. Is he going to pretend nothing happened again? What a heartless man. So she suddenly reached out and pushed away this annoying brother. At the same time, she shouted at him from the bottom of her heart, I won't talk to you ever again. Then she ran out crying, leaving behind a helpless Chai Xiao leaning back. He quickly reached out his hand, but couldn't stop the heartbroken Ula. This unintentionally made him more irritated. How could she run off before hearing me out? I'll explain to that fool later. Actually, I wanted to say, we can't get married so quickly. Let's at least start by dating as boyfriend and girlfriend. At this moment, a doorbell rang outside the mansion. A man's slender finger pressed it. It turned out to be the Amazon forest prince making his entrance. He asked the butler in a low, imposing voice, Does my fiancée live here? Her name is Ula. At this time, Ula had already quietly climbed onto the roof. She was sobbing softly in the breeze. But Xiao Xiao is really hateful. Why is there such an idiot in this world? She couldn't help but shout at the top of her lungs. Fascia, who had just arrived, suddenly paused. Then he exclaimed in surprise, That voice sounds like Ula. Little Ula also saw the two people below. Her gaze locked onto the man, completely missing the butler carrying the luggage. Fascia revealed his muscular physique. The corner of his mouth curled into a mischievous smile. He confidently greeted the woman with a yo. Ula's eyes immediately lit up brightly. Her expression couldn't hide her excitement. She didn't expect this person to be a friend. Fascia and Ula shared a standard hug. Fascia's large hand stroked her soft long hair. My dear beauty, after much hardship, I've finally found you. Ula suddenly felt something was off. She quickly pushed away the man in front of her and asked with confusion and bewilderment, How did you come here? Fascia replied, Do you need to ask? My constant longing for you has been the best reason for me to see you during this time. She didn't believe this person's nonsense. Her eyes stared straight at him. Please answer my questions seriously. Actually, it's like this. Since you left, my mood inexplicably became gloomy. I lost interest in everything. I felt this couldn't go on, so I decided to find you and bring you back. I caught an explorer from the city and had him teach me modern civilized knowledge. The hardships of the process need not be mentioned. Later, I took the address your grandfather left for us. I crossed mountains and rivers just to find you. In fact, I'm honored that I really found you. Ula shook the man's body. You really are my good friend who grew up with me. I'm a bit touched hearing this. Actually, Fascia concealed some truths. At that time, he found his father and confronted him with a serious and earnest face. He expressed his desire to find Ula. His expression and attitude were extremely determined. He only asked for his father's approval of this request. However, what awaited him was something else. His father angrily slapped him hard, seemingly disregarding the father-son relationship. His father hoped he would make the tribe powerful, but he insisted on leaving the Amazon just to find a woman named Ula. The reminiscence stopped here. The man's eyes were full of adoration for her, but his heart full of longing was somewhat indescribable. Fascia grabbed the woman's small, delicate hand and placed it on his chest. Actually, I have another purpose for coming this time. He originally seemed hesitant, but now wanted to open his heart. I want to marry you. I want to take you back to the Amazon. Unexpectedly, Ula directly pulled her hand away. Her tone carried an uncompromising firmness. I refuse your request, and I won't go back. Fasha couldn't understand her thoughts at all. We've grown up together since childhood. We understand each other. Isn't that enough for us to get married? Ula immediately raised her hand to stop him from continuing. Who says childhood friends have to get married? Have you been watching urban romance dramas too? The friends we grew up with in the tribe, Snot Hatcher and Little Bella. She's always liked you, you know. These words brought back some terrible memories. Bella wearing a delicate little flower, calling out Shasha with a tender and shy face. He hurriedly asked the woman to stop. Then he grabbed her shoulders with his large hands. I don't like them. I only have feelings for you. Little Ula pushed him away again mercilessly. This was the second rejection. Fasha, I already have someone I like. Fasha felt like a huge joke, so he asked her to repeat it again. I don't think I heard you clearly just now. Ula suddenly pulled the man's clothes and whispered in his ear. I really do have someone I like, and he even kissed me. Fasha felt like he was struck by lightning. His anger rose sharply. He immediately drew his dagger and shouted, Where is he? I'll kill him. Ula quickly spread her arms to block him. I'm warning you, don't do anything rash. If anything happens to Xiao Xiao, I'll never forgive you. Time stood still for a moment. He slowly lowered the dagger in his hand. You, an Amazon warrior, are actually protecting an outsider. She said she wasn't joking. This had nothing to do with being an Amazon warrior anymore. Besides, Xiao Xiao was the most important person to her. Fasha shouted at her frantically. You keep saying he's the most important, but has he ever said he'd marry you? What about the curse on you? He forcefully pulled Ula to leave, muttering, Even if I can't marry you, I'll take you back. We'll remove the curse. At this moment, Chai Xiao leaned against the doorframe with his arms crossed. When did a wild monkey break into the house? Didn't you hear Ula telling you to let go? Ula suddenly smiled. The surroundings seemed to bloom with vibrant flowers. She was heard softly calling out, Dear Xiao Xiao. Young Master Chai said he had received a message about guests coming from the Amazon. He didn't expect it to be an uninvited guest. Fasha wasn't as quick-witted as city people and couldn't understand these nuances. So it's you who stole my Ula. He suddenly felt a surge of anger, causing him to clench his fist quickly. Then he swung at the man. Today, I'm going to take you down. Unexpectedly, Fasha's powerful punch was easily blocked by Chai Xiao. Looking at his expression, it was hard to tell what he was thinking. Chai Xiao scoffed disdainfully at this. The curve of his mouth deepened noticeably. What, you want to fight me? Fasha glared at him fiercely, frowning defiantly. Let's have a duel between men. The winner gets to take Ulu away. Chai Xiao was completely disdainful of engaging in such pointless conflicts. He directly shook off his hand. Seeing his actions and attitude, Fasha was stunned. He was so angry, he gritted his teeth. But Chai Xiao's attitude was very firm. He stared at Fasha expressionlessly and refused him again. I won't fight with you. Fasha looked at his pretentious manner, feeling greatly disrespected. He became enraged, rushed forward, and grabbed Chai Xiao's collar. Stop pretending. But Chai Xiao still didn't say a word. He remained calm and silent, just staring at him. Fasha couldn't take it anymore. Angrily clenching his fist, he punched Chai Xiao hard in the face. He staggered backward from the recoil. Chai Xiao didn't expect him to suddenly do this. He lost his balance and fell backward, his back directly hitting the table and chairs behind him. Ula frowned, her eyes widened. Seeing this scene, she broke out in a cold sweat. Her voice trembled with fear and anxiety. Xiao Xiao only saw that Chai Xiao's lip was swollen and broken, but he didn't stand up. He just looked up silently, staring at Fasha. Ula's eyes were full of concern. She hurriedly moved forward, tentatively reaching out her hand, but not daring to touch him. Are you okay? Xiao Xiao, you're bleeding. Fasha looked at the two in front of him, pouting unhappily. He felt very uncomfortable inside. He questioned Ula, since when did you start sympathizing with the weak? Then he shouted at Chai Xiao in annoyance. And you, why didn't you fight back? Chai Xiao took a moment, then stood up silently. He raised his hand to touch the corner of his mouth. He looked coldly at Fasha. I don't need to duel with you. This isn't about winning or losing, because in my eyes, Ula isn't an object. She has her own choices. Hearing these sincere words, Ula was deeply moved. She looked up, gazing deeply at Chai Xiao. But Fasha didn't understand at all. He sarcastically said, You're just talking nicely. You don't have the ability to be with Ula. Ula couldn't take it anymore. She stood in front of Chai Xiao, seriously warning Fascia, "You've misunderstood him. He's not what you think." She recalled the past. "Chai Xiao has protected me, helped me, and cared for me. He's taught me a lot. He's always been there to guard me." Fascia didn't want to believe these words. His face quickly darkened. He lowered his head, his expression very unpleasant. "Stop joking." He became furious, wanted to wake Ula up. "This person is just changing you, making you into what he wants, making you lose your original indigenous memories." Fascia frowned angrily. "Is this how he's good to you? The one who can truly protect you and is willing to sacrifice for you is me." Ula was stunned on the spot. Her expression was also at a loss. She didn't expect Fascia to directly express his feelings to her. After a while, Ula called out to Fascia in a low voice. Her expression was extremely determined. "I am Ula from the Amazon. No one can change me." Fascia took in her expression. He finally fell silent. His eyes dimmed, and he said nothing. Ula walked up to him. Her gaze was gentle yet firm. She looked at him sincerely. "Let's talk." Just then, there was a sudden clatter outside the door. A fruit bowl fell to the ground. It was a Fu who walked in, breaking the tense atmosphere. His face was panicked and at a loss. "What happened? Young master, why are you bleeding?" Chai Zhao's expression was very calm. He turned his head and answered expressionlessly, "It's just a small matter." A Fu was so nervous he broke out in a cold sweat. He took out his phone and spoke frantically. "How is this a small matter? This is clearly a violent incident. I'm calling the police right now." Fascia, not far away, naturally heard this. His eyes instantly became alert. He frowned severely, looking in a Fu's direction. Chai Xiao quickly strode forward, reaching out to stop a Fu from calling the police. A Fu was confused. "How can we let him off?" Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, Fascia kept backing away, distancing himself from everyone. He said in a deep voice, "Ula, I'm serious." He raised his head and questioned, "Whether it's love or friendship, is our years of feelings really not comparable to this short time you've spent with him?" After saying this, Fascia suddenly crashed through the window and jumped out alone. Ula was stunned. She couldn't stop him at all. She quickly walked to the window, anxiously shouting outside, "Fascia!" Cold sweat broke out as she nervously shouted, "That idiot! He doesn't know anyone in the city. What will he do when he gets hungry?" Chai Xiao rubbed the back of his neck and couldn't help but sigh. He didn't expect that to be her main concern. He really didn't know what to do with Ula, so he took out his phone and handed it to Ula. "Take this and go find Fascia." Ula turned her head in confusion. Her eyes widened in surprise. Chai Xiao stood nearby with one hand in his pocket. With his reckless personality, he might get into trouble out there. You'd better find him quickly. Ula saw that he was willing to help Fascia despite what happened. She was moved to tears. "Xiao Xiao, are you a good person?" Chai Xiao expressionlessly accepted her flattery. He pointed outside. "Go chase after him." Ula excitedly shouted. "Yes, sir." Ula boldly stepped onto the windowsill, about to jump down. Seeing this, Chai Xiao immediately shouted anxiously, "You're wearing a skirt. You'll expose yourself if you do that." Chai Xiao watched her figure, chuckling helplessly yet affectionately. "I give up on you." So, Ula quickly jumped down obediently and ran towards the main door, hurrying to find Fascia. A Fu walked up confused. "Young master, why didn't you let me call the police earlier?" He came here to provoke and intentionally hurt people. But Chai Xiao just turned around, silently looking out the window. His voice was low. "I just didn't want to make Ula sad." Meanwhile, at Qingliang University, Tianyi was leading club members to hand out flyers. "Hey student, are you interested in joining our anime club?" He smiled kindly. "We have a top-tier, popular teacher, that's me, as your mentor. Aren't you interested?" But in the next second, Tianyi stared with a threatening smile. "You're not taking one?" The student, frightened, broke out in a cold sweat and reached out to take a flyer. Just then, the sound of high heels suddenly echoed in the corridor, beating into the student's ears. Everyone shuddered in fear, breaking out in cold sweat. The club members dropped their flyers in fright. Only Tianyi stood dazed, not understanding what was happening. The student looked around nervously, asking in a trembling voice, "Did you hear that?" The club members' faces looked even worse. They opened their mouths in fear, shouting in panic, "It's Professor Xia." Tianyi frowned in confusion, not understanding what they were afraid of. "I've seen Professor Xia at meetings before. What's wrong with her?" A club member quickly explained, "Teacher Tian, you're new here. You don't know, Professor Xia is our department's health teacher. She's super scary. Another student chimed in. Her course pass rate is only 0.5%. The number of people who get demerits reaches 120%. Tianyi couldn't believe it was that strict. The student's eyes were blank, his voice trembling. If you don't want to be forced to take her elective, you should run. The two students immediately ran away in a flash. The flyers were left scattered on the ground, flying everywhere. Seeing them flee in fear, Tianyi felt very confused. He didn't believe their ghost stories at all. Is she really that scary? Tianyi had to crouch down and carefully pick up the flyers. They had scattered them all over the place. Suddenly, a pair of hands appeared in front of him, picking up a flyer. Tianyi quickly looked up to thank the person. It was Professor Xia, who had just been discussed. Her expression was stern and intimidating. Tianyi was startled, caught off guard. He hurriedly stood up, nervously bowing to greet Professor Xia. Professor Xia asked expressionlessly, "Teacher Tian, what are you doing here?" Tianyi immediately held up the flyers respectfully, laughing awkwardly. "I'm helping the students promote their club." Professor Xia's expression instantly became severe. As a teacher, your duty should be to educate and nurture students, not to engage them in these pointless activities that waste their studies. She strongly disapproved of this approach. In today's society, can hobbies find you a job? The key to finding work is professional knowledge and academic achievements. Tianyi was unexpectedly lectured, breaking out in a cold sweat. He thought fearfully. Indeed, just like the rumors, she's very rigid and strict. The next second, Professor Xia's expression suddenly changed. Her eyes widened in shock, her expression extremely surprised. She suddenly pointed at the girl on the flyer, asking anxiously, "Is this also one of your students?" Tianyi embarrassedly rubbed the back of his neck, quickly clarifying, "Her name is Ula. She's a friend of mine." Professor Xia was confused. Why such a strange name? Tianyi laughed cheerfully, because she was previously adopted by Amazonian natives. She just returned recently. She's the granddaughter of Chai Sheng from the Chai group. Hearing this, Professor Xia fell silent, quietly gripping the flyer in her hand. She thought with shock, Chai Sheng's granddaughter? Seeing her troubled expression, Tianyi nervously reached out to remind her, the flyer is crumpling. But Professor Xia suddenly turned away silently. In the faculty room, Professor Xia silently lowered her head, picking up a photo album from the desk and staring at it intently. She couldn't help but raise her hand, gently stroking the young girl in the photo. Her voice was full of nostalgia. "I didn't expect he was still alive. She looks so much like you." A person was taking a stroll in the park. Casually looking up, they were suddenly startled. They saw Fascia sitting on a tree trunk with a serious expression, hands in his pockets. Ula was sitting with him. The two were facing each other silently. Ula, seeing his stubborn look, could only sincerely advise, "Let's go back." But Fascia was still feeling uncomfortable. He pouted unhappily, refusing to look at her. "Go back where? To the Amazon?" Ula spoke seriously, shouting at him anxiously. "Of course, back to the Chai mansion. You just got here and don't understand anything. You'll starve if you stay out here." Fascia turned his head away in rejection. "No, I hate that place. I came here to find you, not to see that skinny monkey." Ula put her hands on her hips, feeling exasperated. Seeing his obstinate attitude, she said, "That's my home too, and I'm really worried about you." After a moment of silence, Fascia scratched his cheek somewhat guiltily. "Actually, you don't need to worry about me. I did my research before coming." He proudly lifted his chin, striking a cool pose. "I brought a bunch of gems and gold specifically. I can exchange them for anything I need." As he spoke excitedly, he reached out to touch the package at his side, but grasped at nothing. Fascia's voice suddenly stopped. His face suddenly filled with terror. "Where's my package?" Ula's expression was wooden. "I wanted to remind you earlier. You left in such a hurry. It's still in the living room." Fascia froze in embarrassment, his face turning dark. He sighed dejectedly. After a moment, he tried to encourage himself. "I can be self-reliant. That's how I survived in the Amazon. I can definitely manage in the city too." As he spoke, he pointed to the pond in the middle of the park nearby. "Look, there are many fish in that pool, right?" But just then, someone tried to steal a koi fish and was chased by a security guard. The guard shouted fiercely, "Stop! Don't run!" The guard caught the thief and threatened menacingly, "You dare to dine and dash here, and even steal? Clean up your act, or get ready for jail." Fascia broke out in a cold sweat. He lowered his head, his face dark as he watched the scene, feeling a sense of dread. Ula quickly seized the opportunity to persuade him. let's go back to the Chai Mansion first. Even if you want to return to the Amazon, you'll need strength and travel money. Fascia said nothing, just grunted angrily and turned his back to her abruptly. But his stomach betrayed him by growling loudly. Ula was speechless. She thought to herself, whether in the city or the Amazon, all boys are so stubborn about saving face. Fascia silently lowered his head, listening to her words. If you don't go back, how will you know if there's a way to defeat Xiao Xiao? Ula continued to provoke him. When the FA tribe hunts, don't they first study the habits of their prey to capture it? At this, he pretended to cough twice, taking the opportunity to back down. You have a point. Fascia feigned reluctance. Fine, I'll go back. I'll get my bundle and then leave. Ula quickly agreed, smiling, afraid he might change his mind. Ula thought apologetically to herself. Xiao Xiao, I'm sorry for using you like this. Just then, her phone in her pocket suddenly rang. Ula quickly took it out to check. It was a call from Xiao Xiao. Fascia exhaled heavily in displeasure. As soon as Ula answered the video call, she saw Chai Xiao looking a bit nervous. A lady was sitting on the sofa behind him. Ula, come back quickly. Your grandmother is here. In the Chai Mansion's living room, Chai Xiao was nervously crossing his hands. Professor Xia calmly sipped her tea. No one had spoken for a while, creating a tense atmosphere. Finally, Ula pushed open the door and ran in barefoot, holding her shoes in one hand. She excitedly shouted, I'm back. Chai Xiao finally breathed a sigh of relief, as if seeing a savior. He nervously called out, Ula. He called out nervously, Ula. The next second, his expression froze. He noticed the person behind Ula and thought confusedly. He actually came back. The two seemed to be in good spirits. Fascia easily reached out and ruffled her hair. Have you gotten faster too? Ula proudly replied, I've been practicing a lot. Seeing them arrive, Professor Xia quickly put down her teacup and stood up abruptly. She asked sternly, Are you Ula? Ula immediately guessed the identity of the person before her. She rushed forward, opening her arms to give her a bear hug. Great! Are you my grandmother? But Professor Xia coldly pressed her hand on Ula's head, blocking her movement. Although you're my granddaughter, she paused, then suddenly pointed at Ula's feet. What I want to know now is, why are you barefoot? Then Professor Xia pointed at her clothes. And why are you so dirty all over? Ula smiled broadly, holding up her shoes to show her grandmother. This is because I was in a hurry to get back, so running barefoot was faster. She casually brushed off the dust on her dress. As for the clothes, I might have gotten them dirty while climbing trees with Fascia. Hearing this, Professor Xia's face darkened. She mumbled, repeating her words, even climbing trees. Professor Xia angrily pointed at Chai Xiao. Is this how my granddaughter is being raised in your Chai family? Ula was confused, not understanding the situation. Chai Xiao was stunned, cold sweat running down his cheeks, looking flustered. He stuttered, unable to speak. Fascia leaned in, whispering in Ula's ear, Your grandmother seems so strict. Ula nodded in agreement. Indeed, she's different from what I imagined. Ula had imagined her grandmother with a gentle voice and a kind face, thinking she'd be as amiable as her grandfather. But Professor Xia shattered her illusion, coldly remarking, That old fool has nothing good about him. Professor Xia said in a deep voice, Ula, your mother was an exceptional person. Compared to your mother, you're such a disappointment. Ula didn't mind her scolding at all. Instead, she moved closer affectionately, holding Professor Xia's hand. Can you tell me about my mother then? Her eyes filled with expectation, suddenly bright and sparkling. She kept coaxing her grandmother. Please, Grandma. Professor Xia, never having been this close to someone, felt a bit uncomfortable. If you want to know about your mother's past, then you need to become as excellent as she was. Ula's eyes were clear and innocent. She tilted her head in confusion, not understanding Professor Xia's meaning. Professor Xia paused for a moment, staring seriously at the girl in front of her. She decisively announced, I'm sending you to school. After Professor Xia left, Chai Xiao sat on the sofa with his arms crossed, looking puzzled, suddenly proposing to send you to school. That was unexpected. Fascia lay comfortably on the sofa, munching on a chicken leg. School and stuff, it sounds like a boring place. Ula rested her chin on her hand, eyes closed in thought. I think Grandma means well, even if I don't quite understand. But then, Chai Zhao's expression turned sour. He angrily pointed at Fascia. Why are you still here? Didn't you swear you'd leave after getting your bundle? Fascia licked his fingers, planning to stay put. I'm not leaving. I'm staying to monitor your every move and protect Ula properly. Chai Xiao gave up trying to argue, sighing helplessly, feeling exasperated inside. Ula was very open-minded. She excitedly told them, last time I went to Mr. Tianya's school, it seemed so fun. Chai Xiao turned his head, asking puzzled, school isn't a fun fair. School isn't a place for underachievers. Are you sure you want to go? But Ula nodded firmly, answering expectantly, I want to learn everything about my mom. Fascia took a bite of his chicken leg nearby, raising both hands high. He blindly agreed. Ula, I support you. Chai Xiao closed his eyes, feeling a headache. He sighed helplessly. Both of you are such a handful. I've had enough of you too. The next morning, Fascia was still lying in the guest room, snoring away, deep in dreamland. Meanwhile, Chai Xiao had already gotten ready, dressed in a handsome suit. He then raised his arm to check the watch on his wrist, confirming the time. Ula's lively voice came from behind. Good morning. Chai Xiao turned his head, puzzled. He was poked in the cheek by a finger. Ula was wearing a pink school uniform with playful pigtails. Her top even showed her navel. The whole outfit was quite eye-catching. Chai Xiao was stunned, unconsciously getting a nosebleed. He thought in shock, what kind of lingerie is this? The next second, he quickly covered his eyes, his cheeks turning red. What are you doing? Ula asked with her hands on her hips, looking annoyed. Does it look good? She pointed at her own cheek. Aren't we preparing for school? I asked Dafu how to buy school uniforms online. This is how they dress in manga. But Ula suddenly lifted her top, feeling strange. She looked down, puzzled, though it seems a bit small. Chai Xiao quickly closed his eyes and turned his head away. You still have a week before school starts. No need to rush. Besides, this isn't even a school uniform. Hearing this, Ula raised her eyebrows in surprise. Not a school uniform? Then what is it? She kept getting closer, asking incessantly. What is it? Why aren't you answering me, Chai? Zhao's cheeks were red. He could only think to himself, this idiot. Ula suddenly noticed Chai Zhao's ears were red. She stood on tiptoe and leaned close to his ear. She said arrogantly, if you don't tell me, I'll wear this to school. Chai Xiao immediately pinned her against the wall. His voice was cold. You fool. Don't push your luck. Ula retorted unhappily. I'm not. It's your fault for not answering. He reached out and untied the butterfly knot on Ula's collar. Fine, I'll answer you now. Chai Xiao held the ribbon in his hand, raising it to his nose to smell gently. His eyes were full of strategy. This kind of clothing is only worn for someone you like. The affection in Ula's eyes was undisguised. She stared straight at Chai Xiao and confessed sincerely, then I'll only wear it for you in the future. His heart was struck hard by these words. He could only cover his face helplessly. To think I'd be outmaneuvered. This little girl is getting harder to deal with. A few days later, at the Chai family's front door, Ula turned her head in confusion, looking around and asking strangely, aren't you coming to see me off? She put her hands on her hips, looking at the butler, emphasizing angrily, this is my first time going to school. Afu was nervously sweating. The young master seems particularly busy lately, so he instructed me to take you to school. He specifically told me to tell you something. He cleared his throat twice. Don't act foolishly or cause trouble at school. Don't eat things from strangers. Don't go to strange, deserted places. Afu started imitating Chai Zhao's tone. Don't daydream during class. Don't forget to eat lunch. Call me immediately if there's any problem. But Ula wasn't listening at all. She kept looking around. Where's Fascia? He was yelling about going to school with me earlier. Afu thought helplessly to himself. Young master, I've done exactly as you said. I've told the young miss everything word for word. The rest is beyond my ability. Inside Qingliang University, Ula climbed onto a statue. She excitedly raised both hands and shouted, I'm here for school. The students below the statue heard her shout and looked up in shock. Who's that? She's kind of cute. Suddenly, an authoritative voice came. No loud noises allowed on campus. Ula's legs trembled in fear. She looked nervous and quickly lay down on the statue, peering down. She worried. Oh no, Xiao Xiao told me not to cause trouble. It turned out to be Professor Xia standing below. She scolded sternly. Ula immediately sighed in relief. Oh, it's just Grandma. In the study room, Ula's eyes sparkled with excitement. She clenched her fists eagerly. Grandma, what are we doing next? Are we having class? Professor Xia was cold and impartial. Don't get too excited. Strictly speaking, you're just an auditing student now. She looked up sternly at Ula. You must get an A+ on the entrance exam. Only then will you be qualified to attend classes here. Ula confidently pointed out, that's easy. For a week before coming here, Xiao Xiao gave me hellish language training. I believe I can handle it. Professor Xiao wanted to test her. Then your first class will be your mother's specialty, food science. Soon, Ula arrived at the classroom door. She looked up and said excitedly, "Is this where I'll have class?" She hid behind the wall, peeking inside. Food science sounds related to our forest. It must be interesting. But unexpectedly, in the classroom, students were all writing in their notebooks, silently reading. The atmosphere was very tense. Ula was dumbfounded. Everyone's so serious. Just then, the teacher suddenly appeared behind her. Class has started. Go to your seat. She quickly found her seat and sat down obediently, pouting unhappily. She couldn't help but think, this is a bit scary. Ula was about to greet her classmates, but before she could speak, a classmate turned sharply. Their eyes signaled her not to talk. In the first class, Ula sat properly in her chair, listening attentively. By the second class, she started to get distracted, taking out her dagger to polish it. In the third class, she went even further, leaning back in her chair and falling fast asleep until the bell rang. Ula immediately stood up excitedly, swung her backpack on, and was about to run out of the classroom, raising her hand and shouting, "School's over." At that moment, the botany teacher pushed up his glasses and suddenly spoke. "Just 2 more minutes, everyone. I have a little bit left. I'll dismiss class after I finish." Ula was about to object, but the classmate beside her signaled her not to speak. Her face darkened as she reluctantly agreed. Finally making it to the end of class, Ula looked drained, her face pale as she hung her head. "This is terrible. These classes are making me question my life choices." Ula ran frantically, crying out helplessly with tears in her eyes. "Why is there homework even after school? God, please save me." She gritted her teeth angrily. "I never thought that I, a proud Amazon warrior, who could withstand storms and defeat beasts, would be defeated by school." Just then, Ula suddenly froze, staring in horror at someone in the distance. It was her grandmother. "What should I do? I can't be seen." Ula looked around frantically and spotted a star-shaped building nearby. She had a flash of inspiration. Suddenly, she thought of a plan. He quickly ducked behind it, grinning foolishly to himself in satisfaction. A perfect hiding spot. Ula lowered her head and sighed in relief, praising herself with closed eyes. "I'm truly a genius. If Grandma had found me, I'd surely get a lecture." But just then, the thing behind her suddenly moved. Ula quickly raised her head in surprise, realizing it was being carried away by club members. It turned out to be a prop left behind by the drama club. They needed to take it back quickly. Ula felt utterly speechless. The situation had worsened. Ula hurriedly turned her head, eyes wide, looking in Professor Xia's direction. She screamed internally in terror. "I've been exposed." Professor Xia, who had been talking to someone, slowly turned her head in this direction. Ula's face showed horror, scared out of her wits. In this critical moment, someone suddenly tossed a wad of cash to the club members, taking their costume, borrowing the clothes. "This is the rental fee." That person quickly draped the costume over Ula's head, swiftly covering her figure. When Professor Xia looked back, she didn't notice anything. Ula was sweating profusely in fear. She hurriedly turned her head, alertly shouting, "Who's there?" The person turned out to be Chai Xiao. Dressed inconspicuously with a baseball cap, he was looking down at Ula, smiling subtly. He lowered his cap and quietly warned Ula, "Slowly follow the drama club members in front." Ula nodded happily in response. Ula carefully followed by his side, unable to resist sneaking glances at him. In that moment of distraction, she accidentally stepped on her long robe. She lost her balance for a moment. She was about to fall to the ground. Chai Xiao, always attentive to her, quickly extended his arm before Ula fell. He caught her, holding her tightly in his arms. Ula's thoughts drifted. She hadn't expected to be saved by Xiao Xiao again. Her cheeks turned red with embarrassment. Chai Xiao quickly looked down at the person in his arms, muttering continuously, "Are you okay? Stand up quickly. Aren't you an Amazon warrior? Why do you keep falling?" Ula suddenly called out seriously, "Xiao Xiao." Seeing her so serious, Chai Xiao felt unusually uncomfortable and asked irritably, "What?" Ula's cheeks were flushed, her eyes sparkling. "I think you're truly the hero of my life. Whenever there's a crisis, You always appear by my side." Hearing these words, Chai Zhao's eyes widened in shock. He felt very surprised. Ula clutched the cloak around her, chattering nonstop. "With you around, I don't have to be as vigilant about my surroundings as before." As they walked in sync, Ula spoke excitedly. "I can eat, walk, and sleep with ease. I like this feeling." Hearing these heartfelt words, Chai Xiao lowered his head embarrassedly and changed the subject. "Now's not the time for this. Do you want to get caught by your grandmother?" Ula came back to her senses. She quickly wrapped the robe tighter around herself, walking unsteadily. She couldn't help but complain internally about how difficult it was to walk in this long robe. But Chai Xiao noticed her small movements. He awkwardly turned his head away. "Do you want to hold onto my arm?" "To avoid tripping and exposing yourself." Ula smiled excitedly. She quickly reached out to hold his arm, shouting yes. Her cheeks flushed with happiness. Behind them, Professor Xia was still looking in their direction. The teacher beside her asked curiously, "Is something wrong?" Professor Xia shook her head. "It's nothing. I mistook someone." The two of them found a patch of grass to sit on. Chai Xiao belatedly realized, "Did you just skip class?" Hearing this, Ula felt her hair stand on end. She turned her head away guiltily, trying to find an excuse. But Chai Xiao had already guessed, staring at her ominously. "Your expression has already told me the truth." 5 minutes later, Ula had no choice but to explain everything. She lowered her head dejectedly. "The things they said, I couldn't understand at all. I don't know what to do." In fact, Chai Xiao had already guessed. It was completely as he expected. He had purposely finished his work at the company early today to come and check on Ula's situation. Ula felt very guilty inside. Her eyes drooped sadly as she apologized softly. "I'm sorry. I disappointed you." Chai Xiao turned his head. Seeing her so upset, he couldn't bear to criticize her. He just rested his chin on his hand and comforted Ula. "This isn't just your problem. As your former teacher, I also need to take some responsibility." Chai Xiao secretly glanced at her cheek. "I'll talk to your grandmother. Let's see if there's another way." "Don't worry." Ula was stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted. She happily hugged Chai Xiao. She shouted joyfully, "You're so kind." But the final result was that Ula ended up sitting in an elementary school classroom, attending class with a bunch of little kids, feeling completely out of place. Chai Xiao stood at the back door of the classroom, rubbing his nose bridge in frustration. He hadn't expected that after talking with Professor Xia, she would arrange for Ula to start learning from elementary school. Professor Xia's exact words that day were, "If she can't learn from first grade, then she'll stay by my side in the future. I'll teach her myself." Ula was seen sitting in the classroom, smiling and waving at him. "Don't worry, Xiao Xiao. I'll definitely do well here." Ula chuckled smugly. "What these little kids are learning is more than enough for me. That's right, I'll become the king here." Just then, the student in front of Ula suddenly turned around, raising a finger to remind her to be quiet. Ula's face froze. This scene seemed oddly familiar. In every school, there are always some unbelievable campus ghost stories circulating. For example, the human anatomy model in the biology building that walks by itself in the school corridors, or the piano sound suddenly heard at midnight from the empty music room. But the latest rumor they heard was about a long-haired, evil ghost hiding in the boys' bathroom. It looked extremely ferocious, with foul-smelling saliva dripping. Anyone who had gone into the boys' bathroom disappeared one after another. An elementary school student was telling these stories seriously. During break time, a bespectacled student nearby covered his crotch, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. "What should we do? I need to go to the bathroom now." The student who just told the story suddenly rushed forward, gripping his shoulders and encouraging loudly, "Hold it in. If you're a man, hold it until you get home to use the bathroom." But the next second, all three of them lowered their heads worriedly, looking very troubled. "What if we wet ourselves halfway? What should we do then?" Just then, Ula, who had just finished breakfast, leaned back in her chair and burped contentedly, rubbing her stomach. "I'm so full." The elementary school student immediately noticed. He turned around, his eyes lighting up. "I have an idea." The three little rascals, looking anxious, pushed Ula towards the bathroom. She was scared and broke out in a cold sweat, quickly turning her head to protest. "Even if the legend is true, I can't go into the boys' bathroom." But the three kids looked at Ula with pitiful faces. They pleaded in unison, "But you're the only one who can help us." Ula felt quite smug. She didn't expect that after just a few days in elementary school, she had already become the soul of the class. Well, if it's to help you guys, I guess I have no choice. The three kids turned their backs to her and whispered, "Even though this guy is usually annoying, he's really powerful. For the sake of victory, we have to form a united front." Memories flooded back. During PE class, the buzzcut kid was playing basketball. He was about to make a cool layup, but before the ball could travel even a meter, Ula appeared. She easily blocked the shot with one hand. At lunchtime, Ula cleared out all the food in the entire cafeteria. By the time the chubby kid got to the table, the plates were already empty. And during class, when the teacher asked everyone to stand up to watch an experiment, Ula stood up and completely blocked the view of the kid with glasses. The kids pointed at her and shouted in unison, "If you defeat the evil ghost in the bathroom, you'll be our boss from now on." Ula excitedly agreed. They high-fived to seal the deal. "No problem, it's a promise." The next second, she changed into a native battle outfit, fiercely grabbed a big broom from the school, ready to fight. The kid with glasses raised his eyebrows in surprise, muttering in disbelief. "This guy even changed clothes?" Ula smirked proudly. "No matter where you go, how can you lack equipment? Watch the Amazon warrior in action." She reached out to open the boys' bathroom door. The kids immediately backed away 2 meters, quickly hiding far away. Ula turned her head to see their cowardly behavior and sarcastically commented, "Cowards." After saying this, she turned her head and suddenly closed the door. The kids were startled by the sound of the closing door. The kid with glasses closed his eyes, silently clasped his hands, and prayed for Ula inside. Amen. Ula cautiously approached the bathroom stall, holding up the broom and quietly lightening her footsteps. When she inadvertently looked down, she found the floor was a mess, with many fruit peels and paper scraps. Soon Ula discovered a sound coming from inside the bathroom stall. She instantly became serious and alert. Is it hiding in there? Ula tiptoed closer to the inner bathroom stall. She raised the broom high, shouting as she was about to strike whatever was inside. But just then, a pair of hands suddenly reached out from the door crack and grabbed at Ula. They seized her wrist and pulled her in. Ula was pushed by that person, her back hitting the partition board. She let out a painful. The person's attitude was very aggressive and arrogant. They smirked and said, "Hey, what are you bringing me today?" Ula looked up in confusion and recognized the person in front of her. It was actually Fascia. She was instantly surprised and widened her eyes. Both of them were surprised and excitedly spoke in unison. "What are you doing here?" But just then, there was suddenly a commotion at the door. Someone had blocked the bathroom door with a broom. With such a big noise, the two naturally noticed. They both looked towards the door alertly. The kids outside were excitedly gesticulating, shouting, "Great, let them fight each other. This way we can eliminate 2 big demons at once." Ula kept banging on the bathroom door. Fascia was even more angry, shouting, "Open the door, you little brats. Just wait till I catch you when I get out." Meanwhile, at the entrance of the boys' bathroom, the kids had already put up a no-entry sign. Now it was truly a hopeless situation. Completely helpless. Chai Shao leaned against the car with his arms crossed, glancing to the side. He thought to himself, they haven't come out yet. Could they have been detained by the teacher? On the other side, Ula sat on the toilet, resting her chin on her hands. School's over. Probably no one will pass by here. We might have to wait until tomorrow. Fascia leaned against the wall, silently lowering his head. He chuckled coldly. "I think it's not bad. Such a quiet environment, just the two of us." Suddenly, Fascia leaned forward, pinning Ula against the bathroom partition. "It's been a while since I've seen you in this battle outfit." He caressed Ula's neck and whispered in her ear, "Back then, when you wore this outfit and single-handedly killed that leopard, it was super sexy." As soon as he finished speaking, Ula clapped her hands. "Not bad at all. Looks like you've learned a lot in the city. You even know how to flirt now." Fascia straightened up, rubbing the back of his head. With a tsundere expression, "How was my acting? Pretty relaxed hiding here, huh?" Ula grabbed Fascia's collar. "You're the evil ghost in the bathroom, aren't you? You've been hiding here, demanding tributes from everyone who uses the toilet." Fascia, exposed, felt a bit frustrated. "I'm a prince of a tribe. Even if I've fallen, I should be the prince of the bathroom." This left Ula completely helpless. She was stunned at first, then asked, "But why are you cleaning toilets here?" Previously, Fascia had promised to go to school with Ula. But that day he overslept. When he woke up, he quietly asked what time it was. Actually, Fascia had forgotten the name of Ula's school. So on the way, he asked someone who claimed to be an agent. This person seemed a bit suspicious. As a result, the agent misunderstood and directly arranged for Fasha to work as a janitor at Qingliang Elementary School. Because he had signed a contract, he could only stay here. He remembered the agent showing the breach of contract clause with a cigarette between his fingers. If you breach the contract, I'll sue you in court. Fasha helplessly rubbed his heavy forehead. City people's schemes are more dangerous than Amazon beasts. Ula could only pat his shoulder. Just then, Fasha suddenly hugged Ula. He excitedly shouted, "Ula, I'm so glad we've met again." Ula's face darkened. An elbow strike hit Fasha's chin. She shouted angrily, "Let go." But Fasha just laughed and said, "Okay." Suddenly, Fasha had an idea. He thought of a clever plan and pointed upwards. He looked at Ula affectionately. "I have an idea." He smashed the glass above the toilet with his fist. With a crash, the glass shattered. At this moment, Fasha had already climbed up to the window. He turned back to instruct her, his gaze very serious. "There's a lawn outside. I'll jump down first." Fasha spoke slowly, revealing his small canine teeth. He looked very handsome. "Ula, you stay inside. I'll go open the door for you." As soon as he finished speaking, Ula had already climbed halfway out. At this moment, Ula seemed to have caught her clothes on something. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. Then, Fasha helplessly walked forward to support Ula's ankle. But in his heart, he hoped Ula's clothes would stay caught a little longer. Ula was trying hard to climb out. She was about to reach the ground. She didn't notice a cockroach crawling towards her arm. His feet kept swinging, making it impossible for Fasha to hold him steady. Fasha hurriedly warned him, "Ula, don't move. I can't hold on." At this moment, Ula was stunned by a small cockroach. Fasha held onto his ankle, watching his body fall backward. His face instantly turned pale. Fasha protected him as they fell onto the lawn. Ula slowly spoke. "Fortunately, you caught me." Fasha joked. "So how will you repay me?" Suddenly, Ula sat up and looked into the distance. His eyes were now full of love. He excitedly shouted "Xiao Xiao" towards someone not far away. At this time, Chai Xiao was standing straight on the playground. He didn't notice the person behind him. A short-haired girl quietly approached Chai Xiao. The short-haired girl reached out and covered Chai Xiao's eyes. But Chai Xiao didn't react. In his heart, he thought it was the person he had been hoping for. Chai Xiao raised his hand and grabbed the wrist of the person behind him. Just this action made the short-haired girl's entire body freeze in place. He directly hugged the short-haired girl around the waist, his face beaming with a smile. But the girl in Chai Xiao's arms seemed somewhat incredulous. Ula, watching from afar, had a very gloomy expression. Ula couldn't believe what he was seeing. He sighed helplessly. About 10 minutes earlier, Chai Xiao had come to the door of Ula's classroom. He looked inside through the window on the door, but Ula wasn't in the classroom. When Chai Xiao raised his hand to rub the back of his neck, he couldn't figure out where Ula had gone. Why hadn't she appeared yet? Just as Chai Xiao was lost in thought, someone suddenly appeared behind him, covering his eyes with their hands. They changed their voice and said, "Guess who I am?" Without a word, Chai Xiao grabbed their wrist and pulled them in front of him. "Stop fooling around, Ula. I knew it was you all along." When Chai Xiao opened his eyes and saw the person in front of him, he paused for a moment. He exclaimed in surprise, calling out Lu Kuei's name. Lu Kuei's wrist was still in his grip, but she still waved at him. Lu Kuei's expression was both excited and happy. "Long time no see." Suddenly, Ula ran towards them. They both looked over at the sound, only to see a man following behind Ula. He turned his head, squinting at the person behind him. The atmosphere around was very tense. "Where have you been?" Lu Kuei stared with wide eyes. Chai Xiao looked at Ula in front of him. He got straight to the point, expressing his confusion. "Xiao Xiao, what's your relationship?" Fasha glanced at him disdainfully. Fasha walked over with his hands casually behind his head, looking annoyed. He only looked at Chai Xiao. "This guy always interrupts my happy times with Ula." Then Fasha put his arm around Ula's neck. "How will you thank me for saving you just now?" Chai Xiao beside them was already bristling. However, Ula stuck out her tongue and mocked him. Fasha held his aching jaw. Chai Xiao and Lu Kuei stood there, quietly watching them. Lu Kuei smiled and introduced herself to them, explaining, "Hello, everyone. My name is Lu Kuei. Don't misunderstand what just happened." She elbowed Chai Xiao beside her and winked at him. I'm Chai Zhao Sr. We used to work together in the student council, so we're close like good brothers. There's no need to be formal. Right, little bro Xiao? Chai Xiao helplessly rubbed his forehead. Please don't call me that. Chai Zhao's face reddened slightly as he coughed lightly. He stood next to Ula. Then let me introduce the person next to me. But Fasha directly grabbed Ula's hand and spoke first. His name is Ula. He's Chai Zhao's sister. Ula was exasperated by his behavior. At this moment, Fasha proudly pointed at himself, feeling as if he was radiating light. He had a smug look on his face. And I am Ula's man. Lu Kuei pointed at the two of them, laughing happily. She spoke with a hint of shyness. Your sister and your friend are so interesting. She flashed a mischievous smile and reached out to tickle Chai Xiao. Now you're the most serious one. Chai Xiao looked at her, lost in thought. Ula watched this scene with indescribable bitterness in her heart. She stared with lively eyes. Senior Lu Kuei is really an outgoing person. Fasha stepped forward and pointed at Lu Kuei. He asked in surprise, are you also tricked into being a contract worker at this school? Lu Kuei waved her hand without hesitation. Of course not. I'm legitimately hired by the logistics department of Qingliang Elementary School. This statement made Chai Xiao somewhat incredulous. He raised his hand to rub the back of his neck, thinking seriously for a while. Only then did he feel like he remembered something like that. When I saw you, I thought you came specifically to see me. You're such a heartless guy. Lu Kuei pointed at Chai Xiao. However, Lu Kuei exploded on the spot, rolling up her sleeves and cursing Chai Xiao for having a death wish. But Chai Xiao scoffed. You'd have to beat me first. As Ula watched the two of them chatting and arguing, she suddenly felt left out. I can't join in their conversation at all. Lu Kuei directly took Ula's hand and gently explained, I'm sorry. We got caught up in chatting and left you out. She gazed at Ula affectionately. It's getting late. You should hurry home with your sister. Chai Xiao wanted to walk Lu Kuei home along the way, but Lu Kuei directly refused him. No need, I live very close by. As soon as she finished speaking, Chai Xiao didn't insist further. However, Chai Xiao bent down, letting Lu Kuei flick his forehead. Their actions were very intimate, making people feel like they were a couple. Watching this scene was like a bolt from the blue for Ula, causing great damage to her heart. Her heart had already sunk to the bottom. She recalled that Xiao Xiao had done this intimate gesture to her before. He was flicked on the forehead and even let out a muffled groan. Chai Xiao covered his aching forehead. You're still the same as always. Seeing her former junior, she couldn't resist teasing him a bit. Then Lu Kuei waved at them with a smile, politely saying goodbye. She seemed to be a very gentle and kind person. And so, Lu Kuei and Chai Xiao chatted enthusiastically. Meanwhile, Ula and Fasha standing nearby couldn't join in and could only watch quietly. However, when Ula saw that familiar gesture appear before her eyes again, why did her heart inexplicably start to feel anxious? Chai Xiao took Ula and Fasha back to the Chai residence. Butler Afu had been waiting for a long time. Why are you back so late? The food has gone cold. Hearing this, Chai Xiao spoke expressionlessly. We were delayed at school for a while when picking up Ula after class. These words made Ula feel that all of this was just her own wishful thinking. Chai Xiao had never understood her feelings from beginning to end. Fasha disdainfully put her hands behind her head. If it weren't for someone meeting Senior Lu Kuei, we would have been back for dinner already. Hearing the words Senior Lu Kuei was like a sword piercing through Ula's heart. Senior Lu Kuei's voice lingered in her mind. Now Ula recalled those previous scenes again, falling into a state of depression. She was consumed by self-blame. Suddenly, she mustered up courage, clenched her fists, and instantly perked up. She was trying to persuade herself not to overthink. Senior Lu Kuei is just very enthusiastic. On the other side, Fasha and Butler Afu were arm in arm, laughing and chatting. Little Fufu, what's for dinner tonight? I'm starving to death. Afu smiled and said, tonight's menu includes pan-seared cod with black truffle sauce and foie gras, crispy baked lamb chops, and braised meat with stir-fried okra. The words braised and okra sounded like Lu Kuei to Ula, piercing her like 1,000 arrows. Her already wounded body took another critical hit. Ula felt very lost. Her grievances had no one to confide in. She could only bear them silently. Idiot, what am I feeling down about? The inner monologue in her heart made her mood even more depressed. She was supposed to not care. Why did she become so sensitive just hearing the name? Fasha raised her arm to wipe her cheek. Let's eat quickly. I'm drooling. But Chai Xiao said something inappropriate. However, Ula behind him lowered her head and calmly said, I'll go back to my room to do homework first. This surprised Chai Xiao. At this moment, Chai Xiao turned his head to look, but he didn't understand what had happened. He asked in confusion, Since when did you become so self-disciplined? After Chai Xiao finished his shower, bare-chested and still drying his wet hair, he had been worried that Ula hadn't come down for dinner. Wrapped in a towel, he came into the hallway and happened to meet Ula walking towards him. He calmly walked towards Ula. Ula walked straight past Chai Xiao, not even lifting her head, completely indifferent. Chai Xiao looked at her, feeling instantly unloved. Soon his expression turned sour. He frowned and silently sighed. Am I really invisible? Suddenly, Chai Xiao reached out and grabbed Ula's wrist. Ula also stopped in her tracks with this action, remaining silent for a moment. When Ula turned her head, she finally saw who was behind her. She widened her eyes innocently and asked in surprise, Oh, it's you? Chai Xiao was left speechless by these words. His presence was practically zero. He said with a gloomy face, You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? He looked at Ula seriously. What exactly happened? I noticed you've been gloomy since you came back. But Ula lowered her head. At this moment, she didn't know how to explain and could only say, Nothing happened. But that wasn't the truth. However, Ula didn't have the courage to say, I envy Lu Kei and Xiao Xiao. They have endless topics to chat about and memories worth recalling. At this moment, Chai Xiao looked at her affectionately, his eyes full of concern. But he also didn't know how to comfort Ula. In an instant, Ula grabbed Chai Xiao's wrist. Ula stared at him in great fear. She was panicked and full of fear. What are you trying to do? Chai Xiao looked at his hand, being tightly held by the girl. It was unexpected that Ula's alertness would be so high. He looked very worried and said, Your face looks a bit strange. Let me feel your forehead to see if you have a cold or fever. Ula became even more flustered. She quickly raised her hand to cover her forehead. Ula shouted at him in surprise. You're not allowed to touch my forehead. But no one expected this scene. To Chai Xiao, it seemed like the study pressure was too much and she had gone crazy. Chai Xiao was truly a straightforward guy. However, Ula cried out, That intimate gesture belongs to your memories with Senior Lu Kuei. If you do that, I'll overthink even more. Chai Xiao grabbed Ula's hand. Then tell me, what have I done in your mind? Ula was surprised and opened her mouth wide. Ula didn't know how to explain and looked away. Seeing her eyes not on him, he felt very displeased. He directly held Ula's chin and leaned down as if threatening. If you don't tell me, I'll have to interrogate you severely. Ula's face turned red with embarrassment. She waved her hands. Xiao Xiao, you're so unreasonable. You're trying to use your charm again. Seeing this, Chai Xiao immediately let go of Ula. Ula immediately covered her eyes with both hands. Her face instantly turned red. She kept shouting, Xiao Xiao, your towel fell off. In this ambiguous atmosphere, Ula was explaining her previous mistake to Chai Xiao. Don't worry, I didn't see anything just now. At this moment, two little spirits appeared in Ula's mind. One was a white angel, while the other was a black little devil. The white angel spoke in her mind, I didn't expect Xiao Xiao to be an exhibitionist. He even has such a preference. However, the black little devil had a different opinion. Don't you have a little curiosity about Xiao Xiao's unknown areas? Aren't you a bit curious? These words made Ula want to explore. She slowly opened her hands, covering her eyes. Amazon Super Eagle, I instantly activated. When she put her hands down, Chai Zhao's naked body came into view. Ula excitedly shouted, How come you're still wearing boxers underneath? The corners of Chai Zhao's mouth slightly curved up. His body emitted a faint fresh scent. He kept teasing her. What else did you think it would be? Ula awkwardly waved at Chai Xiao, wanting to explain to him. But due to her shyness, she only managed to say nothing in the end. At this moment, Fasha was walking on the stairs. She had her hands in her pockets, looking disdainful. What is Ula doing? It's so late, and she's still not coming down for dinner. But when Ula heard her voice, she hurriedly grabbed Chai Zhao's arm. She ran towards the distance, shouting in panic, Quick, hide! The two of them stood at the door, listening to the footsteps outside getting farther away. At this moment, the air in the room suddenly suddenly became quiet. Due to Chai Zhao's increased body temperature, there was a scent of shower gel on his body. It was the peach scent that Ula liked. She really wanted to take a bite. Ula came to her senses and explained to him, if Fascia saw you like this, with her intelligence, she would definitely think you were going to do something to me. Chai Xiao narrowed his eyes, but the killing intent in his eyes was undisguisable. He spoke in a low voice. Are you worried that I can't beat him? These words made Ula shout loudly. Of course not. At this moment, Ula was so annoyed by Chai Xiao that she didn't know how to explain to him. He grabbed Ula's hand and said with a gloomy face, why are you so nervous that your hands are wet? Only then did Ula realize they were still holding hands. Ula quickly withdrew her hand and blew on her palm. It's because the air here is a bit hot. It's not because of you. This was her insincere words. However, when Chai Xiao turned his head to look at her, he inadvertently smiled. Then he was about to turn on the light. When Chai Xiao turned on the light, the whole room instantly brightened up. A beam of light scattered down from above. Ula looked at the room's furnishings in surprise. Chai Xiao, looking at the school uniforms and the wardrobe, didn't forget to answer Ula. This is the storage room. It's used to store some old things. Ula was suddenly attracted by something and ran straight over. I found many things from your past. At this time, Chai Xiao was still putting on his clothes. Just as Chai Xiao zipped up his school uniform, he turned his head to look. These are just useless junk. There's nothing worth seeing. But Ula didn't think so. She was shocked by the photos in the frame. You're so cute in this one. How old were you? At this moment, Chai Xiao took the photo frame from Ula's hand. There's nothing to see here. Ula opened her mouth, but didn't say a word. Then she disappointedly lowered her head. I want to know about your past. I don't want to be isolated from you and Lu Kuei. I hate this feeling. Ula silently raised her hand and grabbed Chai Zhao's clothes. Chai Xiao turned back to look at her in surprise, asking caringly, what's wrong? When Ula turned her back to him, she finally expressed her dissatisfaction. Today, I'm quite envious of Senior Lu Kuei. You two doing intimate gestures. And I envy that when you two stand together, you have endless topics to talk about. But I can't join in at all. She became more upset as she spoke. I wish I could have met Xiao Xiao earlier. Maybe we could have studied in the same classroom. We could have grown up together, played together. When we grew up, we'd still be in the same school. You'd occasionally bring me milk tea. We'd be punished together, go on field trips together, go on outings together. This way, we'd also have many memories of growing up together to share. This makes me very envious of Senior Lu Kuei. However, Chai Xiao hit Ula's forehead with the photo frame. He was saying idiot and couldn't understand her train of thought. Ula covered her aching head with both hands, looking very aggrieved. She glared at the person in front of her, but her voice was a bit choked. Why? Why did you hit me? Chai Xiao leaned casually against the wardrobe, still holding the photo frame. So you've been gloomy since you came back because of this? She silently lowered her head, feeling very guilty inside. Chai Xiao must think I'm very childish. What should I do now? At this time, Chai Xiao stood beside her. What happened in my past doesn't matter. You and others are completely different. Besides, there's plenty of time in the future. Also, please remember well, I want you by my side in my future. This was Chai Zhao's promise to Ula. It was also his confession to Ula. When her heart was wavering, Chai Xiao gave Ula a firm answer about the future. They looked at each other like this. This sense of security, perhaps it was a kind of courage of happiness. This made Ula very happy. She excitedly shouted, "Thank you, Xiao Xiao." Chai Xiao awkwardly rubbed the back of his neck. Actually, I've been thinking, the relationship between us, can we make it a bit clearer? He suddenly moved closer to Ula. This way, we can better understand each other's thoughts. Ula widened her eyes, frozen in place. At this moment, Chai Zhao's face was also flushed red, but the love in his eyes was undeniable. Now should be the time for us to face it. They looked into each other's eyes, but Chai Xiao was worried inside. I know that once I become your boyfriend, it might cause many unpredictable consequences. But if I don't say it now, the identity of brother might never be able to change in my heart. Chai Xiao had already cornered Ula. Chai Xiao was cabinetting Ula. Their hearts were pounding wildly. Ula was a bit confused. Is he going to propose here? At the crucial moment, Ula suddenly sneezed. She couldn't stop sneezing. Chai Xiao was speechless seeing her like this. Ula was embarrassed, clenching her fists. hurriedly trying to explain. Why did my nose suddenly start itching? But Ula was still sneezing. Her face looked very uncomfortable. At such a critical moment, how could I ruin such a romantic atmosphere? Chai Zhao's eyes were full of concern. He bent down to check on Ula. Maybe we've been here too long. There's too much dust here. Your nose is allergic. She wiped her nose, continuously sneezing. There were tears in the corners of her eyes. Xiao, what were you going to say? Say it quickly. I'll agree to anything. However, Chai Xiao turned and stroked Ula's head. Forget it next time. For the sake of your nose, let's go out first. The next morning, Ula came to the living room, stretching. Just woken up, she was yawning continuously, still in a daze. Fascia was sitting at the dining table, a steak in her mouth. There were several more steaks on her plate. You're awake. Come have breakfast quickly. Suddenly, Ula approached Chai Xiao. She remembered the scene from last night. Their eyes met. Ula excitedly called out, Xiao. Ula's eyes were frantically hinting. Was there something left unsaid last night? Please continue now. This made Chai Xiao feel awkward. Fascia, watching this scene, exploded on the spot. These two's eye contact is a bit strange. Pink hearts were bubbling between the two. Without a word, she grabbed Ula's arm and pulled her over. Ula was surprised, falling backwards with the momentum. Unexpectedly, Fascia handed over a steak. After you made a lot of steaks today, eat while it's hot. This left Ula confused. At this moment, a phone ringtone sounded. Ula turned her head to look, ignoring the steak in front of her. She was very concerned about Senior Lu Kuei. Noticing her gaze, Chai Xiao directly answered the phone, putting it on speaker. Lu Kuei's voice came through the phone. Lu Kuei's voice through the phone was still loud. She shouted, Chai Xiao, emergency, lend me your sister. In the forest, there was a man. He was holding a razor-sharp knife in his hand. He had cornered a wild animal, wanting to slaughter it. On the other side, Chai Xiao, the three of them were standing at the bus stop. Ula and Fascia were eating hamburgers. Chai Xiao spoke helplessly. You're dripping ketchup all over the ground. But the two of them didn't care. They were still frantically chewing their hamburgers. They were eating with relish, constantly marveling at how delicious the hamburgers in the city were. Chai Xiao didn't want to bother with them at all. He stood there quietly alone. Lu Kuei is in such a hurry to find us. In such a desolate countryside. On the bus stop sign nearby, there was a wanted poster. It was for illegal poaching of wild animals. If found, please report to the police immediately. He glanced at the wanted poster on the bus stop sign. At this moment, Chai Xiao felt a chill down his spine. Why do I have such an ominous feeling? At this time, Lu Kuei appeared behind him and greeted Chai Xiao. His smile was very bright. You're a true bro. You came as soon as I called. Now Chai Xiao was speechless. Please, can you be a bit more punctual when asking people to do things? Lu Kuei awkwardly rubbed his head. It happened suddenly, you see. Ula eased the awkward atmosphere. She stepped forward to greet Lu Kuei. Senior Lu Kuei, hello. Meanwhile, Fascia was eating a hamburger behind them. Chai Xiao approached Ula and raised his hand to wipe the corner of her mouth. Before greeting, please clean your face first. Ula nodded silently. She blinked her eyes, allowing Chai Xiao to wipe the corner of her mouth. Her eyes were full of love, captivating. Thank you, Xiao. Lu Kuei watched Chai Xiao's actions, his face a bit sad. You're truly a charming demon. It makes me a little jealous. Then Lu Kuei started chatting with Fascia. He joked with Fascia. Shafa, why did you come too? Fascia angrily emphasized her name. Fascia crossed her arms and spoke seriously. Since you're in such a hurry to find Ula for something, as her man, I definitely have the responsibility to protect her when she goes out. Ula immediately elbowed Fascia in the waist. The pain instantly spread throughout her body. Ula was speechless at her reaction. Ula quickly resumed her gentle expression and stepped forward to ask Lu Kuei. By the way, Senior Lu Kuei, why did you urgently call me here? Lu Kuei silently lowered his head and sighed helplessly. Just thinking about it made him lose his spirit. It's all because of that director. The director showed his big gold tooth. Little Lu, next week the school board members will come here for an inspection. At that time, we'll have a meal together in the cafeteria. For the sake of my future, and for the sake of the students' lunch next week, I've decided to entrust you to find a chef to come and cook. He stood in the office, muttering softly. The principal's position will be mine sooner or later. I hope by then, the school cafeteria can produce star-level meals. Although it's the director's request, improving the food is a good thing. Lu Kuei raised his hand and said, we need to find a chef suitable for the students' tastes. After all, you're a student at our school. It's much more convenient to have you come for a taste test. Ula listened attentively. So that's how it is? Since you say you're looking for Ula to taste test, has the new chef already been found? Although Chai Xiao was asking, he already knew the answer in his heart. Lu Ke waved his hand. He lives in this village. Unfortunately, I haven't found him yet. The three of them were surprised to hear this. Then he took out a photo. This was the photo of the new chef Lu Ke was looking for. The photo seemed very familiar. Suddenly, a miserable cry came from not far away. Ula instantly became alert. The cry sounded familiar to her. Ula stared fiercely ahead and said in a low voice, "Someone is actually hunting nearby. Wouldn't it be dangerous for us to enter the forest rashly?" Hearing Lu Ke's words, Ula and Fascia simultaneously turned their heads, signaling him to lower his voice. He stepped forward and looked at the scratches on the tree. These are animal claw marks. Based on my experience, it's just a head. Then Ula turned and waved at Fascia. He decisively ordered Fascia to go that way. We'll surround him. Fascia silently walked into the forest. Seeing this, Ula was also full of confidence. His expression was determined, not to be underestimated. Just as Ula took out a poison arrow to attack, he was unexpectedly stopped by Lu Kue. Lu Kue shouted, but then he accidentally touched Ula's poison arrow. Just like that, Ula fell down, because he had inhaled the poison from the arrow. Seeing this, Chai Xiao hurriedly went forward to support Ula. Lu Kue also hurriedly turned back. Now at dusk, Ula was lying on the sofa in the Qingmu Inn, sound asleep. He couldn't be woken up no matter how they called. An old lady with white hair stepped forward and carefully examined Ula. It seems he won't wake up anytime soon. Do you want to stay at the inn? It turned out she was the inn owner, but she asked for an exorbitant price of 998 for just one night. What kind of luxury hotel is this? It's so expensive. However, Chai Xiao helplessly explained the situation. Grandma, we're not staying. We'll leave after talking with Chef Huang from your inn. We'll leave then. Suddenly, someone came carrying steaming hot food. Whatever it is, have lunch first. Manager, other guests have arrived at the inn. Go attend to them quickly. The inn owner turned to leave but didn't forget to remind Chai Xiao. Remember to pay for this meal. Chef Huang's dishes are only 998 yuan. The three of them gathered together. Fascia was still yawning. However, the three of them said in unison, "This must be a scam, right?" The lunch placed on the table looked very appetizing. It was no less than a full imperial feast. Lu Kue was very surprised and opened his mouth wide. This dish is simply perfect. This is the glow that only the little cook has. However, Fascia was secretly rubbing her hands, her eyes shining as she looked at the food in front of her. "Let's eat, everyone. I can hardly hold back anymore." Smelling the aroma, Ula suddenly sat up from the sofa. She became energetic, as if injected with adrenaline. Hearing the sound, the three of them turned their heads to look at Ula at the same time. They really didn't expect her to wake up because of the food. A man slowly walked up carrying a bowl of rice. "Little girl, you're finally awake." This man was the same one from the forest. Ula surprisingly pointed at him. "You're that upside-down uncle. Why are you here?" Then she took out the poisoned sword she carried. "Just now I fainted by accident, but this time you definitely won't escape." Seeing her behavior, Chai Xiao chopped Ula's head with his palm. He was very speechless about Ula. What an idiot. It's a misunderstanding. The three of them ate and drank heartily at the table. After they were full, they instantly felt satisfied. This moment feels so blissful. Chef Huang looked at Ula and smiled. "I really didn't expect the little girl to eat so much. It seems you're very satisfied with my cooking." Ula smiled and touched her cheek. "Uncle's cooking is really delicious. After eating, I feel full of energy all over my body. I'm really sorry about earlier." However, Chef Huang seemed indifferent. As they say, fighting leads to friendship. It's rare to find a young girl like me who also wants to protect wildlife. Although I'm responsible for cooking at this inn, wild animals should never become dishes on the table. That's the principle I've always adhered to. Soon, Lu Ke turned to tell Ula, "This Chef Huang is the person we're looking for." Hearing this, Ula was very shocked. Lu Kue spoke with great anticipation. He praised him as a national special grade nutritional chef, a man who makes food so captivating that people dream about it. Chef Huang shyly rubbed his head. "It's not that exaggerated, but maximizing every bit of nutrition in food is also my culinary way." Chai Xiao looked at him. I didn't expect him to be a special grade nutritionist, even though he's living in such a remote village. Someone with this status should be in a Michelin-starred restaurant. He continued, "Since Ula likes Chef Huang's dishes so much, I'm fully confident now. Meanwhile, Fascia was still eating. Lu Kuei stated his purpose. Actually, I came specifically to invite you out of retirement, to prepare nutritious lunches for our school students. After hearing the words nutritious lunch and students, Chef Wang was stunned. This reminded him of a sad past. Finally, Chef Wang threw all four of them out of the inn. When he closed the door, he shouted, "Get out!" Suddenly, he opened the inn's main door again. Chef Wang said with a gloomy face, "I absolutely won't make lunch for children." Outside, Fascia tugged at her coat and angrily shouted, "Want to fight? If you don't want to do it, just say so. Why be so fierce? It's really inexplicable." "Uncle." At this moment, Chai Xiao stood in front of Lu Kuei, talking about the follow-up plan. It seems Chef Wang is an uncle with a story. Lu Kuei felt embarrassed. "I don't know either. This is completely out of my expectation. So what should we do next?" Hearing them discussing, Ula stood behind and suddenly spoke up. "So what should we do now? We can't give up now." The inn owner appeared behind them. "It's too late for you to go back now. The mountain road is not easy to walk at night. Stay at the inn. It's only 998 for one night." Ula lay on the bed, constantly sighing. "We ended up staying after all. It's actually good. I quite want to continue eating the uncle's cooking." At this time, Lu Kuei sat on the bed with his legs crossed. "It's a pity the uncle is a grumpy old man with a bad temper. We really have no choice." He took a poster and looked at it carefully. "I never thought there would be special hot springs here." The announcement on the poster showed opening times. There were even 4 types: Beauty Hot Spring, Red Wine Hot Spring, Spa Hot Spring, and Mud Hot Spring. Lu Kuei excitedly called out to Ula, "We can go soak in the hot springs." At first, Ula couldn't muster any enthusiasm. She had no interest at all. The voice repeated in her mind once more. Only then did Ula suddenly sit up, showing interest. "I've never been to a hot spring before." At this moment, Lu Kuei thought for a while and gave her this suggestion. "Then let's try it. But they should have swimsuits for sale here, right?" Ula looked up and made eye contact with Lu Kuei. He silently marveled. Senior Lu Kuei knows so many things, and her personality is so enthusiastic and cheerful. He pointed at the content on the poster, looking at the girl wearing a bikini. "Do you want to know what kind of bikini Chai Xiao likes?" These sensitive words made Ula blush immediately. She asked with a red face, "Does Xiao Xiao really like bikini-style outfits?" Chai Xiao and Fascia were very depressed. "Why do we two have to sleep in the same room? Why is there only one single bed? If someone at the inn is willing to vacate a room now, I'd be willing to pay any amount. But this bed absolutely cannot tolerate a second man." Hearing this, Fascia couldn't bear it anymore and shouted, "It seems this problem can only be resolved through a duel between men." Surprisingly, their so-called duel between men turned out to be rock, paper, scissors. But Fascia won this round. He lay on his side on the bed, constantly batting his eyelashes. "Bet's a bet. The bed is mine now. The loser can only sleep on the floor tonight." Chai Xiao looked down at his scissors hand. He fell into deep thought. The atmosphere around him turned frighteningly cold, but he could only complain. Then he walked towards the door. "I'll go ask the owner for an extra blanket to sleep on the floor." Fascia swung his legs and said, "Goodbye. Don't bother seeing me off." Ula and Lu Kuei went to the swimwear shop downstairs. Lu Kuei pointed at a blue swimsuit. "Look at that swimsuit. Something similar to this style." Lu Kuei leaned close to Ula's ear and whispered coyly, "Let me tell you a secret. I discovered this by chance when we were at school before." Recalling the past in the classroom, Lu Kuei walked to Chai Zhao's seat. She found a beauty swimsuit magazine. "I didn't expect he liked looking at these." Suddenly, Chai Xiao walked in from outside. Seeing Lu Kuei next to his seat, he asked in surprise, "Senior, what are you doing?" Caught, Lu Kuei quickly waved her hands explaining, "Nothing. I just remembered I have something to do. I'll go now." Chai Xiao felt she was acting strange. So Chai Xiao walked to his desk and found the swimsuit magazine. "The English reading material I ordered. How could they deliver this?" Lu Kuei turned to look at Ula, staring with her lively big eyes, persuading her. "But I think this one suits you well too." Ula looked at that swimsuit with some surprise. Although this style looks similar to the indigenous ones, the material used in the city is so light and thin. She clenched her fists in a cheering gesture. "This is called sexy, to show off your beautiful figure. Don't be shy at all." But Ula was hesitant. She touched her chin and thought for a moment. "Does this outfit really suit me?" At this point, Lu Kuei noticed her hesitation. "If you really don't like it, we could choose another one." She pointed to the shop owner. "Show us another one." Suddenly, Ula spoke up with a blushing face. "I'll take this one, because it's the style Chai Xiao likes, so I want to wear it." Then Lu Kuei pushed Ula towards the changing room. Go try it on quickly. At this moment, Ula held the swimsuit, her face even redder. Lu Kuei waited outside, touching her chin and thinking for a moment. It's not good to soak in hot springs on an empty stomach, so I should go find something to eat now. After Ula came out, her cheeks were bright red. She felt very shy dressed like this. Do I really have to wear this and go to the hot springs with Lu Kuei? Also, I wonder what Xiao Xiao will think when he sees me. Just as Ula finished thinking about these things, she heard a voice from not far away. Chai Xiao suddenly appeared in front of Ula. This made Ula even more shy. At this moment, Chai Xiao hadn't noticed Ula's embarrassment. When Ula came to her senses, she immediately turned around and covered her chest. She turned her head back in surprise and asked Xiao Xiao, "Why are you here?" However, Chai Xiao answered expressionlessly, "I came to ask the owner for an extra blanket. But where are you planning to go dressed like that?" Suddenly, Chai Xiao noticed that everyone around was wearing bathrobes. That's when he realized and saw the swimsuit sale advertisement board nearby. He calmly asked, "Are you going to the hot springs?" But in Chai Xiao's eyes, there was an indescribable emotion. Ula recalled what Lu Kuei had said not long ago. Her face turned red. If Chai Xiao sees me in a bikini, he should be happy, right? Then Ula silently lowered her head. She was just like a shy little girl. She spoke for a while, but couldn't form a complete sentence. She quickly came to her senses and looked around. At this moment, people were coming and going around them. This made it even harder for Ula to speak. When she slowly closed her eyes, she completely gave up and sighed. Forget it. Let's find a place with fewer people. It feels quite embarrassing dressed like this. At this moment, Ula grabbed Chai Xiao's wrist. "Xiao Xiao, let's go to the hot springs." Chai Xiao was wondering in surprise. What is Ula up to? Ula led Chai Xiao to the edge of the hot springs. Listening to the rustling leaves around, Ula suddenly stopped. She let go of Chai Xiao's wrist and stood with her back to him. "Xiao Xiao, actually I changed it to a new swimsuit. I want you to be the first one to see it. Senior Lu Kuei said this is the style you like." When Ula finished speaking, she untied her bathrobe. Chai Xiao awkwardly raised his hand to rub the back of his neck. At this moment, he turned his head away, feeling a bit embarrassed. Wait, how did this happen so suddenly? Suddenly, behind them, the owner popped up. He loudly scolded Ula and Chai Xiao. "What are you two doing?" They both turned around at the same time, hurriedly explaining, "We're not doing anything. We're innocent." The owner walked over, asking in confusion, "What are you talking about?" Chai Xiao stood in front of Ula, helplessly rubbing the back of his neck. However, the old lady's face suddenly darkened. She pointed at me and said, "I'm talking about the one who hasn't changed into swim trunks. You're not allowed in the hot springs." The old lady's voice came again, pointing at Chai Xiao. "Don't look around. I'm talking about you." Chai Xiao felt a bit helpless. His pupils contracted. The hot springs are a public place. You need to pay attention to personal hygiene. Under my supervision, no one can come in like this. Suddenly, the old lady jumped up and grabbed Chai Xiao's collar. "Go change your clothes right now." This scene surprised both of them. After seeing Chai Xiao agree, the old lady jumped down. Chai Xiao put his hand over his mouth and whispered, "Ula, you stay here." Chai Xiao, feeling a bit embarrassed at this moment, turned his head and looked. "I'll go change now. I'll come back to find you after I've changed." Now Ula has already slipped into the hot spring. She soaked her entire body into water, constantly blowing bubbles. Suddenly, she thought about waiting for Xiao Xiao to soak in the hot spring together. Ula felt uneasy and stood up from the hot spring. To think we'd be soaking in the hot spring together. Chai Xiao walked to the drink vending machine and suddenly stopped. Her face instantly turned red. Why am I going to change into a swimsuit? She touched her burning face and thought for a moment. The original purpose wasn't to get in the water and soak in the hot spring. It was to get a blanket from the owner. However, on the other side, Fascia, lying on the bed, had her stomach constantly growling. She was now so hungry that her chest was sticking to her back. Then she noticed the snacks placed on the table. There was alcohol, cola, and bread, but the price was incredibly perfect. It actually cost $998. Chai Xiao came out wrapped in a bathrobe. He was constantly on the phone. He said to the person on the other end, "I'll deal with it when I get back." After hanging up the phone, he was thinking about Ula. He looked at the darkened phone screen. Ula must have been waiting for a long time. I should hurry over. Suddenly, children's voices came from behind. They kept saying, "Kill you, kill you." Chai Xiao shifted his gaze from the phone. He turned his head. However, Chai Xiao's face was covered with a blue liquid. He raised his hand to touch it. He was very surprised by the substance on his face. His expression darkened. On the other side, Liu Ke was surrounded by two little boys. "Kill you, you bad guys?" To think they still stubbornly refused to leave. Liu Ke hurriedly used his hands to shield his face. He shouted desperately, "Wait a minute, kids. Are you misunderstanding something? It's not like that." The two little boys were picked up by Chai Xiao just like that. When the two boys' feet left the ground, their faces were full of panic and confusion. Chai Xiao's face darkened. The air pressure around him was very low. "Listen, little brothers, haven't you heard the legend of us city people?" At this moment, the little boys were very frustrated, but the fear in their hearts was undisguisable. They shouted curses. "What broken legend? Stinky egg uncle, let go quickly." But Chai Zhao's expression became increasingly sinister. "In our place, children who like to play pranks, when the full moon comes, they will all have their brains eaten by fierce ghosts." Then Chai Xiao gently put the little boys down. The two boys stood there dumbfounded, looking at the water guns in their hands. Liu Kuei sat on the sofa. Chai Xiao thoughtfully applied medicine for him. "The injury isn't too serious. Does it still hurt?" Liu Kuei shook his head. "It stopped hurting long ago." He lowered his head slightly. His cheeks were blushing because of Chai Xiao. "I didn't expect you to seriously scare children like that." Hearing these words, Chai Zhao's face instantly turned ashen. "I have zero tolerance for naughty kids." For him, naughty kids are like time bombs. Soon, Liu Ke lowered his head and saw the band-aid on his leg. He asked in surprise, "How come you're using such cute band-aids?" Chai Xiao waved the band-aid in his hand. "Oh, this? Ula gave it to me before." As he finished speaking, Chai Zhao's expression was very gentle. He slowly bent down and said, "Come to think of it, Ula is really interesting. Although straightforward, she has a pure heart and is very much like a girl. Unlike me, who's been called a tomboy from childhood." Liu Kuei's voice became lower and lower. His hand on the sofa clenched tighter. Suddenly, Chai Xiao took out a tissue and helped wipe the dirt off Liu Kuei's face. This gentle action made Liu Kuei freeze in place. Chai Xiao crouched in front of him, comforting him. "Pure girls have their pure charm. Cheerful girls have their cheerful charm. This world is full of countless colors because of all kinds of people. So don't compromise yourself. Just be yourself." These words made Liu Kuei recall his past struggles. "Be myself?" This is the first time I've heard someone say such words to me. When Liu Kuei was very young, he was by the window upstairs, watching the little boys flying kites below. The little boys were so free and easy. But Liu Kuei's mother scolded him. Kuei, you're a lady. Ladies can't do that." He received this kind of family education from childhood. Gradually, I became a heartless puppet in the eyes of others. If it's this person, can I have expectations for him? Suddenly, a voice reached their ears. "Big brother, big sister, I'm sorry." They heard the voice and turned their heads at the same time. It turned out to be a cute little girl. "Big Bear and Little Leaf didn't mean to hit you. After you left, Chef Uncle got really angry." After hearing what she said, Chai Xiao turned his head and asked her in surprise, "Are you close with Chef Wang?" The little girl smiled and answered his question, still hugging a teddy bear. "Chef Uncle is very good to us. We like Chef Uncle the most." Chai Xiao slowly stood up, but noticed something unusual about Liu Kuei. Does Chef Huang truly like and care for these children from the bottom of his heart? Liu Kuei watched the little girl run away, confusion welling up in his heart. "Chef Huang, why is he so resistant to making meals for children?" Ula stood up from the hot spring, looking unwell. "Soaked for too long. It's killing me with heat. It's been so long. Why hasn't Xiao Xiao come yet?" He imagined Chai Xiao surrounded by beautiful women of various figures. Chai Xiao was completely trapped in a spider's web. "Handsome, want to play together?" Then Ula's face twisted in anger. He shouted hoarsely, "No, I absolutely won't allow this kind of situation to happen to me." Suddenly, footsteps were heard. Ula excitedly raised his head to look. At this moment, he thought it was the long-awaited Chai Xiao. Unexpectedly, it was Fascia who came running. Fascia was holding a bottle of alcohol. He leaned drunkenly against a big tree. The diligent owner came over with a broom. "Little girl, are you sure you didn't see a yellow-haired boy come here? Or am I seeing things?" Ula sat by the hot spring, turning his head to look at the owner with the broom. "No, Isa." These words immediately made Ula feel a bit guilty. The owner suddenly approached Ula. Their faces were close as they stared at each other. He asked again, "Are you sure you didn't see? As true as pearls?" The owner put down the broom. If that's the case, I won't disturb the young lady's mood. This old woman will leave first. But really, you really didn't see him? He frowned, turning his head to look around once more. If this old woman finds that brat here, I'll skin him alive. Teach him a lesson. As the owner walked away, she didn't forget to remind them. You young people have no manners at all. Ula patted his chest, finally breathing a sigh of relief. The tense atmosphere instantly disappeared. This time, they were safe. Then he splashed water with his feet. The water droplets flew up and fell freely in the air. Fascia, you can come out now. Soon, Fascia poked his head out of the hot spring. It was unclear if his face was red from the hot spring or the alcohol. His entire face was flushed. He looked at the bottle in his hand. You really are something. Not only did you come to the hot spring fully clothed, but you also brought strong liquor. No wonder Grandma got angry. Anyway, you'd better hide your evidence first. After saying this, Ula was about to get up and leave the hot spring to help him cover up. Ula turned back in surprise. I can't believe the person behind me would do such a thing. Fascia, what's wrong? However, before he could finish speaking, Fascia pulled him back into the hot spring. Fascia embraced him from behind, feeling Ula's warmth. Fascia's body suddenly pressed against him. He lowered his head and whispered in Ula's ear, Ula, don't go. Hearing this, Ula struggled in his arms, trying to stand up repeatedly. Fascia, what nonsense are you saying? You're drunk. But Fascia held him tightly. At this moment, Ula felt a bit annoyed. Fascia, you're hurting me. Stop it, I don't like you like this. He raised his hand to Ula's chin. Ula, I won't let you go again. No matter past, present, or future, you can only belong to me forever. Just like that, Ula slapped Fascia's face directly. The sound was very crisp, sobering Fascia up. Ula was very angry, but he was more hurt and confused. You've disappointed me so much, he said, and left, leaving Fascia alone. Fascia curled up in the hot spring, repeatedly saying, I'm sorry. Ula, I have no choice. At this point, I only have you. Hearing these words, Ula stopped in his tracks. He turned back in surprise, wanted to ask what that sentence meant. Then Ula walked into the hot spring. He pulled down Fascia's collar and carefully examined the wolf mark on his shoulder. Ula was in disbelief. Fascia, where's your wolf mark? Why has your clan's totem been crossed out? Fascia kept his head down in silence. He angrily grabbed Fascia's collar and questioned, Tell me quickly. Tell me what happened. Fascia just looked at him. After a moment, Fascia slowly opened his eyes. He was feeling very low now. Ula, it's already like this. I can never go back. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chai Xiao was holding a yellow rubber duck. This was given by the child earlier. I want to give it to Ula. He'll definitely like it. Hearing this, Lu Kuei forced a smile and stood up. If that's the case, let's go find him quickly. Chai Xiao turned his head to look at Lu Kuei. Due to Lu Kuei's carelessness, Chai Xiao tried to save him, and they both fell to the ground. Lu Kuei, who was underneath, asked, Chai Xiao, are you okay? At this moment, Ula and Fascia were also embracing in the hot spring. Their hug was one of comfort between friends. They also noticed Chai Xiao and Lu Kuei not far away, who had fallen to the ground. This posture made people think otherwise. So who can tell me, what the hell is this chaotic scene right now? In the entire room, the four of them fell into eternal silence. Suddenly, Lu Kuei pointed his finger, breaking the deadlock. Oh right, Ula, Chai Xiao said. I have a special gift to personally give you. This is the cutest little yellow duck in the world. Actually, the little duck was already dirty. It even had a leak. Its entire face was distorted. At this moment, the air fell into silence again. Lu Kuei covered his aching forehead, feeling that the room temperature had dropped again. It was truly disheartening. Ula suddenly stood up, his hands tightly clenched into fists. He lowered his head, feeling very low. Xiao Xiao, I have something to tell you now. But as he just took a few steps, Chai Xiao directly said to him, I'm going out to take an important call. He actually left Ula hanging. Afterwards, Ula sat on the bed waiting for Chai Xiao to return. But 20 minutes passed, and the doorway remained empty. His face grew increasingly gloomy. At this point, Ula went out and began a thorough search, looking for Chai Xiao in every corner. But Chai Xiao was deliberately avoiding him. Now Ula was exhausted and had to lie down on the bed. He thought about everything he had experienced and recalled Chai Xiao's inaction. Ula felt very lost. Tears welled up in his eyes as he slowly raised his hand to wipe them away. I can't believe Xiao avoided me all afternoon. Suddenly, Ula turned to look at Lu Kuei beside him. He had been overthinking. Could it be? Has Xiao really fallen for someone else? He kept tossing and turning on the bed. I don't want this. I'll never speak to Xiao again in my life. Xiao is such a big jerk. Ula paused, peeking out from under the covers. Without backbone, he said, a lifetime is too long. Let's just not talk for a day. In the dead of night, while we were sound asleep, a fragrance suddenly wafted from afar. This scent struck Ula's heart. He sat up abruptly, his nose filled with this smell. This scent was actually mango cheesecake. At this moment, Ula was like a little dog going out to search. The fragrance was coming from nearby. If my sense of smell is correct, the prey is right there. When Ula opened the kitchen door and followed the scent inside, he wondered, but it's so late. How could there still be someone in the kitchen? The dim light in the kitchen cast a shadow of a figure holding a cake and saying happy birthday to a photo frame. This surprised Ula greatly. The man was singing the birthday song with a gloomy face. The atmosphere around him felt eerily unsettling. Ula hadn't noticed the danger yet. Oh, it's someone's birthday. Then he started clapping along with the music. Happy birthday! Ula, slow to react, finally realized something was wrong. It was like a thunderbolt striking him. He shouted in surprise, "Ghost!" The man who heard the noise turned around. His entire face was very gloomy, making people feel scared. He asked in panic, "Who's there?" Ula was so frightened that he kept backing away, his body trembling uncontrollably. Suddenly, he lost his balance and fell to the ground. He groaned in pain. Before Ula could get up, the man slowly approached him. He looked up at the man, cold sweat running down his back. At the critical moment, Chai Xiao rushed in, grabbed a frying pan, and directly hit the man's face with it. Chai Xiao's face was gloomy, scaring the man to death. Then Chai Xiao crouched beside Ula, feeling very nervous inside. He checked Ula from head to toe. "How are you? Are you hurt anywhere? Are you injured anywhere?" A voice suddenly came, frightening Ula into hiding behind Chai Xiao. At this moment, Chai Xiao also became alert. Is it human or ghost? When they saw clearly the person on the ground, they were surprised to find it was Master Huang. Master Huang was lying on the ground, holding his aching head. Ula, with a fork in his mouth, said unclearly, "So, what Master Huang means is, you were just celebrating your son's birthday?" Master Huang sat on the chair, rubbing his forehead. "What else could it be? I had just finished singing the birthday song when you two came and beat me up." Chai Xiao hurriedly explained to him, "I heard noises from my sister's room and feared she was in danger, so I came to check. I'm sorry for accidentally hurting you, sir." He waved his hand dismissively. "Let's forget about it. Those who don't know can't be blamed. To have a brother like you, the young lady is quite lucky." However, Ula puffed up angrily with hands on hips. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "You were avoiding me earlier. I don't have such a brother." Hearing these words, Chai Xiao became very angry and slammed his hand on the table. He shouted angrily, "Ula!" At this moment, Ula felt a million times wronged. He used to call me Ula, but now he's calling me sistered. He must have fallen for another woman. Then she started looking around. "Master Huang, weren't you celebrating your son's birthday? Where's the little one? Where's the birthday boy?" After a moment, Master Huang lit a cigarette and held it in his hand. "Unfortunately, I don't know either. I haven't seen that child for a long time." These words surprised Ula. How could that be? Could it be that Master Huang's son is no longer in this world? Master Huang looked at the photo in his hand. It was a picture of him and his son together. The scene felt heartwarming. However, this story goes back 20 years. It was a rainy day. My son and I were visiting my wife's grave. Master Huang's son had tears in his eyes and asked, lowering his head, "Dad, will she come back?" At this time, Master Huang stood in the pouring rain with an umbrella. "Xiaobo, you must remember, from now on, it's just you and me." The unexpected death of his wife left Master Huang depressed for a long time. He relied on alcohol every day, trying to numb himself with it. No matter what I did, when I closed my eyes, his face would appear in my mind. Because of this, I became very irritable. Until one day, I ate some dumplings. However, the taste felt very familiar to me. This taste was exactly her taste. This reminded Master Huang of when his wife was still alive. The three of us happily making dumplings together. I searched through books every day because my wife was passionate about researching cooking recipes when she was alive. Her biggest wish was to become a world-class chef. From that day on, I decided to pull myself together and fulfill my wife's last wish. He put on an apron and embarked on the path of becoming a chef. But what I didn't expect was that what I made wasn't that taste at all. Talent has always been a luxury that only a few people possess. However, I didn't get discouraged. Instead, I started trying even harder with more attempts. Master Huang spent every day immersed in the kitchen like this. At this time, the little boy suddenly walked over and tugged at Master Huang's pants. He stared with adorable, innocent, big eyes and said, "Dad, I'm hungry." My failed dishes and the child's dependent gaze plunged me into a state of confusion and entanglement. Finally, I chose to escape. Master Huang coldly handed the little boy a bowl of rice. "Take it and don't disturb me again." These words stabbed the little boy's heart like a knife. At that time, I was solely focused on creating the ultimate cuisine. By the time I achieved fame and success, when I looked back, I found there was no way to return. Time passed slowly, and my son grew up bit by bit. I was eager for success, so I missed my son's soccer game. Even when I became famous in the culinary world, I never came back. I even missed his graduation ceremony, leaving him to face it alone. And I also missed the last chance to see him. When I returned home after achieving success, I found the house empty. The story should end here. I should be done. After saying these words, Master Huang stood up and turned to leave. Suddenly, Ula burst into tears, because this story deeply moved him, making him very sad. Ula hugged Master Huang tightly and choked out, "Master Huang, don't be sad. The dead can't come back to life. You must stay strong and live on." Master Huang pointed at Ula in surprise. "What did he just say?" Chai Shao helplessly explained, "Stay strong and live on. The dead can't come back to life." Hearing these words, Master Huang suddenly felt a headache. He raised his hand to his forehead. "Who told you my son was dead?" He had to explain, "When I said the last time we met, I meant that kid grew up and left home, never coming back. He's not dead." However, he lowered his head silently. "My wife once said, only with love in your heart can you create world-class cuisine. And I, from the past until now, have never been a qualified chef. This is why I'm unwilling to cook for children." Suddenly, Master Huang turned his head and looked over, his face a bit gloomy. He said to Ula, "I'm leaving. I'll be leaving the village early tomorrow morning." Ula was very surprised to hear this. He stared at Master Huang with his lively big eyes. "Master Huang, where are you going?" Master Huang spoke calmly. "Anywhere is fine. Even if I spend the rest of my life in guilt, I have no regrets." Then he waved his hand. "Goodbye, young people. Go back. Someone like me has no right to cook for children." At this moment, Ula didn't know how to persuade him and could only watch the direction he left. Chai Shao noticed something was off. "Well, are you okay?" He directly grabbed Chai Xiao's hand and looked at him very seriously. "I've decided. I must find his son before Master Huang leaves." Find his son. Chai Xiao was a bit embarrassed. "He's leaving tomorrow. Even if we really find his son, he might not be willing to forgive." "Father Xiao, do you know what I regret the most? It's that I've never met your parents." This is a lifelong regret for Ula. Ula earnestly explained. He still had a chance to make up for past regrets, but because of fear, he was unwilling to face his true feelings. Now he was very firm in his thoughts. Even if it would fail, Ula was determined to bring that child back. Fascia was leaning at the door. "If that's the case, what are you still hesitating for? I'll definitely bring that child back before you return. Bring that child back." Meanwhile, Ula, acting like a cold-blooded, merciless judge, kept questioning Fascia. "How much do you actually remember from when you were drunk?" At this moment, Fascia pretended to be naive and innocent. He waved his hand and batted his eyelashes to one side. "I don't remember anything at all." Ula, playing the role of a judge, said, "Since we've all sworn before the statue of Yaguruna, you must answer all my questions honestly." Unexpectedly, Fascia turned and walked away. "We seem to have forgotten about Lu Kuei. I'll go notify him." However, the helpless person on the bed was very angry. He got up and came over, shouting angrily, "What's going on between you and the old chief? What about the others in the tribe?" But Fascia easily dodged. "What can we do? Let it be. Speaking of which, I suddenly want to eat cold python meat." Then Ula jumped up and questioned Fascia from behind, asking why he did this. "Why didn't you discuss it with me beforehand?" At this moment, Fascia looked indifferent. He raised his hand and pointed at himself. "For things I can solve on my own, of course I don't need to discuss with Ula." Just like that, Ula subdued him, pinning him to the ground and grabbing his collar. Fascia started joking. as expected of the strongest female warrior in the group. However, at this time, Ula's eyes were filled with tears, feeling very aggrieved. "Why have you never told me about such an important matter?" Fascia stroked Ula's head, constantly comforting her. "Ula, I really am fine. Don't be sad for me anymore." But Ula didn't believe these nonsense words at all. He shouted in disappointment. "How can it be fine? Fascia, you've already been banished from the tribe." Chai Xiao came to the door and suddenly stopped. His hand on the doorknob also stopped moving. A caring voice came from afar. It turned out to be Lu Kuei. When he approached, Chai Xiao turned his head to look. He found an excuse. "Probably because I didn't sleep well yesterday." Lu Kuei was about to raise his hand to touch his forehead and very gently said, "But you look really pale now. Do you want to go to the hospital?" Just then, the door opened from inside. Ula and Fascia walked out of the room and saw the people outside. Ula asked in surprise, "Xiao Xiao, Lu Kuei, why are you here? Is something wrong?" Quickly, Chai Xiao took out his phone and looked at it. He had already received a message. "We've now confirmed the location of Master Huang's son. The specific location they got is in this village." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was shocked. It seemed unbelievable. Lu Kuei excitedly said, "I asked the old lady at this inn. She said the address Master Huang sends letters to is always in seclusion." At this point, Ula also chimed in, "If he really lives so close, why hasn't he come back to see his father all these years?" Chai Xiao raised his hand and rubbed his ear. "I'm not sure about the details. I had someone check Master Huang's letters from the past few years. Never received any." Ula rubbed her hands together, vowing, "I will do my best to find Master Huang's son and bring him here." Fascia showed off the muscles on his arm. "Then I'll help you tie up Master Huang. Don't let him think he can take one step out of the room." Then Lu Kuei called over 3 children. "I've already explained the situation to them. These kids expressed they're very willing to assist us." Quickly, Chai Xiao assigned tasks. "If that's the case, we should act without delay. Lu Kuei and Fascia stay here to work with the children to buy time." Unexpectedly, Ula suggested that she should be paired with Fascia. Upon hearing this, Fascia was very happy inside. He looked down at her. Ula said helplessly, "Xiao Xiao, I'm sorry. Before I figure out what's going on in the group, I can't leave Fascia alone again." Lu Kuei turned his head and glanced at Chai Xiao. He secretly rejoiced, thinking since Ula wants to be with Fascia, then I'll pair up with Chai Xiao. However, Chai Xiao directly stepped forward, grabbed Ula's hand, and turned to walk outside with her. Ula shouted in surprise, "Xiao Xiao." Fascia was about to go after Chai Xiao. "Where are you taking Ula?" But in the end, he was stopped by Lu Kuei. "Let them go." Chai Xiao brought Ula outside the inn. Ula was forced to follow his footsteps. "Xiao Xiao, what are you doing? Let go of me." When Ula's hand was released, she rubbed her sore wrist. Ula asked in confusion, "Xiao Xiao, what's wrong with you?" At this moment, Chai Xiao turned back coldly. His laughter was a bit creepy. "What's wrong with me? I should be the one asking you that." Ula looked at him, trembling. This atmosphere gave her an ominous feeling. Her face was terrified. This Xiao Xiao was too dangerous. Then she waved at Chai Xiao. "Suddenly, I remembered I have something to do, so I'll go back first." Suddenly, Chai Xiao grabbed her arm. With a gentle force, she leaned into his embrace. "I won't allow you to be with other men." She turned back angrily. "Since you, Xiao Xiao, have fallen for another woman, what right do you have to control me? Now listen carefully. It's because I am your fiancé, so I have the right to control you." After saying this, Chai Xiao leaned down and kissed her. Master Huang had finished packing and was ready to leave. It was finally time to say goodbye. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door inside the room. When he went to open the door, it turned out to be 3 children from the inn. They stood at the doorway with starry eyes, saying they'd cause trouble if their dream wasn't fulfilled. Then Master Huang squatted down, looking at the 3 children in front of him. He spoke gently. "What are you little rascals up to?" The little girl holding a wish box smiled. "Uncle Huang, this is a special activity held by the inn today. The person who draws a paper slip has to fulfill a wish." When he opened the paper slip, he froze on the spot. The children's urging voices kept coming from around. "Uncle Huang, what's written inside?" Ula was acting coy behind Chai Xiao. "Was what you said earlier about fiancé true? Can you say it again?" Chai Xiao cleared his throat and changed the subject. "Now is the crucial time. Anyway, we must find the chef's son before sunset today." Unsatisfied, Ula poked his shoulder. "You were so into the kiss just now, and now you're acting like nothing happened." Suddenly, Ula ran to his ear and whispered something. "Be honest, Xiao Xiao, are you shy?" He put his hand behind his head, deliberately teasing her. How should I put it? Xiao Zhao's kissing skills don't seem very good. These words hit Chai Xiao directly. Then he added, otherwise, why didn't I feel anything when we kissed? These words dealt Chai Xiao a double blow. Ula pondered for a moment with her hand on her chin. If you need a live demonstration, I can reluctantly cooperate. So Chai Xiao cornered Ula against the wall, leaning down to look at her. So you were complaining that I can't kiss earlier? If that's the case, then I'll have to prove once again that I can kiss excellently. After saying this, he leaned down to kiss her. A child appeared out of nowhere, interrupting them. Baby didn't see anything. Big brother and sister, please continue. The two of them were instantly petrified. At this moment, Ula walked forward, stroking his head. Where did this little fluff ball come from? The little boy smiled and said, with Daddy. Chai Xiao stepped forward to ask, do you and your dad usually live on this mountain? The child put his hands on his hips. He spoke coldly. None of your business. The two were shocked by these words. They looked helpless. This child was probably quite the drama queen. A man picked up the child, scolding him with a serious expression. Didn't I tell you not to talk to strangers? The little boy complained pitifully to his father, turning to point at Chai Xiao. It's this fierce uncle who forced baby to talk. Chai Xiao explained expressionlessly, Sir, no need to be nervous. We're from the village at the foot of the mountain. We're just here looking for someone. The man turned to leave directly. I don't know the person you're talking about. You two should go down the mountain quickly too. The little boy was still making faces at them. Suddenly, a voice told them to wait. This made the man turn back angrily. He asked what else they wanted, but Chai Xiao said, please pass a message to Mr. Huang. The man was somewhat surprised. I said, I don't know the person you're talking about at all. The man listened carefully to every word Chai Xiao said. Please tell him, this is his last chance. Master Huang is about to leave and will never come back. This will be the only opportunity for a reunion. Chai Xiao spoke calmly. The little boy nestled in his father's arms, his big eyes showing a hint of confusion. Where are we going? Are we going to see the grandpa from down the mountain? The child's father froze on the spot. Large beads of sweat dripped down his cheeks. He seemed unable to understand how his son knew about this. The little boy covered his mouth and shook his head frantically. Dad, please don't ask. Mom and I pinky promised. It's a little secret we can't tell. Then the little one decided to spill the beans. Dad takes a family photo every now and then secretly sends it to the grandpa down the mountain. On the other side, Ula listened with a touched expression. Her little ears kept eavesdropping quietly. Chai Xiao looked at her helplessly. How long are you going to eavesdrop? Our sentimental Amazon warrior had tears in her eyes. This kind of heartwarming dialogue between father and son is indeed very touching. She leaned forward sneakily again, quietly asking the man in front of her, how did you know earlier that that gentleman is Master Huang's son? He had to explain to her in detail. Master Huang sent letters to this address. Not only did every letter get sent successfully, but he also received replies every now and then. This can only mean one thing. Those letters were never actually sent. It was just a lie set up by someone taking advantage of their position. Little Ula excitedly followed the guess. So the person who could do all this is Master Huang, who works in express delivery? Young Master Chai suddenly closed his eyes, indicating that this alone wasn't enough to be certain it was him. There's one more crucial thing that made me sure. It's the person in front of us. Not waiting for Ula's little brain to overthink, he directly stated his next judgment. Their noses are almost like copy and paste. Time passed quickly as they talked. They arrived at an estate at the foot of the mountain. Chai Xiao suddenly turned back to look at the two. We're about to arrive. At this moment, the much-talked-about Master Huang was staring at the dining table with a satisfied expression. The fatigue in his body seemed to have vanished, until a variety of delicious dishes were placed on the dining table, dazzling to the eye. This undoubtedly made the children exclaim in surprise. Is this the true power of a culinary god? Being able to eat Uncle Huang's dishes is simply blissful. Master Huang put one hand on his hip, smiling kindly. The wrinkles on his face smoothed out. Eat slowly, children. Uncle has plenty more here. Liu Kei brought Fasher over, softly calling out to Master Huang across from them. It's about to get dark. Why don't you stay and eat something too? Suddenly, an employee rushed out from behind Master Huang. Completely disregarding his panicked footsteps, he shouted loudly to the master, "It's terrible. The kitchen is on fire." The announcement of this news made his fragile heart contract instantly. So he hurriedly turned back, wanting to save his recipe book. But just as he rushed in without hesitation, the room was already filled with thick smoke. What would happen to his precious recipe book? The fire inside suddenly grew larger. The beautifully decorated little house turned to ashes in an instant. Fasha grabbed Master Huang, who was rushing inside. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. "What are you doing? Stop immediately." Unexpectedly, Master Huang's temper was even more fiery. He kept trying to rush in. "Don't hold me back. My recipe book is still inside." Fasha's loud voice almost cracked. Her furrowed brows showed her displeasure. "For a recipe book, you're willing to give up your life?" Lu Kuei spread his arms to block him. "Master Huang, calm down a bit. Even if you rush in now, the recipe book might have already turned to ashes." He couldn't bear to hear such words. His whole body seemed full of resistance. "That's my life's work. That recipe book contains all the memories of my son and me. Every dish developed in it, every detail records his growth. From babbling to 3 generations living together." Master Huang collapsed to his knees. Tears had already silently fallen. "I have nothing left now. Why must even the last memories be taken away?" At this moment, the little boy's sweet voice rang out, instantly healing the wounds in Master Huang's heart. "Grandpa, don't cry anymore. You still have us." The 3 quickly embraced. Everything was understood without words. As the old saying goes, there's no overnight grudge between father and son. Master Huang sobbed quietly, calling out. His son Xiao Ming's frail body trembled slightly. "After all these years, have you finally forgiven me as a father?" Chai Xiao smiled with satisfaction at this. But a rustling sound caught his ear, causing him to look over involuntarily. It turned out to be our little crybaby. Ula was moved by this scene of father-son affection. She was covering her little face with her hands and wiping away tears haphazardly. Young Master Chai affectionately patted her head, a hint of tenderness flashing in his expression. "How come I never noticed before that someone is such a crybaby?" The fire truck soon arrived at the scene. After a series of rescue efforts, they finally extinguished the raging fire in the house. The man looked at the 2 gratefully. "If it weren't for you this time, I might not have been able to reconcile with my father." Chai Xiao smiled nonchalantly. "It was just a small matter. By the way, there's something you might be interested to know." So after preparing himself mentally, he was still shocked by these words. "You mean, father knew all along that I was living on the mountain?" The 2 nodded heavily. "He was probably afraid. Afraid that you hadn't forgiven him. Afraid that he wasn't good enough to be your father." The man suppressed his inner emotions. His long legs quickly ran towards his father. At this moment, he understood everything, including his father's love. Lu Kuei and Fascia suddenly walked forward. Then they shouted at Ula in front of them. Seeing her excited expression, it seemed something good was about to happen. Sure enough, she began to report to the 2. "Master Huang has agreed to provide meals for the students in our cafeteria." Chai Xiao suddenly snapped his fingers, gazing at Ula affectionately. "Then it's time for us to go home. We'll talk about future matters later." So after a week, little Ula began to write and draw on special stationery. "My dearest Chief Grandma, Ula really misses you. I'm writing to you this time because I want to ask about something. I urgently want to know why Fascia was expelled from the tribe. What exactly happened? Please tell me the truth, Grandma." Then she walked to the window. Her little hands deftly attached the letter to a bird's claws. "Messenger bird, I'm counting on you. This matter is very important to me." The messenger bird confidently spread its wings and flew swiftly towards the distance. Ula waved continuously from below. "Make sure to deliver the message to Chief Grandma." Her phone placed by the bed suddenly rang, showing her grandmother's serious-looking avatar. Little Ula forced a smile, beads of sweat silently sliding down her forehead. But she still picked up the tablet and greeted her grandmother obediently. As expected of her grandmother, she shut her down with one sentence. "It's already 9 o'clock now. If you were at school, morning reading time would be over." Little Ula instantly became submissive, inwardly spitting out a mouthful of blood in frustration. Why did I impulsively answer grandmother's call? Then she began to panic wildly, all because of her grandmother's relentless questioning. "How's your study recently? Exams are coming up soon. Are you well prepared?" In another peaceful room of the villa, Chai Xiao was quietly enjoying tea. Little Ula suddenly came rushing in, shouting loudly. Then she fell to her knees in front of Xiao Xiao with a thud. She had the air of someone cramming at the last minute. "What should I do now?" Chai Xiao stared at the test paper, his face gloomy. His voice was somewhat hoarse with indifference. "Only 0.5 points on the quiz. You're really persistent on this path of being a poor student." Fascia stood up to comfort him. Don't worry too much. When I was cleaning the toilets, I overheard those students secretly sharing exam tricks. He immediately opened his mouth in delight. His pitiful big eyes became bright and shiny, eagerly anticipating Fasha's exam tips. The self-study course for poor students is now in session. For multiple choice, choose the shortest among 3 long and 2 short, or the longest among 3 short and 1 long. For essay questions, just fill up the space for sympathy points. However, our esteemed young Master Chai suddenly tore up this message. How can you possibly pass an exam by luck? Do you think you can hide this from your grandmother in the future? Little Ula pitifully bit her handkerchief. If I don't pass this exam, I'll have to live with my grandmother. I'll have to leave Xiao Xiao. Chai Xiao sighed helplessly. It's also my responsibility that you haven't studied well. I'll tutor you for the remaining time. They immediately began the tutoring session. Ula put on a thirsty-for-knowledge appearance, but her little hand unconsciously chewed on the pen. Little Ula propped up her cheeks, her face slightly red. Xiao Xiao specially took time to tutor me with homework. It feels very blissful. The man quickly broke her sense of happiness. A book directly hit the top of her head, instantly waking her up. Chai Xiao smiled with satisfaction, his eyes harboring deeper emotions. Indeed, there's progress. You need to work harder. He suddenly put his little hand on his head in a salute, his expression carrying an indescribable confidence. He stated that as long as Xiao Xiao tutors, he will definitely study hard. Fasha suddenly opened the door, his little head peeking in quietly. This guy is really studying like crazy. But from his angle, the atmosphere seemed strange no matter how he looked at it. They were actually sleeping together on the table. Until Fasha quietly walked forward, he discovered their tightly clasped hands. He gritted his teeth and leaned forward, forcefully separating their hands. At the same time, he grumbled softly in displeasure, no taking advantage of Ula. He stared at Ula's back, lost in thought. Back in the tribe, when sleeping at night, we had to be alert to animal attacks. Then he covered Ula with a small blanket. At this moment, looking at her sleeping face, I inexplicably feel happy. Fasha had a small brainstorm for a moment. Suddenly pouting, he criticized Chai Xiao. If you catch a cold, it will also affect your tutoring of Ula, right? His sympathy suddenly exploded. He took out the small handkerchief he always carried and casually threw it on Chai Xiao's sleeping bag. Early the next morning, sunlight shone through the curtains. A series of sneezes echoed in the room. Afu walked behind the young master, his squinting eyes revealing a hint of worry. Has Miss Ula's study progress been smooth lately? Chai Xiao, hands in his pockets, coldly replied, still a ways from passing. Ula's grandmother is too strict. She completely ignores that she's from an indigenous tribe. The butler had an I see expression. He suggested finding Miss Gu Qiao. How about it? She's now an honorary director at the school. Young Master Chai easily sorted out this information. If we can get Gu Qiao to help bring over past exam questions, then we'll have a better chance at the upcoming exam. On Gu Qiao's side, who was being discussed, a principal approached with a mischievous smile. Here are the relevant materials you wanted. Also, the footage captured by the school surveillance that day. In the investigated file, there was clearly a photo of Lu Kuei talking with Chai Xiao. The school bell rang for the end of class. At the same time, the principal's announcement came over the broadcast, ordering Lu Kuei to come over immediately. Little Ula turned her head dumbfoundedly, her little brain showing some confusion. The principal is actually calling for senior Lu Kuei. Lu Kuei ran to the office, panting. Her almond-shaped eyes showed a bit of panic. Sorry, Principal, I'm late. Unexpectedly, 2 people were standing in front of her. It was clearly the principal and Master Huang. But how did these 2 end up together? The director picked up the cigarette, but with disgust. Our inspection team found this in the kitchen. After investigation and verification, it's the brand that Master Huang often smokes. These accusatory words immediately infuriated Master Huang. As a professional chef, how could I not know that smoking is prohibited in the kitchen? Lu Kuei nodded affirmatively. There must be some misunderstanding. From what I know of Master Huang, he's not that kind of person. But the director refused to listen. We have zero tolerance for violations. Moreover, the evidence is conclusive now. We've decided to dismiss Master Huang. So Master Huang quickly took off his chef's hat and violently threw it to the ground. He was practically demonstrating that he'd rather not be a chef anymore. He angrily strode out the door, his clenched fists suddenly slamming against it. "Fine, I'll quit. I won't suffer such an injustice." Lu Kuei shouted. "Black-hearted director, why not let me investigate further? I can definitely find the truth and clear Master Huang's name." The director slowly walked to one side, his tone carrying a hint of intimidation. "Are you questioning the ability of the school's inspection team? The reporters already know about this matter." He immediately lowered his head in disappointment, his lively big eyes becoming very dim. It seemed he had already guessed what would happen next. The director raised his head with a gloomy expression. "This is all due to your negligence. So after discussion by the school board, you don't need to come back to school tomorrow either." Lu Kuei was stunned and didn't speak, but inside, a little voice was shouting. Sure enough, this director was clearly coming after him. Meanwhile, on the other side, Chai Xiao had already found Gu Qiao, and the assistant had brought him to the office. Gu Qiao turned around, her eyes instantly lighting up. "Why are you here? Why didn't you call to notify me in advance? I could have prepared a bit." He walked leisurely to the woman. "Do you need to ask about such things? You're either at the company all day or on your way to the company." Gu Qiao suddenly picked up a cup of coffee, smiling sweetly at him. "Drinking Blue Mountain coffee. Do you remember when we went on vacation before?" At that time, Grandpa Chai was even looking forward to skinny dipping. Chai Xiao nodded vigorously. Fortunately, we all strongly prevented him in the end. Feeling the time was right, she suddenly leaned in closer. "Why don't we go again sometime? Just you and me this time." Chai Xiao abruptly stood up, distancing himself from her. "Actually, I came to find you because there is indeed something I need your help with. Ula is now studying at a school under your group. She's undergoing a test from her grandmother. As long as her grades are satisfactory, she can continue to stay with the Chai family. I want to ask you to help find past exam papers. Only in this way can we help improve her test-taking abilities in the shortest time." Clearly, Gu Qiao was not satisfied with this. She lowered her head with a hurt expression. "It's Ula again. She's not your real sister. Why do you always care about her? If you raise her up, there might not be a place for you, Chai Xiao, in the future Chai group. If that's the case, why not just naturally send her to her grandmother's house? Isn't that better?" she said while reaching out to tug at Chai Xiao's sleeve. Chai Xiao suddenly turned back. "I never thought about owning the Chai group. My life was saved by grandfather. If Ula wants it, I'll only help her." Gu Qiao tilted her head, expressing disappointment. "So all along, what I've done for you was just a misunderstanding?" He opened his mouth as if wanting to say something, then sighed almost imperceptibly. "Actually, I already know about what you did before, including when you used a dead phone to calculate. Fortunately, nothing happened to Ula. I don't want to bring up this matter again, but if I discover it again, I won't let you off. You know we can never be together. Please don't overthink it." Suddenly, Lu Kuei's incoming call rang on the desk, interrupting the sudden silence between the two. Unexpectedly, Gu Qiao grabbed the phone first and shouted at him in an aggrieved tone. "We grew up together. You're not always going to treat me like a sister, are you?" Then, ignoring the man's response, she directly smashed the phone to the ground. A loud crash suddenly echoed in the empty living room. Lu Kuei drank beer with tears in his eyes, but the pain in his heart still couldn't be vented. His mind was already in a complete muddle. Why wasn't Chai Xiao responding to him either? Just then, our little Ula walked over. Upon seeing the heartbroken senior, even the little tuft on her head showed great confusion. Little Ula rushed over to him, her small head still adorned with several big question marks. "Is that Senior Lu Kuei? Why are you here?" Lu Kuei suddenly stood up, drunkenly handing her a can of beer. That originally helpless and lost look in his eyes instantly became incredibly bright. He completely ignored the gas in the beer. Because he stood up too quickly, when he opened the lid, it actually sprayed all over his face. Ula's slight sympathy for him instantly turned into stifled laughter. "Senior Lu Kuei, are you sober now? Are you okay?" Senior Lu suddenly waved his hand dismissively, his expression already becoming hazy. After saying he was fine, he fell heavily to the ground. So, after a moment passed, little Ula was applying medicine to him. However, her tone sounded very surprised. How did such a serious thing happen? Lu Kuei again burst out with a lot of resentment, then lowered his head dejectedly. If I could figure it out, I wouldn't be here drowning my sorrows in alcohol. Ula hurriedly urged the senior to cheer up, cold sweat appearing on her delicate face. Then do you believe it wasn't Master Huang who did it? Senior, don't push the guilt onto yourself. Besides, this isn't your fault either. If it weren't for you, Master Huang and his son wouldn't have reconciled. Then she patted her chest forcefully. The important thing is that I'm still here. I'll definitely find out the truth for you. Lu Kuei looked at her with tears in his eyes, his lonely heart seemingly finding a bit of comfort. I didn't expect to embarrass myself in front of you. Suddenly, I feel so useless. Not only did I implicate others, but I also lost my job. Now I feel like a complete idiot, both confused and useless. Even after searching through all the contacts in my phone, thinking back and forth, it turns out only my old friend Chai Xiao could help me. Little Ula suddenly looked up at the sky, her voice tinged with a hint of loneliness. I can understand that feeling. In the Amazon, parents would make toys for their children. All kinds of toys dazzling to the eye. Because I never had parents since I was little, so whenever I saw other kids playing, I was always so envious. So I found wood that was good for carving and could only make toys by myself. Although they didn't look very lifelike, at least I had toys to play with. Until one day, a child's toy went missing. Then they immediately thought I had stolen it because I didn't have parents to make toys for me. But that toy was the one I made. Of course, I had to protect it without hesitation. The result was that the toy was taken away and no one believed me from beginning to end. Grandma was the only one who believed me at the time, but she still went to find the families of those children, taking me to apologize to each of them. The frustration that couldn't be expressed was a kind of helplessness more painful than fighting. At that time, I also hoped that if only someone could stand on my side. Ula suddenly looked at Lu Kuei. Senior, you should call Xiao Xiao. If possible, I sincerely hope Xiao Xiao can help you. Lu Kuei gratefully said repeatedly, Thank you, Ula, for believing in me. You're always so honest with everyone. While thanking her, he raised a question that was undoubtedly very puzzling to him. Aren't you afraid I might fall for Chai Xiao? Upon hearing this, Ula's pupils suddenly dilated. Her sharp gaze fixed directly on the senior, and the aura around her suddenly became very chilling. Before Senior Lu could speak, he hurriedly covered his head, his body trembling slightly with fear. Don't shoot me with your poison arrow. Unexpectedly, Ula burst into laughter. Her round eyes curved into crescents. Actually, I figured it out a long time ago. Senior, you like Xiao Xiao. This time it was our senior's turn to be stunned. He blinked his big eyes, waiting for an explanation. His dizzy head suddenly cleared up. Little Ula explained that because of her straightforward personality, no matter what happens, she immediately shows it in her expressions and actions. Hearing this, the young woman felt very embarrassed. Her helpless little hand randomly touched her neck, and her face instantly turned very red. So that's how it is. Ula turned her head with a smile. Thank you for telling me. This way, I can face you more openly in the future, and also work harder to pursue Xiao Xiao. Lu Kuei suddenly leaned in closer. I didn't hear clearly just now. When you said pursue just now, did you mean like? Little Ula immediately leaned in. Her little mouth whispered a few secrets in his ear. Then she frankly stated, That's right. Senior Lu covered his chest with a hurt expression. Let me catch my breath. Today's blows have been nonstop. I never imagined that you two aren't actually blood siblings. He suddenly looked up at little Ula, his expression carrying a hint of inquiry. I always thought Chai Xiao was a charming demon. It turns out he's hiding another kind of feeling for Ula. But our little Ula didn't care about these things. She leaned forward with sparkling eyes. Senior Lu Kuei, let's compete fairly. I won't back down either. He could only helplessly cough lightly a few times. I didn't finish what I was saying just now. I did like Chai Xiao, but my feelings for him stopped there. Little Ula stared with her big round eyes, looking completely confused. The fighting spirit that had been ignited was instantly extinguished. She seemed unable to accept this topic. Lu Kuei awkwardly explained again, When I was in college, I liked Chai Xiao. But even after I graduated, he never showed any interest in me. Ula suddenly let out a light hum. So that's how it is. I've been constantly confessing to Xiao Xiao before, but he didn't seem to have any reaction either. Is Chai Xiao just naturally slow when it comes to emotions? Or is he actually pretending nothing happened, but secretly hiding in a corner crying? Little Ula grinned foolishly at Senior Lu. I think Xiao Xiao is just a coy person. Lu Kuei immediately nodded in agreement. I think so too. He brought the topic back. Later, until we met again, I wondered if there was still hope. But he never set his eyes on me. At that moment, I instantly understood. The accumulation of time doesn't mean anything. If he was going to like me, he would have already. Then he gently patted Ula's shoulder. You're both my good friends. I sincerely hope you two can be happy. Ula nodded with her little face flushed red. Her big watery eyes were like stars. Just thinking about her beloved Xiao made her heart continuously excited. Just as their conversation ended, the message bird he had sent out earlier quietly arrived. Meanwhile, on Chai Zhao's side, they were still in the midst of a very heartless confrontation. Gu Qiao, feelings are not bargaining chips for benefits, nor can they be exchanged. Do you really like me? Or is it to fulfill that promise, that joke your father and you made back then? A flash of panic crossed Gu Qiao's eyes. Whether it's for the family or myself, I believe only us being together is the right choice. Chai Xiao suddenly fell into a certain emotion. I've already made my decision long ago. In the future, I only want to walk forward with Ula. Miss Gu suppressed the dissatisfaction in her heart. Then she shouted loudly at the man. With your background, you two won't have a good ending. Chai Xiao shrugged indifferently, turning his head very casually. He revealed his eyes that flashed with a hint of coldness. Is that so? Then let's see about that. Gu Qiao just stood there helplessly. Feeling rejected, she felt exhausted all over. It wasn't until the door was forcefully closed that she became very sad. Unexpectedly, the door was pushed open again. A crisp clicking sound echoed throughout the room. The little assistant peeked in quietly to report. Miss Gu, news from the school. They found a reason to expel Lu Kuei. In a distant mansion, several unidentified creatures were placed on the kitchen cutting board. Afu stood nervously swallowing. I think it's better if I prepare tonight's sumptuous dinner. Fascia suddenly became very confident, turning around with one hand grabbing a lively frog. You just stand aside and watch. I want to make a nutritious dinner for Ula. But there are too few fresh ingredients in your city. I had to work hard to catch these. He winked at the butler, then flashed his dazzling white teeth. Come on, give me a chance to show off a bit. Afu pulled at the corner of his mouth, speechless. I'm just worried about everyone. Will they be able to survive tonight after eating this? Fascia immediately patted his chest. Don't worry, in our Amazon forest, anything that can fit in your mouth is edible. However, while he was talking, a snail tried to escape from his grasp. Fascia, of course, was the first object, so he immediately bent down. That's the fattest snail. If it crawls into the cabinet cracks, it'll be hard to find. But as an indigenous prince, Fascia swiftly caught the escaping snail. The butler applauded enthusiastically for him. He picked up the snail, but in his hand was a pink pencil. This confused the straightforward Fascia greatly. What's this thing? The butler suddenly came closer. This is the pencil young Master Chai Xiao used when he was little. It must have fallen here. Fascia curled his lips into a mischievous smile, as if discovering an incredible secret. I never thought that the usually serious-looking guy had such a flamboyant pink, girlish heart inside. The butler seemed to fall into some kind of reminiscence. Actually, this pencil was given to him by his grandfather. At that time, the young master had just been brought back from the orphanage, but he never spoke. That day, I developed a new cuisine, so I carried it with one hand to the dining table, confidently offering it for them to taste. The old and young didn't say much. They just picked up their chopsticks and started eating, but their expressions changed from neutral to frowning, which worried me a bit, until the master pointed at his red and swollen lips, guessing that this must be soy sauce and salt stir-fried together. At that moment, I realized I had added too much salt. However, young Master Chai Xiao didn't say a word. He ate everything, alternating between bites of food and sips of water. It really scared the grandfather at the time. No matter what situation, he refused to speak. Even with a high fever of 39 degrees and needing to be hospitalized for an drip, even watching other children cry, he remained unmoved. The grandfather was very gentle at that time. He said he would cover Chai Zhao's eyes when giving him injections, so he wouldn't be afraid if he couldn't see the doctor. After this incident, to reward the young master, the old master bought him a pink pencil. If he didn't want to speak, he could write it down. That time, the young master suddenly lowered his head, revealing an indescribable sadness. It was after that time that he gradually began to soften his mood. Fascia listened to the reminiscence with his legs crossed. I didn't expect Chai Xiao to be so difficult even as a child. Could it be that he was resisting being with you all? Ah Fu, sitting seriously on the side, nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. I used to think the same before. Until one day, after I had cleaned the villa from top to bottom, I saw the young master anxiously searching for something. The old master suddenly appeared beside him. His warm hand pressed down on the young master's restless little hands. "Don't rush. Take your time to search. You have our help." Unexpectedly, the young master cried. His helpless little figure became even more vulnerable. "Grandpa, I'm sorry. I lost the pencil you gave me." That was the first time he had spoken in so long. He didn't want to say the food was too salty, didn't want to tell his grandfather about his fever, all because he was afraid of making me sad and worried about disturbing his grandfather's work. It was because of this pencil that we learned the truth. Looking back now, the young master's childish thoughts at that time were both pitiful and amusing. Fasha casually guessed in a low voice, "Maybe it's because you treat him as family, so he cares too much about this hard-earned relationship." Afunode din agreement. For example, he's always telling you to leave, but when I go grocery shopping, he reminds me to buy more beef. Fasha was immediately shocked. He quickly put down his crossed legs, and a suspicious blush appeared on his weak-colored cheeks. Afu was still immersed in his own world. Actually, young Master Chai Shao has always considered us family, always carefully protecting us. The subject of the conversation drove into the house. A figure appearing in front made him widen his eyes. Could it be Ula? Why is he coming home so late? Little Ula didn't know what had happened. At this moment, he couldn't care less about his tired body and directly pushed open the door in front of him. Fasha stood up abruptly and quickly came to Ula's side. "Seeing you rush back like this, did you guess that I was going to make a big meal?" Unexpectedly, Ula suddenly punched him. His usually gentle face became extremely gloomy. "How long were you planning to keep this from me?"